বলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে। যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine now. Let me know if it isn't. We have a lot of stuff to get to tonight. By the way, it is an audience interaction live stream. So the members of the channel can join the live stream and share their thoughts on whatever's going on in Bengal by clicking on the link that I have shared on the community tab. That's visible only to the paid members, and everyone else, of course, their conversations and questions and comments will be, if they are significant enough, will be taken from the live chat as well. And academic man may or may not be joining us for a little while to share his thoughts as well. I have all the Bengali news channels opened on another tab here. I'll be keeping an eye on them because it's a very, very fast evolving news cycle from yesterday. Basically, as they say in Bengali, electioner damama beje geche, voter damama beje geche. The war horns of the 2026 elections have been sounded practically since yesterday. The election festival in Bengal has begun because it's truly the only festival people feel some stake in Bengal, because there's nothing else to really celebrate in Bengal. Everything else is for show. Elections are the real festival and art and culture and performances that you can witness in Bengal. So usually I do impromptu, spontaneous monologues and stuff. Today I have had to note things down because so much has happened in the last 24 hours. Actually, more than 24 hours since yesterday morning. So let me please get through the gist I have written down, all the points, all the insane, some hilarious, some crazy, some mind-boggling, some mind-fucking phenomena that have occurred. Let me get through them. I'll share my thoughts on them. Then by that time, if Academic Man joins, we will listen to their thoughts, or if anyone else wants to join, we will take those as well. Yes, as Abhay is saying, as Bhairagato Agarwal is saying, Chunav ka shankhnad baj chuka hai aur ho chuka hai. Shri Ganesh ho chuka hai. Okay. So, guys, let me tell you what all happened. By the way, Soumitra Khan of BJP today was in a protest. It was a sort of a counter protest to Mamata Banerjee's protest rally today. They were protesting, of course, Mamata Banerjee's behavior yesterday at the ED offices. He has called for section 355 specifically, not 356, which is a very intelligent thing to do, in my opinion. And the journalists did not really understand. They were saying, "To apni president's rule chaichen." And in the heat of the moment, he said, yes, but 355 is a more intelligent one. It's not president's rule, but it's a much more doable one and a legally feasible one, in my opinion. And I asked ChatGPT about it based on Bengal's occurrences. Even ChatGPT agreed with me. It said that, yes, 355 is very applicable. 356 cannot be applicable in Bengal. Okay. Let me tell you what all happened. As far as you all know already pretty much, the main problem with Trinamool Congress is that they keep breaking down constitutional facades. They keep breaking down the facades of political morality, statesmanship, etc. People ask, why did Narendra Modi give such a significant award to Mulayam Singh Yadav, the guy who he pretty much asked the police to fire on the car sevaks. 11 people died as far as I remember. Or why does, after every significant politician pass away, their bitter rivals from other parties come up with that same old line of, yes, we had our differences, but he was a great statesman. Buddhadev Bhattacharya said this about Pranab Mukherjee. Many people said this about Buddhadev Bhattacharya. Every liberal commie these days says this about Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Pretty soon, when Amit Shah or Yogi or somebody else becomes the prime minister, they will say this about Narendra Modi as well. I don't think anybody will be able to say that about Mamata Banerjee. At best, what people will say about Mamata Banerjee is that yes, she was a fierce uh, political activist, defended her people in every way she could, all the time. She valued loyalty the most. No one will be able to say that she was a great statesman because or stateswoman because she is going down from, I think, the very first day when she came to power, and she did not invite CPIM leaders to the inauguration ceremonies of development projects which were started by CPIM themselves. Those things were unheard of in Bengal, at least in Bengal. I don't know about other states, but these sorts of things from those situations that back then, today's uh, let's say sugar-coated calls for violence by Mamata Banerjee and almost in every speech by Abhishek Banerjee. These are truly problematic things in a democracy. Because let's face it, no democracy is perfect. India far less so. But these facades are important. With the facades, we maintain at least some semblance of an idealism. Without that idealism, we can completely fucking break down into anarchy and a civil war. Okay, she is her party is going down, breaking the even the facades of sanity and political peace. Okay, now the problem with that is that when the Hindutva side truly gains muscle power, and if or when they stop giving a shit about facades, what is going to happen to commies and our homies from the deserts? Even we, the sort of the liberals in the right wing, won't be able to say much because these people are going on being the victims of a complete breakdown of the facade of democracy. Even they are going to tell us that fuck off. There was no facade maintenance of facades in Mamta's time. How are we going to maintain a facade now? Why the fuck should we maintain a facade now? This is, I think, the biggest crime this government has done. Okay. Yeah, optics. Even the optics are not being maintained. Abhay, you remember, you have followed Bengal politics, I'm sure, since your school days. Do you remember? There was a guy called Anil Basu. His political career almost ended because in one speech he said some that prostitute kind of a thing for Mamata Banerjee, used derogatory words. His political career practically got nuked after that. That kind of stuff happens every day now. All the stuff Trinamool people say about Amit Shah, all the stuff people say about BJP, all the stuff people say about CBI, ED, you cross that line, there's going to be no coming back in Bengal, at least. Forget other richer states where people have better things to do than indulge in political violence. Bengalis don't have that. It's not going to happen within 5-10 years. How much investment is going to come? Maybe at the end of the far end of the 4-5 years. After that, the gundas will be busy enough to do other jobs. What's going to happen in the 4 years? Okay, let me read out from my gist. Okay. For those of you all who know pretty much what happened, please hold your breath and indulge me in giving a gist to the people who don't know. Firstly, yesterday, the Enforcement Directorate raided IPAC's Kolkata office and the residence of Pratik Jain, its director. Officially, the ED says this is linked to money laundering connected to coal smuggling investigations. Politically, this matters because IPAC functions as... What the fuck? Okay. Politically, this matters because IPAC functions as the strategic backbone of the TMC's election machinery. This was not a routine raid, it was a direct strike at the political brain of the ruling party. Mamata Banerjee personally reached the raiding site while the operation was ongoing. And this is also not the first time she has done such an unconstitutional thing. What? Okay, some kid's birthday party is going on. Can you all hear that horn bullshit? She once went into a police station and freed some criminals. Then she went and prevented the CBI from arresting an IPS officer. Now, okay, a few months back, ED officers got physically attacked. They bled from here. Their window panes in their cars were damaged. And today and yesterday, she has done this insanity. Mamata Banerjee alleged that the ED was trying to seize confidential political data, strategy documents, and candidate lists According to the ED, electronic devices and documents were removed from the premises, amounting to obstruction, which probably attracts BNS 132, on the basis of which Mamata Banerjee can possibly be arrested. It might be getting towards that. I have a hunch, because today I heard that even the Home Ministry has asked for a report officially. Now, I do need some conspiratorial views on this. Do you all think there can be anything in those files that Mamata Banerjee took away? Because there's a possibility that someone might be not showing off their true intentions here. There are, I think, 3 sides to this game. ED, I think there are 4 sides to this game. ED, Amit Shah, Mamata Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee. We will get to all the possible conspiracy theories, but isn't all the data supposed to be saved digitally? Would there be anything on physical files? But they did take laptops and hard disks as well, so who knows? Okay, according to ED, okay. This is where Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita section 132 enters the discussion: obstruction of a public servant in the discharge of official duty. This crossed the line from protest to institutional confrontation. Mamata Banerjee is a sitting chief minister. Arresting her has enormous constitutional and political implications. That's why probably these are one of the reasons why Mamata Banerjee was not arrested yesterday itself. The ED chose to approach the Calcutta High Court instead of taking coercive action. And this is one of the things I like about BJP, because they still maintain some facades of political statesmanship. Yesterday, if they wanted to play act the Tamil villain or Tamil hero kind of bullshit, ED could have said, no matter how politically insignificant I am as an ED person, you are not supposed to do this, Mamata Banerjee. You are just a chief minister, so I'll not let you enter. No, you are not going to enter. No, you are not going to enter. Oh, you are going to enter. Come, let's take you off in handcuffs. They did not do that heroic bullshit. Instead, they chose the legal route, which I think is very good for the health of democracy. Once the issue is sub judice, any arrest could be seen as judicial overreach. Courts generally insist on due process before arresting high constitutional functionaries. So fair enough. No arrest does not mean innocence. It means the fight has moved to the courtroom. Today, something happened in Calcutta High Court, and then it's going to happen on January 14. Today, the Calcutta High Court heard preliminary arguments regarding ED's claim of obstruction. The ED has sought unhindered continuation of its investigation and judicial protection. The next hearing is scheduled for January 14, which could become a landmark date. Now, what happened today was, firstly, 2 significant things. One, they asked for a CBI investigation into the obstruction of justice. They officially asked, I think, Mamata Banerjee's name to be included in the FIR. ED did this, okay? And today, practically, the matters were not allowed to be heard by the judge. The judge felt frustrated enough to cancel the hearings today because there was a ruckus created in the courtrooms. And of all people, Kolkata Banerjee, the craziest guy in the Indian parliament, said some sane things coming out of the courtroom. He said that, yes, the judge tried her best to hear the situation, but there was just too much chaos. Therefore, she could not. It will be taken up on January 14. He seemed very calm and stuff. So you see, his crazy behavior in the parliament is incentivized, and he probably has orders to do that bullshit. After all, he's a highly educated guy. He's a goddamn lawyer in the Calcutta High Court. How dumb can he be? Today, that Calcutta High Court judge in him, lawyer in him, came out and spoke. That persona side of him. Define what the court may do. Define limits on how elected executives can interact with central agencies, and examine whether the ED acted proportionately or politically. Important, January 14 may redefine the balance between political power and investigative authority. Now, Home Ministry and the BJP escalation. The Union Home Ministry has sought reports on the situation. BJP leaders argued this is no longer just a legal issue, but a breakdown of constitutional governance. BJP MP Soumitra Khan has demanded invocation of Article 355, which allows the centre to ensure states are governed according to the Constitution. Clarification, Article 355 is not President's rule. It is a constitutional warning shot. Abhishek Banerjee. First is silence, then strategy. For nearly a full day after the raids, Abhishek Banerjee remained silent on Facebook and other platforms. Okay, I posted the screenshots yesterday. The entire day, he did not post one single thing on the ED raids issue, not one single post. And even today, last I checked was in the afternoon, I think, and the TMC MPs who were protesting in front of the Home Ministry office in Delhi, They got detained, they got heckled and pulled away by the police. Derek O'Brien and Mohamitra, and maybe some others, I don't know. I saw only those two. Abhishek Banerjee did not say a word on them as well. Give me your conspiracy theories on why that is happening. He did give some speeches. He was in Thakurnagar today, the Motua hub, where he did say some things, some generic protest statements that, oh no, BJP is crossing a line, etc., democracy is falling, etc. That was it. No statements on Facebook where it can be saved and go viral and stuff. This silence was politically significant and widely interpreted. Later, he condemned what he called the quote-unquote weaponization of investigative agencies. Mamata Banerjee is fighting the system on the streets. Abhishek Banerjee is managing the long game, maybe. Now, a day before the Bengal crisis peaked, Abhishek Banerjee was addressing a rally in Itanagar. This is being read as an attempt to project national-level leadership, even as Bengal faces turmoil. Narrative angle is one leader is confronting Delhi, the other is positioning himself beyond Bengal. Now, what happened? Some not significant, but kind of significant things happened in Thakurnagar today. Abhishek Banerjee's scheduled programs at Thakurnagar, the Motua heartland, have major political significance. Union Minister Shantanu Thakur countered this with his own rally, challenging TMC's domination among Motua voters. The Motua community has become a critical battleground ahead of 2026. And interestingly, a few days or months back, Shantanu Thakur of BJP, who is also a Motua leader himself, had warned Abhishek Banerjee to not show off any political strength and muscle power and stuff in Thakurnagar, otherwise they will be held to pay, etc. So today, pretty much all Abhishek did was give some speeches and attend a puja in the Nath Mandir area in Thakurnagar. And after that, Shantanu Thakur went and did a purification ceremony of that area with Gobar. Whoever controls Thakurnagar controls not 24 Parganas politically. Can Mamata Banerjee be arrested under BNS 132? Legal answer, yes, in theory. Political reality, extremely unlikely right now. Why? Clear intent to obstruct must be proven. Judicial approval would be essential. Arresting a sitting CM would escalate the crisis nationally. The law allows it. Politics restrains it. Now, plus the possible constitutional and political fallouts. Clearer limits on chief ministers interfering in investigations, strengthening or questioning the autonomy of central agencies. Bengal becomes a test case for center-state relations. The opposition may unite around the misuse of agencies narrative. TMC will push the Bengal versus Delhi narrative. BJP will frame the issue as law, accountability, and corruption. Internal TMC dynamics, Mamata Banerjee as the resistance symbol, Abhishek as the strategist and future face. This is not just about ED versus TMC. This is about power, federalism, constitutional limits, and a rehearsal for 2026. The real turning point will possibly be January 14. What else happened? Yeah. Now, here is one of the most important things since yesterday. What are the things that Mamata Banerjee accused the BJP of in her today's protest rally, which was attended by all the actors, actresses, MLA MPs, actress MLA MPs of Trinamool as well. Her major claims today: ED acted like a BJP cell, not a law enforcement agency. The raid was aimed at stealing TMC's election strategy, voter data, and candidate list. And she mentioned this explicitly today, that she has not made a mistake, and she has not made any mistake yesterday by doing that, because she was going there as the head of her party, not as the chief minister, interestingly. The center is trying to rig her claim is that the center is trying to rig the 2026 elections using central agencies. BJP is afraid of losing Bengal again, hence panic-driven raids. She accused the ED of entering private premises without transparency with political intent. She claimed the raid was an attack on democracy, federalism, and state autonomy. But she did go and defend one private citizen from a private company. On her personal intervention, she said Mamata defended her presence at the raid site, saying she went there to protect constitutional rights and political privacy, not to obstruct justice. She said a chief minister has a right and duty to question central agencies operating in the state. Now, here is the crazier part. In a way, this is my interpretation of the situation. In a way, she has admitted to the coal scam, in a way. Okay. Because at one point in the speech today, she ended up saying that what coal scam? The coal scam money has gone from Jagannath Chatterjee, a BJP MP, to Shubhendu, or maybe from Shubhendu to Jagannath Chatterjee, and then to Amit Shah himself. Okay. Now, what she's practically then probably saying that, yes, the coal scam happened, but BJP was also involved in this. At best, that's what she's admitting, which is crazy. And she's saying that I maintain political courtesy to a certain extent. I have the pen drives as well. I am not exposing those things. So do not basically screw with me, or else I'll expose that. No, this is so hilarious or insane. Firstly, she's admitting that yes, coal scam happened. BJP was involved. Secondly, she's saying she knows that the BJP is involved. She knows Shubhendu, Jagannath Chatterjee, Amit Shah is, these three are involved, and she's not exposing them. Why? Expose them then. Let's see what is what. We should not care if all these three go to jail for a coal scam. If you know, tell us. Why won't you tell us? Why is it a problem if all of them go to jail? Why are you trying to save them? She alleged that coal scam money did not stop at Bengal level operators. It reached top BJP linked political figures, including Shubhendu, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP leader Jagannath Chatterjee. She claimed that only TMC linked names are being targeted, while those allegedly aligned with BJP are being quote unquote protected. So her core allegation in simple terms is that the money trail is selective, the investigation is political, not neutral. Now, the big question is, if she knows this, why isn't she exposing them? Allegations made at rallies do not automatically translate into prosecutable evidence. Coal scam investigations are being handled by central agencies, not the state. A chief minister cannot directly prosecute central ministers without institutional backing. Important is, naming someone politically is easy, proving it legally requires control over the investigating machinery, which she does not have. Mamata is deliberately keeping the accusations political, not evidentiary. If she formally submits documents, the center controls the agencies, the narrative shifts from victim of misuse to counter accused. Politically, it benefits her to highlight selective targeting, avoid becoming entangled in counter investigations. So she wants to win the narrative war, not the courtroom battle. Okay? At least for now, seemingly. Directly accusing a union home minister with documents would escalate the conflict nationally, invite harsher central retaliation, risk constitutional deadlock. By keeping it rhetorical, she mobilizes supporters, retains moral high ground, and avoids legal boomerang. How will BJP counter this? Expect BJP to say, if she has proof, submit it. Don't shout slogans. These are diversionary tactics. Central agencies follow evidence, not speeches, etc. In Indian politics, evidence travels slower than narratives, and Mamata Banerjee is befitting on narratives. Now, what this means going forward? These accusations ensure the coal scam remains politically explosive, not legally settled. The ED and courts will be under pressure to demonstrate neutrality. Any future arrest or non-arrest will now be seen through the lens of selective justice. Mamata Banerjee is saying the coal scam exists, but the investigation is selective. The question is not who is guilty, but who is untouchable. That's it. That's what has been going on. Now, Retro has joined already. And by the way, we have one viewer from Karnataka who messaged me asking us to discuss something very fascinating. That he asked me in the morning that, wait, these TMC MPs getting dragged on camera and stuff. Won't this backfire again? Because people will think, oh my God, what a sad thing is happening, and won't then Trinamool be seen as the underdog who deserves the sympathy? I told him that that's not the case anymore. So he wants us to discuss why isn't Trinamool the underdog anymore. Okay, so we will get into that, especially if Academic Man joins us. Okay. Let's see if anything else has come here. No important news. Okay, let Retro join and say his piece. I will put on my headphones now. Go ahead, Retro. Hello, Retro.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hi
yeah.
everyone. Hi Dada. Good evening.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Good evening.
see, as far as I see, I don't think anything good happened with this, right? Because IPAC, I don't think they have any kind of like good data beyond their policy advisory data that they do from Novanno. Because once like a party wins, whoever they're consulting, they have like a, how do you say that? They have like a contract with them that you have to like hire a certain amount of people into like policy drafting and all of that, government policy. There
Yeah.
are different companies who do that. So that's one thing. So I think Novanno, IPAC had all of that data that they were keeping over there. And number two is that once they already raided that, I don't know how did the ED let Mamata Banerjee and her police forces inside. I have zero idea about that.
I have a
Like,
conspiracy
even,
theory with it.
like
See,
people I
ED
know,
came.
they were surprised.
ED came here
And this
without
has,
informing the local ED, right?
even
Wait, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello,
reinforce the idea of the setting
hello,
thing within common
hello. Can
mass.
you hear me? Did you mute me? Hello. Oh, you have a big enough delay, I think. Wait,
Dada,
you are
I can't
probably
hear
hearing
you.
me.
Hold on.
No, no, something
Yeah,
is wrong with your.
no. Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So, why ED didn't arrest Mamta? Some reasons I discussed here. Um, how could ED let her enter? There, the theory I think is for that you'll have to think about why didn't ED inform the local ED officers in the first place? Why do you think that was? Why did the central ED directly come here without informing the local ED? Because they suspect the ED of having spies for IPAC or Trinamool, right? For therefore, those spies might have let her enter. Hello, hello. Okay, Retro's mic is
Yes,
gone. Yeah, he's
I
here.
think that is the case, right? Whenever there is
Right.
a any kind of ED or CBI case that's going on in West Bengal, I think the people over here they already know that. I mean the West Bengal forces, right? And they'll usually like come up and then like arrest those officers who are here to do the arrests and stuff. So I think that's the case, but yeah, this also shows the weakness of BJP to the common masses, which I think is really bad in front of in before the elections. This already like reduced the morality of BJP karyakartas as or cadres as people say, right? And when you like call people up to like get information and stuff, even they are not picking up phones and stuff anymore. So that's also an issue. So it's a lost situation at this point. The only thing that can come up, which is like a good thing, is if people realize after seeing the shit show that happened, like what their decisions usually lead to, and then come out and vote for BJP. If that's something people realize, other than that, I don't think anything good came out of this for BJP.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. I disagree with you on this point that nothing good came out of this, or that the BJP cadre won't be charged up about this, because just because she did not get arrested. Because largely, no matter what the BJP cadre say, people who are far removed from politics might say that they might have a frustration. But after all the stuff is going on in Calcutta High Court, broadly people understand that you cannot just arrest a chief minister randomly like that just because she pissed you off or did something illegal one fine morning. Okay, so what this did achieve was that give the BJP cadre themselves the vibe that the game is on and we are coming after them, even though we did not arrest them. There was some significant action on them. It was just an effort to break the setting theory, I think. Retro, you need to refresh
Yeah.
because there's a huge delay. You
So
need to
I
go
think
out of the studio and come
that's one of
back.
the
There's
case,
a
and
5 6
then
second delay.
if you look at it from TMC's.
There's a long delay. Okay. Smiling King is saying ED's rate charged up TMC more than BJP. No, there's a saturation point to how much the TMC cadre can be charged up. Okay. There was no dearth of them getting charged up. It's not like anyone who is pissed off enough with Trinamool and TMC cadre who is pissed off enough with Trinamool to vote for BJP today. They are now going to become Trinamool voters back again just because this raid happened. That's not what's happening. This does nothing extra to benefit Trinamool at all. No. They just got an excuse to do rallies. That's all. Yeah, go ahead, Retro.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, great. Oh, there's still a huge delay. Fuck.
So, so yeah, as I was saying that I think the BJP cadres are more lost, and TMC cadres are like are rejoicing the fact that this happened. They're even more charged up, as Smiley King is saying over there. So the only thing good that can come up is the court case actually amounts up to something, rather than just being dismissed and over throughout the whole month before the elections. And that's pretty much it, as far as all the information that we have for now. And let's say that BJP also has some consulting firms in Kolkata. I don't think they can operate clearly anymore. They have to like go in hiding and stuff after what has happened.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Why do you think the
yeah,
consulting
that's pretty
firms
much it,
doing
right?
the job for BJP
Abhishek
were
Banerjee.
also
Oh,
raided?
today there was like a rally from Hajra to Jadavpur, and I think Mamata Banerjee usually does this. Like she tries to play as an underdog because Kolkata, having like a socialist mindset, always cheers for the underdogs. So I think she plays that really well as a politician. So I think BJP should have been the one doing the rallies, but instead TMC is doing it, which is surprising, at least for me. But yeah, that's pretty much it towards the information that I have. Right. So over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Retro, why do you think the okay, this will be the last question for Retro before we take Bangla Pakho ka something. I can't see the full name. इतना बड़ा नाम दिया है कि visible ही नहीं है. Okay, why do you think the consultancy firms doing the job for BJP, not the official BJP IT cell, but the third party consultancy firm, why were they raided, do you think? What can be the reason? We will wait for the delay, and after that, Retro hope Retro fixes the delay.
Well, okay. So I just think this is like tit for tat, right? So so as soon as this is all I've heard from open source, right? So as soon as like people heard the news about the IPAC offices getting raided, I think within like 2 hours or 2.5 hours, the other consultancy firms' offices were raided, and I don't think that amounted up to anything much because I think the people who were about to like reach the head people of the police forces, they got like paid off pretty much. So
Okay,
I think that's
who
pretty much what
who
happened, and
raided?
nothing really
Wait,
ended
wait.
up happening. But why it happened is it's because tit for tat. So it was revenge.
Who raided that office? ED or West Bengal's government? The BJP leading consultancy firm?
CID raided them.
Oh, not ED.
CID raided them.
So
Yeah,
no
not ED.
central government work. Okay, okay, okay. Now please fix something about your do something about your delay. There's a 5-6 second delay, and come back later if you have any more points to add. Now
No,
we'll
no,
talk
no
to
central
Bangla Pakho ka
government.
Kaal. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Bangla Pakho ka Kaal.
सो नमस्कार दादा। मैं
Namaskar.
कहना चाह रहा था कि ये जो हमारी मुख्यमंत्री को जो नहीं गिरफ्तार किया गया है या नहीं आटक किया गया है, मुझे लगता है ये कहीं न कहीं जो भाजपा है वो झारखंड से सीख रही है कि आप नहीं कर सकते वो। उन्होंने हेमंत सोरेन को भी किया था और झारखंड में उनका पूरा 12 बज गया था उस चक्कर में, और हेमंत सोरेन को बहुत सहानुभूति भी मिली थी लोगों की कि अरे ऐसे कैसे उठा लिया, अपने शक्तियों का या अपने प्रभाव का दुरुपयोग किया है। तो मुझे लगता है संभवतः ममता बनर्जी के साथ भी वो भाजपा वही कर रही है या केंद्र सरकार वही कर रही है। देखा जाए तो राष्ट्रपति शासन तो लगना नहीं है। यदि लगाना होता तो 8 से 6-7 महीने 1 साल पहले लगाना चाहिए था। तब तक उनका सिंपैथी कार्ड भी खत्म हो जाता। लोग देख भी लेते कि यदि केंद्र शासन कर रही है, तो कितने अच्छे से सब कुछ चल रहा है, कानून व्यवस्था अच्छी है, ये वो। तो वो तो किया नहीं, उतना गूदा तो है नहीं हमारे प्रिय भाजपा दल में। तो मुझे और ये जो रेड किया है, मुझे लगता है कि हाँ, मुझे जितना लग रहा है कि दिखाने के लिए किया है, देखो, हम लोग अब कार्रवाई करने के मूड में हैं, हम कार्रवाई करेंगे। पर मुझे ऐसा लगता नहीं है कि दीदी का जितना प्रभाव है बंगाल में, उससे उस पर इसका कुछ उतना प्रभाव पड़ेगा। और जहाँ आप बोल रहे हैं ना फसाड या ऑप्टिक्स भी तोड़ दिया है दीदी ने, वो तो बहुत पहले से ही टूट चुका था। वो तो 2021 के चुनाव के बाद भी टूट चुका था। उन्होंने जब पहले भी जो क्या नाम है यहाँ के कमिश्नर को बचाने के लिए धरना किया था तब भी टूट चुका था। यहाँ पर कोई क्या बोलते हैं, कोई प्रिटेंस भी नहीं है कि ये जो है ये पूरे व्यवस्थित रूप से चलती है। यहाँ पर कोई नियम कानून चलता है। आ, एक समय था जब 1990 या 90 के दशकों में बिहार के लिए एक शब्द का प्रयोग किया जाता था, जो मैं यहाँ नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अब संभवतः बंगाल की भी वही स्थिति बनती जा रही है। और मुझे एसआईआर का कितना प्रभाव पड़ा है मुझे नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं किसी में पढ़ रहा था, भले ही वो हिंदू ही था, अब वो लोग भी अपना दुष्प्रचार कर रहे होंगे तो पता नहीं। वो कह रहे थे कि एसआईआर में जिनका नाम कटा है या जिन पर प्रश्न उठ रहा है वो अधिकांश अबंगाली हिंदू है, जैसे सिंह और ऐसे सारे उपनामों वाले। तो अब उसका क्या सत्य है वो मुझे उतनी जानकारी नहीं है, पर हाँ, जब मैं अपना एसआईआर देख रहा था तो उसमें बहुत सारे नाम तो कटे हैं, नाम बहुत बड़ी संख्या में कटे। पूरा सीरियल नंबर देखकर समझ में आ रहा है, बहुत लोगों के नाम कटे। हाँ
हाँ,
दादा।
तो एसआईआर में जितने भी नाम कटे उसमें लॉस तृणमूल का ही होना है, गेन बीजेपी का ही होना है, क्योंकि फेक वोटर्स का जो वोट पड़ता है वो तो बीजेपी को नहीं जाएगा कभी भी। वो हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, जोरस्ट्रियन हो, वो बीजेपी को नहीं वोट करता है। वो सारे के सारे फेक वोट्स काम लगाए जाते थे बीजेपी के खिलाफ। तो एसआईआर डजंट हेल्प बीजेपी। वो नैरेटिव कंप्लीटली गलत है। आई हैव नाउ रियलाइज्ड इट डजंट डू एनीथिंग अदर देन डैमेज तृणमूल। और सो फार फर्स्ट राउंड में 58 lakhs गायब हुए हैं, जिसमें से सिर्फ टोटल 8 नाम फ्रॉम ऑल पार्टीज हैव बीन अप्लाइड फॉर री इंक्लूजन, 3 फ्रॉम तृणमूल। ओके, 3 जस्ट फ्रॉम तृणमूल फ्रॉम 58 lakhs। तृणमूल बोल पाया कि ये 3 नाम ठीक ही है मगर गलती से गायब हो गया है, कुछ कीजिए इनका। 3 नाम। तो अभी सेकेंड राउंड होना बाकी है, तो कंजर्वेटिव एस्टिमेट से तुम सोचो कि 70-80 लाख टोटल नाम गायब होने वाले हैं। तो ये सारे के सारे तृणमूल के ही वोट्स थे, isn't it?
हाँ, मतलब मेरा इस पर एक और विचार है, वो ये है कि एक तो अ, हिंदुओं में ये भी एक समस्या है कि ये सब को लेकर एक अ, जो आप में गांभीर्य होना चाहिए, गंभीरता होनी चाहिए, सब विषयों को लेकर हिंदुओं में थोड़ा अल्प है, थोड़ा हल्के में लेते हैं। क्योंकि यूपी से भी यही समाचार हुआ आया कि बहुत लोगों के नाम कट गए और बहुत सारे ये लोग जो थे वो रेसिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्स में रहने वाले हिंदू थे यूपी में, क्योंकि उन्होंने उतना ध्यान नहीं दिया और भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने भी यूपी में उतना ध्यान नहीं दिया। तो यूपी से तो ये समाचार आया। बंगाल की क्या स्थिति है उस वो मैं स्पष्ट नहीं बोल सकता, परंतु ये तो हुआ है। ये होने की सब और एक ये तो है कि हिंदू थोड़ा हल्के में लेते हैं इन बातों को, और बांग्लादेशी जो लोग घुसपैठिए लोग हैं उनका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन भी पूरा रहता है, क्योंकि उनके लिए पूरा तंत्र बैठा हुआ है डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कराने के लिए। पर ईडी ने कुछ-कुछ जानकारी पता की है कि जो पिता है वो उसके 6 बच्चे हैं और पिता और पुत्र में 15 वर्ष का अंतर है। कहीं-कहीं तो पुत्र पिता से बड़ा है आयु में। तो ऐसे-ऐसे कुछ-कुछ विशेष बंगाल जन्य घटनाएँ हुई हैं, जो केवल बंगाल में ही हो सकता है। तो तो ऐसी कुछ घटनाओं का इलेक्शन कमीशन ने संज्ञान लिया है। और दूसरा मुझे एक कारण लग रहा है कि इतने नाम कट रहे हैं, और हो सकता है ये बांग्लादेशियों के नाम ना हो। उसका एक कारण हो सकता है कि बहुत सारे बंगाली लोग प्रवास करने भी गए हैं, जैसे राज्य से निकलकर दूसरे राज्य में चले गए,
एग्जैक्टली। और
तो उनके भी
सब
नाम कटे
नाम
होंगे।
तृणमूल यूज करता था अपने आप को वोट देने के लिए। यस, वो सब वोट्स यूपी में बीजेपी को पड़ते थे और बंगाल में तृणमूल को पड़ते थे। वो सब अब गायब है।
हाँ, तो तृणमूल को क्षति हो रही है, पर देखते हैं इसका प्रभाव कितना पड़ता है।
हाँ
90-100 सीट भाजपा की आती है या नहीं, मैं नहीं कह सकता ठीक से,
हाँ
क्योंकि
हाँ
देखिए जो 21 के बाद हुआ ना उसका प्रभाव बहुत गहरा है। जब आप लड़ने के लिए तैयार है, सड़क पर उतर कर अपनी जान को जोखिम में डालकर, और जब सच में बारी आती है तो आपका साथ देने के लिए कोई ना आए, उल्टा आप ही को गाली दे कि बंगाली लोग वैसे हैं, बंगाली लोग वैसे हैं। मैंने तो देखा है ना कि बीजेपी इकोसिस्टम ने क्या किया था, पूरा गैसलाइटिंग किया था बंगालियों। तो वो तो उसके बाद
जबकि भोसरी के
उसके
बार बार
बाद वो
डेटा दिखा
विश्वास
रहा है
जीत।
कि सिर्फ 20% ऑफ हिंदू तृणमूल को वोट देते हैं। नेशनल एवरेज जो है हिंदू कंसोलिडेशन का बीजेपी के पक्ष में, उससे बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हिंदू कंसोलिडेशन वेस्ट बंगाल में है। और चूतिया राइट विंगर्स बंगाली हिंदुओं को गाली दे रहे हैं कि आप लोग तो ममता को वोट देते हैं। भोसरी के 20% सिर्फ वोट देता है तृणमूल को। डेटा वेटा नहीं देखते ही नहीं है। और फिर उतना डिगिंग के बाद,
अरे
उतना वायलेंस के बाद।
हाँ, अब देखिए गुजरात के बाद यदि सबसे अच्छा हिंदू कंसोलिडेशन कहीं हुआ था वो बंगाल में हुआ था। कोई ये बात विश्वास नहीं करेगा कि गुजरात के बाद बंगाल में हुआ था हिंदू कंसोलिडेशन। पर आप वो लास्ट माइल वाला काम नहीं करते, थोड़ा साहस नहीं दिखाते, लोगों में धाड़स नहीं बनवाएंगे, तो यू विल नॉट क्रॉस दैट लाइन। क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो माइनॉरिटी का पॉपुलेशन है वो गुजरात से ज्यादा है एज अ परसेंटेज। तो आपको तो ज्यादा
हाँ,
करना
बहुत
पड़ेगा।
ज्यादा है। हाँ।
तो ये भी एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है बीजेपी।
हाँ।
बीजेपी की राजनीति वही है कि हम अच्छा-अच्छा खेलेंगे, हम बढ़िया-बढ़िया करेंगे, हम सबको
हम्म।
दिखाएँगे हम कितने सभ्य हैं, सुलझे हुए लोग हैं, जो कि
हाँ।
बंगाल में नहीं चलता है।
हाँ,
बंगाल में
और फिर
आपको
फोन बंद
उतर
करेंगे।
कर उतर कर लड़ना पड़ता है। तो
हाँ,
वही बात है
मैंने तो एक
भाजपा।
बीजेपी वाले, मतलब दादा से एक बढ़िया क्रिटिसिज्म सुना है शुभेंदु के बारे में, जो कि एटलीस्ट पोस्टपोल वायलेंस के दिन फोन ऑन रखा था एटलीस्ट। दिलीप घोष, विजय वर्गीय वगैरह तो फोन ऑफ करके बैठे थे। तो शुभेंदु के खिलाफ ये मैंने क्रिटिसिज्म सुना है कि शुभेंदु क्यों जाके ये सब, वो उसको जो कहीं पे भी रैली करने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, उसके लिए काहे वो कोर्ट के चक्कर काट रहा है। 104 या 102 बार उसने कोर्ट गया है और फिर कोर्ट ने बोला है कि हाँ आप रैली कर सकते हैं। ऐसा क्यों? आप वैसे ही चले जाइए लोग लेके, फोर्सफुली रैली कीजिए। तो आ, एक एक इंटरनल डीएनए है बीजेपी में ऐसा, जो कि शुभेंदु के लिए क्रिटिसिज्म कर रहा है, मगर जो कि सबसे लड़ाकू नेता है वो भी इतना तक ही सीमित है कि नहीं, कोर्ट अलाउ करेगा फिर हम जाएंगे, उसके ज्यादा नहीं कुछ करेंगे। वो बीजेपी का पॉलिटिकल डीएनए है नहीं। मगर चलो, बंगाल में क्या करना चाहिए वो शुभेंदु को हमसे ज्यादा पता है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। तो बट इंटेंशंस में कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी हमेशा ही हो सकता है। बट दैट इज इट, कि जो आदमी ने फोन उठाया वो भी इतना इतना इतने लिमिट तक ही सेफ खेलता है एटलीस्ट।
देखिए, पहली बात तो अग यदि आप भाजपा से जुड़े हुए हैं तो आपका डिसएडवांटेज हमेशा रहेगा। क्योंकि एक तो है कि शुभेंदु का साथ देने वाला कोई नहीं है। केंद्र भाजपा भी साथ नहीं देगी शुभेंदु का यदि वो कुछ ऐसा करते हैं जैसा कि कुछ लोग उनकी आलोचना कर रहे थे। अ, और यदि
वही बात
ऐसा
है।
ही है तो फिर जाकर दिलीप घोष की आलोचना करो, वो क्या कर रहा था? वो
हाँ।
कौन सा सड़क पर उतर कर लड़ रहा था? तो
हाँ।
ये सब बोलने से तो जो संघ से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उनको तो बहुत दुख हो जाता है ना। पर क्या कर
हाँ।
सकते हैं, बोलना पड़ता है। तो
हाँ।
और दूसरा है कि राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी जो इकोसिस्टम है, उसकी स्क्रूटिनी या उसकी निगरानी भाजपा पर अधिक होती है, अन्य दलों की तुलना में। यदि कोई सेक्युलर
यस।
दल है तो उनको अनदेखा किया जाता है, उनके जो
यस।
भी
यस।
दुर्व्यवहार है, दोष है।
हाँ।
पर भाजपा होगी तो उसको थोड़ा-सा भी कुछ को अनदेखा नहीं किया जाता, उसको बड़ा विषय बनाया
या
जाता है। तो भाजपा
या
इसीलिए भी थोड़ा फूँक-फूँक कर कदम रखती है। और इनको
यस।
इकोसिस्टम में या सिस्टम में तो चेंज करना नहीं है, इतने स्टेटस क्वोइस्ट है ये। और
यस।
मैं तो इस विषय में बोल-बोल कर, चिल्ला-चिल्ला कर थक चुका हूँ। इतना स्टेटस
हाँ।
क्वोइस्ट आपको नहीं होना चाहिए।
हाँ।
पर खैर उनकी तो यही स्थिति है।
हाँ।
और आप कह रहे थे एक बात कि ये योगी का टाँग खींचने के लिए बंगाल जीतने की सोच सकते हैं। पर
ये मेरा
आप
कॉन्स्पिरेसी
ये
थ्योरी है।
बात में
हाँ।
ये बात सच है कि समय-समय पर योगी जी की टाँग खींची जाती है। और अ, ये है
हाँ।
भाजपा में कि जो एक सेंट्रल लीडरशिप है ना, जो क्रीम है, उसके परे यदि किसी की छवि बन गई है क्षेत्रीय राजनीति में, वो बहुत असहज करती है भाजपा नेतृत्व को। तो योगी जी की अपनी छवि है, यूपी में, वो निर्भर नहीं है उतना किसी पर। योगी की अपनी पहचान, तो उससे उस बात से असहजता स्पष्ट दिखती है। अब हेमंता इज नॉट अ बिग थ्रेट टू द करंट
हाँ
सेंट्रल लीडरशिप, क्योंकि हेमंता इज इन असम, विच इज नॉट अ
हाँ, क्योंकि वो
प्रॉपर
हिंदी स्पीकिंग
हिंदी
नहीं है।
बेल्ट।
राइट।
हाँ, तो हिंदी बेल्ट नहीं है, तो उसका
हाँ
एक है हेमंता का, तो
हाँ
इसीलिए हेमंता कैन बी इग्नोर्ड, और वो जो करे करे। तो
हाँ
क्योंकि उनका हिंदी भाषियों में या हिंदी न्यूज सर्कल में उतना प्रभाव नहीं है, और हिंदी न्यूज सर्कल में जिसका प्रभाव होता है उसका देश पर प्रभाव पड़ना है।
राइट।
मुझे
हाँ
whether we like it or not, many people will not
हम्म,
will say that हिंदी imposition हो रहा है, पर ऐसा ही है अपना देश में। तो
यस।
वही बात है, वो तो दिख रहा है। और
हाँ
बीजेपी में भी एक सेक्युलर बनने की लहर है, ये मुझे दिख रहा है,
हाँ
स्पेशली उनके जो
हाँ
मेन स्ट्रीम लीडरशिप है। वो लोग भी
हाँ
थोड़ा सा अ, जो फायर ब्रांड हिंदुत्व लीडर्स है वो उसको थोड़ा साइडलाइन करते हैं, ये तो स्पष्ट
हाँ
दिखता है।
हाँ।
स्पष्ट
अभी
दिखता है।
मेरा कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी ये है कि योगी के साथ प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि वो बाहर वाला होके क्यों इतना जल्दी पॉपुलर बन गया। वहां पे क्लियर प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जो आदमी अ, कितना ऑलमोस्ट 15 साल सेकेंड मोस्ट पावरफुल आदमी बन के बैठा रहा गुजरात में, जो अब 12 साल सेकेंड मोस्ट पावरफुल आदमी इन द कंट्री बन के बैठा रहा, अब उसको पीएन बनना है जब, तब तभी के तभी 12-15 साल सीएम बना हुआ आदमी को भी बनना है। और जबकि उसको थोड़ा धैर्य दिखाना चाहिए था। अब दोनों को ही 29 में अगर पीएम बनना है, और उसके वजह से अगर यूपी से 80 सीटों में से 35 या 36 सीट दिए गए हैं बीजेपी को अपने अपने कारनामे के वजह से, तब तो उनके ऊपर भी ब्रह्मास्त्र आने वाले ही हैं। वो एसआईआर हो, हर रोज एक सीवेज ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, रेप, ये सब के न्यूज बाहर आने हो, तो अ, और बंगाल में भी पूरा का पूरा दम लगाया जाए, वो सभी होगा उनके खिलाफ। तो 27 में तो हारना ही है। फिर आप अगर वेट करते तो सब समय पे मिल जाता। आपको अभी अभी चाहिए, जबकि एक और आदमी सीमिंगली मोर डिजर्विंग, बायोडेटा अच्छा बना के रखा है, पूरा का पूरा माओविज्म का टेस्ट, फिजिकल प्रेजेंस गायब कर दिया है। और अगर बंगाल का वो त्राता बन जाता है, तो बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा, असम से वो वोट लेता है, तो आपका क्या जरूरत है? आप तो 35-36 लाके बहुत बड़े दिग्गज समझ रहे थे अपने आप को, तो अब भुगतिए।
अ, देखा जाए तो देखिए, आप जिनकी बात कर रहे हैं ना, उनकी लोकप्रियता है
हम्म,
जनता में, क्योंकि जनता में
बिल्कुल है। बिल्कुल है।
उन्हीं को लेकर था कि मोदी के बाद योगी आएंगे। यदि स्पष्ट नाम
यस।
लेकर ही बोलिए ना, क्या
यस। यस।
कि कोई अमित शाह को तो देख नहीं रहा था, ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग।
यस।
तो
हम्म।
वो भी है। अब योगी आदित्यनाथ की क्या भावना है, या उनके मन में क्या अभिलाषा या महत्वाकांक्षा है, मैं नहीं जानता, पर जनता के मन में था कि मोदी के बाद योगी आएंगे, योगी ही उचित है आने, इस प्रकार से
हम्म।
स्पष्ट हिंदुत्व वाले नेता। पर अब यदि
हम्म।
अमित शाह के मन में है कि नहीं, मुझे अधिकार मिले, तो ठीक है,
हम्म।
मुझे लगता है योगी जी थोड़ी प्रतीक्षा कर सकते हैं, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है,
हाँ
उनके पास अभी समय है,
हाँ।
वो अभी भी
हम्म।
युवा है, यदि उस दृष्टि
हाँ।
से राजनीति के दृष्टि से देखें।
हम्म।
पर मेरी भी इच्छा तो थी कि योगी जी आए मोदी जी के बाद, पर ठीक है, कोई बात, ऐसी कोई
हाँ
बात नहीं है। अब मोदी जी
हाँ।
भी 29 में जाएंगे या नहीं, ये नहीं पता है, क्योंकि 29 में
हम्म।
भी अभी तक तो जो सी हमें जानकारी मिली है, वो यही है कि मोदी जी रहेंगे। तो
हम्म।
मुझे लगता है वो जो जवाहरलाल नेहरू का 16 साल का कार्यकाल था प्रधानमंत्री के रूप
हाँ
में, उनका जो रिकॉर्ड है, मोदी जी
हाँ
उसको तोड़ने के बाद ही जाएंगे, यदि अपनी इच्छा से जाना चाहेंगे।
हाँ
मुझे नहीं लगता उससे पहले वो जाएंगे। मोदी जी को ये माइलस्टोन्स का
हाँ
थोड़ा है, वो थोड़ा उनमें दिखता है चीज।
हाँ
तो
हाँ
मुझे लगता है कि 29 में भी मोदी जी रहेंगे। और
हाँ।
अ, देखिए, मुझे लगता है ये बहुत बड़ा रिस्क है। यदि यूपी में बीजेपी कुछ ऊपर नीचे करना चाहती है, तो 2024 में ही उन्होंने देख लिया था कि यूपी में उन्होंने प्रयास किया था कि 70 या 80 से हम लोग 50 तक ले आए, 50-55 तक आए, 35-36,
हाँ
तो सीधा बहुमत
हाँ
से ही नीचे आ गए। तो
हाँ
अभी यदि यूपी में कुछ उल्टा सीधा करने जाते हैं, और मान लीजिए
हाँ
27 में 200 या 210 तक लाना चाहेंगे योगी आदित्यनाथ को, जिससे वो उन पर दबाव बना सके। और उस चक्कर में
हाँ
यदि चुनाव ही हार गए यूपी में, तो
हाँ
29 में फिर उनका सत्ता में आना बहुत बड़ा एक यक्ष प्रश्न बन सकता है।
हाँ।
ये तो मुझे लगता
मेरा
है, क्योंकि फिर पूरा टाइड घूम जाएगा, पूरा पूरा वो हवा घूम जाएगी,
हाँ
क्योंकि यूपी
मेरा
नैरेटिव्स डिसाइड करता है।
वो
बात यह है कि
डिसाइड
यूपी
करने का वो डिसाइड
यूपी
करने
क्या
के
है
लिए
ना,
उनको
यूपी
70-80 सीट, 50-60 सीट देना चाहिए। उन्होंने जब कर दिया वो 36, तब उनका नैरेटिव बनाने का क्षमता ही चला गया। अब 27 में अगर हार गए तब तो हो ही गया, तो 240 से भी कम सीट लेके भी पावर में आ जा सकता है, आया जा सकता है। और उसके लिए बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा, असम तो है ही। और यूपी में ऐसा तो नहीं है कि 0 सीट्स हो जाएगा, कुछ तो होगा ही। 27 में अगर
नहीं
मिले
नहीं,
भी
कुछ
तब
तो
भी
रहेगा
29
ही।
में उन 2 सालों में। हाँ
नहीं, कुछ तो रहेगा ही, आपकी बात सच है।
हाँ
एकदम शून्य तो नहीं होगा, योगी आदित्यनाथ जी कुछ ना कुछ तो करेंगे, अपने क्षेत्र में तो करेंगे।
हाँ
आ, पर बात यह है, मैं जब बोल रहा हूँ यूपी नैरेटिव डिसाइड करता है, बात यह है कि यूपी में कैसे परिणाम आते हैं, वो जो राष्ट्रीय स्तर का चुनाव है, लोकसभा का चुनाव है, उसके परिणाम कुछ बहुत हद तक निर्धारित करते हैं कि आप बहुमत में आएंगे, या आप क्या बोल सकते हैं, गठबंधन की सरकार में आएंगे, या
हाँ
आपका जो गठबंधन है वही बहुमत से नीचे चले जाएगा। यूपी
हाँ
पर ये बातें बहुत निर्भर करती है, क्योंकि यूपी में आप
हाँ
उतार चढ़ाव होने से पूरे देश भर में वो क्या बोल सकते हैं, एक वातावरण फैलने लगता है कि अरे यूपी हार गए और ये लोग चुनाव जीतेंगे या नहीं, तो वो एक मनोबल गिरने लगता है यूपी में जब
हाँ
ऊपर उतार चढ़ाव होता है। क्योंकि अब देखिए, दूसरी राज्यों की तुलना में यदि यूपी के बाद यदि हम दूसरा सबसे बड़ा राज्य ले, तो 80 से सीधा 48 महाराष्ट्र है।
हाँ।
तो वो लगभग आधा
हम्म
हो जाता है। अब देखिए, वो
हम्म
आधा हो जाता है लगभग। तो यूपी
हम्म
मतलब गढ़ है आपके राष्ट्रीय
हाँ
राजनीति का, आप
हाँ
उसको इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते।
हाँ। अभी इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते, इसलिए ही उसका रिप्लेसमेंट ढूंढा जाएगा बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा में। उड़ीसा में तो लास्ट बार ही 20 आ गए। उड़ीसा भी तो मैं सुन रहा था कि काफी वीक चल रहा है अभी। देखते हैं। मगर उड़ीसा से 29 में अगर 10-15 आ गए, बंगाल में अगर जीत गए 26 में, तो फिर 25-30 तो आना ही है बंगाल से। एक और पॉसिबिलिटी है कि अभी भी अभिषेक तो अरेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है, मुझे नहीं लगता अभिषेक जिंदगी में अरेस्ट होगा भी। तो ये भी एक सेटलमेंट हो सकता है कि अभी 26 में अभिषेक सीएम बन जाए, बुद्धदेव भट्टाचार्य का इक्विवेलेंट बन के हाँ, जब पार्टी का लौड़े लगने का समय आ गया, फाइनली फ्रेश फेस, रिलेटिवली एक नया फेस, जो कि इक्वली करप्टेड है एटलीस्ट इंप्रेशन के नजरिए से, मगर चलो थोड़ा यंग ब्लड वगैरह वो सब बोल के अगर पावर में आ जाए, तो वो सीएम बने, और 29 में या फिर 34 में जब अमित शाह को बनना है वो बन जाए। वो भी पॉसिबिलिटी है कि अल्टीमेटली अगर तृणमूल जीते भी तो तब अभिषेक का टाइम आ जाएगा शायद।
मुझे तो लगता है कि अभी जो है उससे अच्छा कोई भी ऑप्शन है, यदि आप मुझसे पूछे। अ,
हम्म।
अ, क्योंकि देखिए, बुद्धदेव भट्टाचार्य यदि हम वामपंथियों में देखें तो सबसे अच्छे नेता थे। यदि हम अपने दृष्टिकोण से देखें, उनमें इच्छा थी कि बंगाल में थोड़ा इंडस्ट्री लाए। तो
हम्म
अभिषेक में भी वो बात तो दिखती है कि वो भी चाहते हैं कि बंगाल थोड़ा आगे बढ़े, कुछ करे।
हाँ
अ,
हाँ
तो यदि वो आए तो संभवतः अच्छा होगा। पर हाँ, वो जो प्रॉब्लम्स बोल रहे हैं ना कि डेमोग्राफिक चेंज और वो सब, उसमें मुझे
हाँ।
नहीं लगता कुछ होगा जब तक
नहीं,
कि
वो और भी बढ़ेगा।
सत्ता परिवर्तन ना हो।
हाँ,
तो
वो और भी
और
बढ़ेगा।
दूसरी बात क्या है ना कि देखिए, बीजेपी का बंगाल के साथ क्या समस्या है ना कि ये मान लीजिए लोकसभा में बीजेपी बंगाल जीत भी लेती है, मतलब बीजेपी बहुमत आती है बंगाल में, ठीक है।
हम्म
पर वो टीएमसी वाली चरम स्थिति पर नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे, जैसे 40 सीट या 35 सीट कभी नहीं ला पाएंगे बंगाल में, क्योंकि वो
हम्म
परिवर्तन हो चुका है बंगाल। लाएंगे भी
हम्म
तो अधिकाधिक 30, उससे ज्यादा
हम्म
नहीं। बहुमत आ
हम्म
जाएगी, पर वो
हम्म
प्रचंड बहुमत कभी नहीं मिलेगी, पूरा 100% या 90% सीटें ले आना, वो बंगाल में भाजपा के लिए संभव नहीं, क्योंकि अब जनसंख्या परिवर्तन हो चुका है बंगाल। तो वो भी है कि बंगाल पर पूरी तरह तो निर्भर नहीं हो सकते। यदि आप ईस्ट की भी बात कर रहे हैं, तो बिहार तो पूरा लूट लिया बीजेपी ने, असम भी 2024 की बात करो, बिहार, असम, ओडिशा ने तो बचा लिया एक प्रकार से। उसमें यदि 21 में से 20 नहीं जीतते तो क्या करती पता नहीं। तो लगभग तो पूरा पूर्वी भारत ले ही लिया है। बंगाल में भी उन्होंने कितना जीता था, 12, ठीक है, 12 जीता था, और मान लीजिए अगर यदि 18 और जीत लेगी तो भी बहुमत अकेले में तो नहीं ला पाएगी, यदि यूपी में
नहीं
36 से अच्छा प्रदर्शन नहीं किया।
हाँ, वो नहीं होगा। मुझे लग रहा है कि बिना सिंगल मेजोरिटी के ही गवर्नमेंट चलने वाली है 2029 में। Okay, now I'll take some comments by Winnie the Pooh. Firstly, he's saying he has a US degree and he is talking like the classic Jadavpur commie who's saying that aage chance pe dekha. He's saying that we are not as educated as him, therefore we should not comment maybe. But the point is he's going on defending Trinamool. So why don't you have a degree from Calcutta University to flaunt? Why did you need a US degree when you are going on saying that oh, this much of land was given to Adani for 1 per acre, 1 rupees 1 per acre land for Adani, कटोरा for you. US कैसे बना? यूएसए का डिग्री तुमको क्यों चाहिए था?
नहीं, मतलब
यूएसए का यूनिवर्सिटी तुमको वैल्यूएबल कैसे लगा? यूएसए का यूनिवर्सिटी पावरफुल कैसे बना? यूएसए में इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को वैसे ही लैंड दिया गया कि नहीं? वैसे भी तुम जितने भी यहाँ पे सीमिंगली करप्शन के एक्यूजेशंस डालो, पता नहीं ये करप्शन है भी कि नहीं, क्योंकि अगर इंडस्ट्री के लिए इंसेंटिवाइज करना है तो इंसेंटिवाइज करना है, मगर पॉइंट इज के जितना भी करप्शन वहां पे तुम दिखाओ, पॉइंट इज के वो सब स्टेट्स बढ़िया चल रहे हैं, वेस्ट बंगाल बढ़िया नहीं चल रहा है, कि जहां पे कि अदानी को ₹1 पर एकड़ लैंड नहीं दिया जा रहा है। तो ₹1 पर एकड़ लैंड नहीं देके क्या उखाड़ लिया वेस्ट बंगाल में विनी द पू? तुमको तो यूएस जाना पड़ा ना डिग्री लेने के लिए, तुम तो कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी पे नहीं लौड़े लगा के बैठे थे। तो अल्टीमेटली रिजल्ट्स के पीओवी से देखो, ठीक है?
अरे आपने एक पिक्चर शेयर किया था ना, फेसबुक का कोई पोस्ट कर रहा था कोई भद्र लोग, तो आपने बोला उसमें था कि पढ़ाई लिखाई उसने अहमदाबाद से की है, वो गोवा में रह रहा है, और गोवा से बड़ा प्रेम है, प्रगाढ़ प्रेम है उसके मन में, पर गोवा को ही गाली दे रहा है और बोल रहा है बंगाल महान है। तो
बीजेपी को गाली,
मतलब बंगाल की महानता है सांस्कृतिक रूप से, यदि आप ऐतिहासिक रूप से देखें तो हमें भी गर्व है बंगाल पर इसका अर्थ ये नहीं है कि अभी जो बंगाल की स्थिति हो रखी है उस पर हम नहीं सोचे या विचार ना करें। अपने गरिमा पर या अपना जो एक गर्व है बंगालियों ने पर, वो धर्मांधता की ओर नहीं जानी चाहिए कि नहीं भाई बंगाल में तो कुछ गड़बड़ी नहीं है। ये ठीक बात नहीं। बिहार के लोग खुद ही बिहार को बोलते कि अच्छा काम नहीं कर रहे बिहार।
वो धर्मांधता के तरह अगर गर्व हो भी तो उसका तो रिजल्ट अपने जिंदगी में होना चाहिए। धर्मांधता है बंगाली होने के गर्व पर, फिर नौकरी, घूमना, काम करना, पढ़ाई करना यूएस में, ये कैसा धर्मांधता में भी घोटाला है बंगालियों का।
और मुझे इनकी यूएस की कौन सी डिग्री है जानना है, कि ऐसी कौन सी डिग्री है कि इनको आरजी कार नहीं दिखता है। इनको जो ओडिया लड़की के साथ हुआ आपके खड़गपुर में संभवतः हुआ था या दुर्गापुर में हुआ मेडिकल कॉलेज में, वो नहीं दिखता है। उसके बाद जो हमारी जो माँ महिमा है,
तो ये है कि यूपी में भी हो रहा है, इसलिए बंगाल में होगा तो ऐसा क्या है?
नहीं ठीक है, यूपी में हो रहा है, पर यूपी के मुख्यमंत्री उस प्रकार के बयान नहीं दे रहे ना जो यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री दे रहे हैं कि रात को क्यों निकले आप, रात को नहीं निकलना चाहिए भाई। हम लोग, मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है ना कि बहुत लोगों को सुनकर ये थोड़ा सा अटपटा लगेगा या नारी विरोधी लगेगा। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो नारी नेत्री है ना, वो जब सत्ता में आती है ना, वो अधिक नारी विरोधी समाज का निर्माण करके जाती है, या नारियों के लिए अधिक असुरक्षित समाज का निर्माण करके जाती है। ऐसा लग रहा है।
नारी के बारे में नहीं, वो that's not because naris are anti nari, that's because naris
no
come into power, they realize
naris can get away with
not my point.
अरे,
That was not my point, Anand. I'm
Sorry,
not saying women are anti-women. I'm saying they run the system in such a way that the system starts acting in such a way that the society becomes more unsafe for women.
No, I'll tell you why this happens. It's a very interesting.
No. We are
So
not going to get into that. That's not relevant to Bengal today. We are not going to discuss general sociology today.
Okay, sorry.
Anand, wait, we will take your opinions on other things. First, just let me remind you all of one also small gist and write-up I did comparing the 355 and 356 and how it's relevant to Bengal today, okay? So, what is Article 355? It places a duty on the union or the center to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance and ensure that the constitutional machinery in the state functions properly. Article 355 is a duty clause, okay? Not a punishment clause. Okay, it's the center's duty to prevent the shit show happening in the state. It does not suspend the state government, the assembly, or impose president's rule. What Article 356 does is president's rule, dismissal or suspension of elected state government, direct rule by the center. 356 is drastic and exceptional. Can 355 be used independently of 356? Yes. In practice, Article 355 has been used many times without 356, including, let's say, the center can, under 355, deploy central forces without dismissing the state government, issue binding advisories to the state, monitor law and order directly, intervene administratively during riots, insurgency, breakdown of policing, take control of specific functions. All this can happen while the elected government remains intact. Now, why 355 is often a pressure tool? Wait. Politically, Article 355 is often used as a warning shot, a constitutional justification for center's intervention, a way to show constitutional concern without triggering backlash that comes with 356, especially in states like West Bengal, where 356 would cause massive political, legal, and street level escalation. Supreme Court scrutiny would be intense. Now, Article 355 can be applied to West Bengal without Article 356. It allows central intervention without dismissing the state government. It is constitutionally safer, politically subtler, and legally sustainable. 356 is not automatic, and courts treat it as a nuclear option. Now listen to this. Why 355 and not 356 can be applicable for Bengal? Post-poll violence of 2021, central forces were deployed extensively. Reports were sought by the center. No precedence rule. This was a classic 355 style intervention already. Same happened to Jammu and Kashmir pre-2018, Assam Northeast area, Punjab post-1985 accord. Then, does West Bengal legally cross the Article 356 threshold right now? The Supreme Court test, SR Bommai case for Article 356, the center must prove complete breakdown of constitutional machinery, not just law and order problems. This is the problem. That the state government is unable or unwilling to govern, ye proof hona chahiye, and that 355 level remedies have failed. वो दिखाना है तुमको. Therefore, Article 355 बंगाल में इसलिए applicable है क्योंकि recurrent political violence है, allegations of partisan policing है, post poll and by-election violence patterns है, center can show constitutional concern. 356 इसलिए applicable नहीं होगा क्योंकि assembly is functioning, budget is passing, courts are open and active, bureaucracy is operational, no matter how hilariously. No formal refusal by the state to comply with constitutional directives, okay? So law and order failure alone is not sufficient for Article 356, and the courts are clear on this. So realistically, 355 is legally sustainable. 356 is very vulnerable to being struck down by Supreme Court right now. And any 356 proclamation in Bengal today would be immediately challenged, face hostile judicial scrutiny, and would likely be stayed or reversed unless something dramatically escalates. That's it. Yeah, go ahead, Abhay or Anand. Who wants to go ahead?
I want to add something. इस विषय को लेकर ना संजय दीक्षित 2 साल से बोल रहे हैं कि आप 356 नहीं लगा सकते, आप 356 नहीं लगा सकते, कम से कम 355 धारा का तो प्रयोग कीजिए.
यस,
वो तो बोल बोल के थक गए कि आप डस नहीं सकते, काट नहीं सकते, तो फुफकारो तो सही. बहुत बार फुफकारने से काम बन जाता है. तो पता नहीं कि 355 का भी इन्होंने 2-4 वर्षों से प्रयोग क्यों नहीं किया. करना चाहिए. 355 का तो करते हैं. उन्होंने बताया था कि पहले 355 होता है, फिर 365 होता है, फिर 356 लगता है, क्योंकि 355 में आप निर्देश देते हैं, फिर 365 के अंतर्गत वो निर्देशों का उल्लंघन होने से आप फिर 256 इन्वोक कर सकते हैं. ऐसा कुछ था 356.
अच्छा.
तो
अच्छा,
उन्होंने पूरा बहुत सारे वीडियोस किए इस पर, किसी को समझना
Yes,
तो
yes.
समझ सकते हैं। उन्होंने बोला कि
Yes.
356 भी लगा सकते हैं उसके अधीन। उन्होंने बोम्मई जजमेंट के बारे में बहुत बार समझाया है। उन्होंने बोला कि बोम्मई जजमेंट में यदि 3 या 1 सरकार को गिराने से निरस्त किया था, तो 3 सरकारों को गिराने को उचित भी ठहराया था। तो
हाँ,
ऐसा ही कुछ था उनका बोम्मई जजमेंट में।
हाँ.
तो मुझे अच्छे से ध्यान में नहीं आ रहा कि वो क्या बोल रहे थे, क्या उन्होंने
I'll
कहा
tell
था
you all.
संजय दीक्षित ने।
Abhay, thanks
पर
for
हाँ,
reminding this. I just asked ChatGPT whether 365 can be applicable for Bengal or not. Article 365 states, if a state fails to comply with or give effect to directions given by the union under the constitution, the president may hold that the institution has arisen in which the situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the constitution. Therefore, if a state defies constitutional directions of the center, that non-compliance itself can be treated as a constitutional breakdown. Now, how 365 sits between 355 and 356, which you were talking about, quoting Sanjay Dikshit. Think of escalation ladder like this. Article 355 is applied, then 365, then 356. 365 is a bridge clause that converts defiance into breakdown. Okay. So Sanjay Dikshit is a law graduate himself, was absolutely correct when he said this. So for Article 365 to hold, the center must show a clear constitutional direction was issued, not media statements. That the state failed or refused to comply, that the failure is substantial, not technical. ओके यही है सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट कि राइट विंगर्स अगर फिर से बोलने लगे नहीं मुझे वाइब आ रहा है कि बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, उससे नहीं होगा, टेक्निकल से नहीं होगा, सब्सटैंशियल होना पड़ेगा. करंट बंगाल रियलिटी, व्हाट कुड सपोर्ट अ फ्यूचर 365 केस? If center issues written directions on law and order, protection of central agencies, deployment or cooperation with the CAPF, and the state delays or selectively complies or publicly rejects the directive, public political defiance plus administrative non-compliance is equal to dangerous territory. Now, ChatGPT is saying what prevents 365 from being invoked today? No publicly documented, unambiguous refusal of a constitutional directive by the state government. Most center-state disputes are political rhetoric, not formal defiance. State usually maintains technical compliance even if grudging. Supreme Court has said mere disagreement is not equal to failure to comply, except the post-poll violence, which may not be done this time. Why 365 is more dangerous than 356 politically and legally? This is important. This is counterintuitive but true. 356 can be challenged on law and order versus breakdown grounds. 365, once proven, creates a presumption of breakdown. In court, the center can argue, we gave directions, the state refused, the constitution itself deems this breakdown. That makes judicial review narrower. Why the center is cautious with Article 365 in Bengal? Because it requires paper trail discipline. Any sloppy direction and the case will collapse in Supreme Court. जिसके लिए हमारे पुलिस तो विख्यात हैं. Bengal's government is legally savvy and avoids written defiance. Street politics is not equal to constitutional non-compliance. So far, the same center seems to be applying 355 pressure, keeping 365 as a reserve weapon, avoiding premature 356. Okay, that's it. Final verdict, Article 355 is already usable. 365 potentially applicable, but only with documented defiance. जो कि कल का चीज थोड़ा बहुत है documented defiance. Article 356 depends on 365 plus failure of 355 measures. Okay, that's it. Now go ahead, Abhay or Anand, who wants to discuss?
So first, I want if you are not move on from the topic about this what US degree. Someone who actually studied in the US myself. I'm telling you, most people who study there are not very accomplished.
Arey, fuck Winnie the Pooh. No, we prefer Bengal today. If you don't have anything to say on Bengal, then we can discuss Winnie the Pooh.
Arey, you guys got to troll him, right? So let me mujhe bhi troll karne do, bhai.
Okay.
So my point is, it's very simple, okay? It's like any other university. Just because you went to the US doesn't mean you're a great smart person. Okay, let's leave it at that. Second thing about this, so my this 355, right? See, what the ED is doing. I think I told this in another stream. The ED is going to give Mamata her benefit. I don't know. They need to shut out the stupid organization. I'm sorry. I have a big problem with the ED. Just before election, you got to start doing the nonsense. Give them a chance to play victim. Again, they did it in Chhattisgarh. They're doing it here now again. Like, seriously. They will not prove anything.
Jharkhand.
They will not prove anything. They will just go and make a big mess. And then, I don't know what the hell they're trying to achieve. I hate the ED. I'm sorry. I hate the ED. I think it's the most idiotic organization in the country. You just close that stupid organization down. It's worse than the CBI also. Like they've not achieved any of their aims. Not one shit they've done of their aims. It just to create a lot of nonsense. Like whatever. Second, about this thing, right? This what do you call it? Sending in the 355 and sending in some forces. You cannot do it before elections. You have to do it like 1 year ahead of the elections. Say this region has this problem, we need to stabilize it. So people have to forget the invasion part, like the so-called invasion. They frame it as invasion before elections. You stabilize them, show the consequences of stabilization. People have time to absorb the consequences of stabilization, and then you vote. I mean, it's ridiculous. Every time they wait until last minute to talk about send forces in.
Really terrible optics, Anand. Very terrible optics.
Not terrible. It's stupid even on a strategic level. I don't understand these people. I don't get I think the BJP just wants to have fun with Bengal. I don't know. It's like keep the Bengal thing. They worried that maybe Rahul Gandhi might become Gora Pakora might get irrelevant. They're like, oh, let's make Bengal relevant.
मुझे लगता है बीजेपी उसको सीएम बनाना चाहता है. वो क्या आईएसएफ का बंदा है ना, उसको सीएम चाहता है कि बंगाल में ऐसा कोई सीएम है.
No. Okay, I have two counters to Anand. Okay, Anand, your arguments are perfect, but not very relevant to West Bengal today. It was probably applicable for West Bengal even 2-3 years back. Today you are getting just two things wrong, which is such a new development that you are getting it wrong as an outsider.
Okay.
Which is the underdog sympathy argument doesn't work in favor of Trinamool anymore today after 2024. Okay, get that out of your head. Today, nobody who dislikes Trinamool enough to vote for BJP is not going to vote for Trinamool again just because someone made her sad. That ship has sailed completely. Yeah, that ship has left the planet. Okay. The second point is the last moment argument is very correct, but the problem is that all the violence in West Bengal happens just around the elections. So when the violence is not happening, the Amit Shah cannot come and say, I'm getting the vibe that it might get violent 3 months later, therefore let me do 355 right now. That's the problem. It's happening right now, so they'll have to do it right now.
Dada, sorry to interrupt. I just want to add something. What जैसे संजय दीक्षित ने क्या कहा था ना, अब मुझे थोड़ा याद आ रहा है कि 356 के लिए आपके ग्राउंड्स वैलिड होने चाहिए कि आप किन ग्राउंड्स पे 356 लगा रहे. वो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये प्रूफ करने का जरूरत नहीं है कि ग्राउंड जो है उसका मतलब वो ग्राउंड का प्रूफ देने का जरूरत नहीं है. वो ग्राउंड्स वैलिड होने चाहिए कि आप किस ग्राउंड पे लगा रहे 356. ऐसा कुछ बोला था. तो उन्होंने बोला था बीजेपी कर सकती है, पर बीजेपी ने किया नहीं. अब उनको भी था कि नहीं, हमको स्टेट का फ्रीडम नहीं छीनना है या ऐसा कुछ, क्योंकि सब लोग उन पर टूट पड़ते. तो हाँ, आगे आनंद आगे बात कर सकते.
The bigger problem is not that they worried about state freedom tutna. Because so long they've been doing this. Oh, Indira dismissed so many governments. So unconstitutional. Did you know I had an argument with some people I know, and I'm also stupid. Okay, I just accepted the full argument that the constitution was changed when emergency was happening. But we forget that the Congress had brute majority in both houses. So even if they had not had emergency, they could have change the constitution if they wanted. Like literally, right? This gaslighting everyone does without giving you the information. I was like, oh my god, they had brute majority, they could have changed any time. The emergency was horrible, but this is also like a truth at the same time. So what they've been doing is they've been saying Indira was evil, Indira was this, she dismissed. They don't see a parallel that, oh, we dismiss a government, oh my god, they look at us as well. We are Indira. So they're also obsessed with portraying the past as evil, right? They can't take actions right now. They can't take actions that could help stabilize this country right now. Because they're like everything compared to Nehru and Indira and Rajiv. But sometimes when you're in a government, you have to take strict action. You have to be heartless sometimes. You can't be, oh, I feel so bad, democracy in danger. That attitude can't be there. You're like, I'm going to crack down right now. I'm going to crack down hard. Because we're animals, okay? There's a fundamental problem Indians need to understand. We are animals. Our ancient people understood this. And animals need some kind of a good structure. Kind of like, kuch bhi kar lo. You'll manage the thing on your own through the discussion and debate. Sometimes you need a structure from top above. Some thoda to chahiye. And you can clearly
okay, M. Shastri. Yeah, go on, Anand.
You look at what happened with this, even this raid, right? ED raid, right? All Mamata is saying is, oh, they come and taking my books. I'm like, sorry, you can't. The police should not allowed him to take the books. The minute she took that stuff, she's violating the constitution. No discussion required. Send the police in, arrest her. Over. Send CRPF, arrest her. What are they doing the drama for? I don't understand. They're allowing her to do drama right now.
I think BJP's problem is that they are not good at messaging. So when you take tough actions, it's very important to explain your tough actions to people. They are not very good at the explaining part.
No, even this.
They are not very good at explaining part.
They're not even taking the action at the right time. They take it. It's always post facto, or it's like, oh, something happened. Oh, I'll react to it one week later.
Yeah, that is a downstream of the fact that they are always worried that if people question us, what will we answer? If the ecosystem comes at us, how will we tackle it? Because they don't really know how to communicate.
No, you don't need to communicate too much. You see, the problem is you want to have an argument with the other side. No, I don't want to discuss this with you. This is a legal problem. Mamata Banerjee entered manipulated investigation by going into an office and taking files that were part of the investigation. It doesn't matter whether it is her files or not. You go to the court and prove those files are not part of the investigation. The judge will observe those files in private. He will determine whether those files are relevant to the investigation or not, and he will say, "Oh, the state did something wrong, or the ED did something wrong. Take the files."
Okay.
अरे आनंद, आपने जो समझाया है वो जनता को समझाना पड़ेगा ना. जनता तो देखती है, अरे देखो ईडी ने रेड मार दिया और ममता बनर्जी ने हमारे राज्य की साख बचाई है लड़कर. जनता को तो इतना नहीं पता है ना कि क्या इलीगल है, क्या लीगल है. वो समझाना पड़ता है बैठकर. तो वो तो करेंगे नहीं ना.
और कुछ काम नहीं है. अब 20 मिनट. You don't know what state policy. The arms of a state are very significant. The fact that you want stable government, you want stable resources, you want stable practices. You need strict judgments. You need strict ruling. You can't be oh चलता है. उन्होंने बाहर आके ड्रामा किया माइक के साथ. हम भी ड्रामा करेंगे माइक के साथ, and we will get some political benefit. Then you're just as bad as her doing drama on the basis of this ED raid.
No, that's the point. No,
Okay.
That's the point. BJP does
Yeah, we'll
drama.
come back to this.
They don't take real action. That's the point. But you have to explain your real actions.
Okay, first I'll just respond to Ankit here, the East Georgia University dropout here. He's saying Gandu English state lekhanik Juktarashtra likha chilo, but whether in English or Bengali, the names of the countries don't change, right? इंग्लिश से अगर स्टेट्स बोला जा सकता है तो बंगाली में भी मार्किन युक्त राष्ट्र ना बोल के कभी कभी युक्त राष्ट्र बोला जाता है, क्योंकि जो देश इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में एग्जिस्ट करता है वो देश बंगाली लैंग्वेज में भी एग्जिस्ट करता है. ओके, ईस्ट जॉर्जिया यूनिवर्सिटी में इससे कुछ ज्यादा तो तुझे नहीं सिखाया होगा. ओके, नाउ द अदर डेवलपमेंट इज दैट the governor of West Bengal, CV Anand Bose got a threat mail. Okay, বিস্তারিত বিবরণ নেবেন উচ্চপদস্থ আধিকারিকরা মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর গতিবিধি নিয়ে আলোচনা.
अरे कुछ स्ट्रीम में दिखाओ दादा, क्या चल रहा न्यूज़ में.
I'm watching a Bengali stream. That's why there might not be a point, but I'll translate anyway. Firstly, the governor got a mail thread via mail, and let's see if we can hear some of it. Let's see if there's any significant
ঘটনা ঘটেছে পশ্চিম বাংলার বুকে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় নিজে পৌঁছে গিয়েছিলেন.
Republic Bangla journalists volume. Today I was listening to all the developments in my earphone. Yes, I almost went deaf. Okay, Hiran Sarkar does not know what's Georgia University. I don't mean Georgia University, I mean East Georgia University. Everyone Google Mamata Banerjee East Georgia University, okay? You all will know what I'm talking about. Okay, now what I'm talking about is there might be some oversight on Mamata Banerjee's movements. That's probably after 14th January. Okay, anyway, we are not going to look at this anymore. I'll keep an eye on any significant developments. Yes, now go ahead, Anand. What you were discussing. No. Let's not go ahead.
Biswas ne kya bola? I didn't understand what was
going on. Biswas was saying that some of our viewers who are debating him, Biswas is a hardcore Trinamool supporter here who is saying BJP is very corrupt and is going to lose, etc. So at some point, someone just said in Bengali, USA is called Markin Juktarashtra. So someone said Juktarashtra and not Markin Juktarashtra. So he was saying that he is very well educated, and that you cannot call a country Yuktarashtra because that implies other countries as well. So I told him that wait, in Bengali, in English as well, it's sometimes called just the states, not United States of America. So he's saying no, it's applicable in English, not in Bengali. Anyway, so now pure conspiracy theory territory. Okay, let's see how many of you all agree or disagree with me. Main conspiracy theory is that Amit Shah needs Bengal to win 2029 or whatever, 34. I think 2029, and therefore Yogi's hurry in becoming PM is now going to bite him in the ass. He's going to lose 2027. He was probably going to anyway, and or the other side might be that Abhishek might be the CM in 2026, and he'll probably not stand in the way of BJP getting a lot of seats in 2029. What are your thoughts on these conspiracy theories? Because if I'm completely wrong, then the problem is that whatever happened in Bengal until now is going to go on. No other difference. And the setting is going to go on.
See, let me be honest. If Modi wants to achieve his goal of Viksit Bharat in 2047,
47.
he will need Bengal. He will need Bengal. He will need Tamil Nadu. He will need take back Telangana and Karnataka. I mean, Northeast is required, but a few governments in Northeast more than enough.
Who is opening a plastic wrapper? Anand, you?
Me. Sorry. I'm just
okay. Open it like this and talk. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize my mic was this sensitive. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so he needs these states. He needs Bihar as well to make India Viksit Bharat, and he cannot do it with a secondary government in those states. Like, he can't do it with, like, imagine Abhishek Banerjee is there in Bengal. He can't make Bengal part of Viksit Bharat if he's going to let them be there. So Modi's plan is he has to. You can't, because it's difficult.
I think look Anand, इस पर एक बात मैं जोड़ दूं. यदि अभिषेक बैनर्जी यदि नवीन पटनायक जैसे हो ना तो हो सकता है.
और
यदि नवीन पटनायक जैसा काम करे हो सकता है.
Or Chandrababu Naidu jese. Like, you see, you understand, if the people who are actually working for the country, it's one thing, it's possible. But if people are not working for the country, it's not possible, right? So tomorrow if Telangana goes back to BRS, it is possible. Okay, I have I have problem with BRS as well, but they at least were working towards the development of their state, not like Congress and not like.
They are pro-industrialist. BRS.
Development basically. So
yes, I have a point
development and pro-industry.
ये इससे बहुत बढ़िया एक point याद आया कि since I just returned from Tamil Nadu and I did one insane mistake on my return flight, since there's no direct flight from Coimbatore to Chennai or Coimbatore to Kolkata or Kolkata to Coimbatore, I had layovers in Chennai. So on my return flight, my Coimbatore to Chennai flight was at 2:10 and I was supposed to reach Chennai at 3:10. And then my Chennai to Kolkata flight was at some 6:30 or something. Now, for some retarded optical illusion reason, from the day one, I was going on looking at the right side of the ticket. So I was under the impression that my flight from Coimbatore to Chennai is at 3:10, not 2:10. After getting inside the car and traveling for about 10 minutes from Isha Foundation campus to the Coimbatore airport, I realized my flight is actually at 2:10. Holy shit. And there were two other Kolkata bound friends with me. And I thought, yeah, pretty much I'm going to miss the flight. I started checking tickets from Coimbatore to Chennai. I saw they were 20,000 rupees because I at least wanted to catch the Chennai flight to Kolkata. Then I asked them and the driver about train options or by road options. Both were about 6-7 hours, the driver told me. So I thought, okay, I am so screwed. I already have a 1.5 lakh loan fighting these goons. Now that loan is going to be 1.7 lakhs. What the fuck did I just do? And then the driver understood what I was talking about. And he said a bunch of Tamil words and then said, plane miss. Okay. Then he just decides that he'll drive a little faster. Now, when he decided to drive a little faster, I could feel that it was only a little faster. I see he was now driving at 90-95. And before that, when I thought he was driving at 40-45, because that's the kind of visual optics I'm used to, that okay, if there are this many numbers of cars and he's riding this smoothly, it means he's driving at 40, 45. I realized all that while he was driving at 80. Okay. And then he drove at around 90, 95, 100. So the entire drive from Isha Foundation in Coimbatore to the Coimbatore airport, he did not go below 80 for even a second. And these were not highways or bypasses. They were normal main roads. The insane
That
kind
means
of
the
development
roads
I
are
saw in
better.
Tamil Nadu. Insane.
That
They
means
are
the
fucking
roads are
insane
better.
roads. Okay. And there was a flyover that's nearby the airport. That is the longest flyover I have ever been on, and I have been to Goa only recently. Goa has gigantic flyovers. Like if you miss one inroad to the flyover, you will probably end up in a different district. Okay, this flyover was longer than those flyovers, and even then, even though we took an outlet from the, I don't know, it's called a ramp. We took an off ramp from the flyover and went and left for the airport. The flyover actually goes on for much longer. And even on that flyover, obviously, we were at 100. Before reaching the flyover, we were continuously at 90, 95 or 100. Okay. So I realized BJP is never coming to power in Tamil Nadu in our lifetimes without some miracle, because they have money in their pocket. It's a high GDP per capita, high GDP state, and roads are such. Okay. I know Chennai will have relatively more crowded roads and stuff. But if Coimbatore is like this, it's a tier 2 town and it's awesome to this extent, they cannot have problems like conversion, academic problems like conversion on their minds enough to vote for an outsider party, especially when 99% of the media is owned by the ruling party. It cannot. BJP is never coming to power in Tamil Nadu.
See,
One point I have here. I have a question. Anand, just one, and then you can go
change
next.
the topic. This topic is important. That's why.
I'm not changing the topic. Okay, I'm on Tamil Nadu only. Okay. So पहली बात तो हाँ, मुझे ये नहीं पता कि रूरल एरियाज में क्या चल रहा है तमिलनाडु के, उनके क्या कंसर्न्स है, ये एक बात हो सकती है। दूसरा है जो रोड्स आपने बोला, मैं भी चेन्नई में 1 साल रह चुका हूँ, कोलकाता से मच बेटर सिस्टम है। जैसे मैं तो थोड़ा बाहर के साइड में रहा था, शोलिंगनल्लूर में, तो वहां पर 2 बड़े रोड्स है, एक है आपके OMR, एक है ECR। OMR है ओल्ड महाबलीपुरम रोड, ECR है ईस्ट कोस्ट रोड। दोनों बढ़िया रोड्स है, पूरा कवर करते स्ट्रेच। तो वहां पर डेवलपमेंट तो बहुत अच्छा हुआ है, इसमें तो कोई डाउट नहीं है। भले ही हम वहां के डीएमके को कितना भी हेट करें, पर किसी ना किसी कारण से डेवलपमेंट तो हुआ है। अब चाहे वो डीएमके वालों ने किया हो, AIADMK वालों ने किया हो, किसी ने भी किया हो, किया
जयललिता
तो
ने भी किया है. Yes, yes.
See, let me be honest. It's not about
Yes.
the political parties. Tomorrow, even if some random roadside political party comes and runs Tamil Nadu, it'll be exactly like that.
That
Just
is
do
the point.
people- The people of
Yes.
Tamil Nadu are very hardworking.
Yeah.
And they like a very ordered life. I'm telling you,
Right.
Tamilians, wherever you go, you'll find them like this. This is how they are. That's how
Exactly.
they raised. Okay? Second
Yes.
thing is, BJP, no, I don't agree with you. BJP can come into Tamil Nadu. Their focus cannot be development. Remember, development can't be the word you do. For them,
Yeah, because they already have it.
no, not just that. Because Tamil people expect
their
development.
focus has to be
Basic-
Kartikeya Deepam.
No. I'm coming to that. They require development is a basic requirement. If you don't not developing party, you never get even one seat. You're going to get 1% of the vote. Remember, that's why the DMK is so arrogant, because they have practiced.
One
of
moment.
at least doing
Cigarette smoking is injurious to health, guys. Cigarette causes cancer. Do not smoke. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
I agree. I don't approve of it, but okay, whatever. So my point is that
Yeah.
you have to give development. If you don't give development, you're never going to come in Tamil Nadu. Even in a small what do you call it, corporation, you won't get the votes. The issue with Tamil Nadu is not that. The issue with Tamil Nadu is again corruption. Again, is a very difficult point to argue in Tamil Nadu, because people are inherently corrupt. You would understand, hardworking, but they love corruption. They love giving people money to get this stuff, to get that stuff. That is never going to go. It can go, but other things come with it first. Third thing, Tamil Nadu's biggest problem is the Kaveri issue. It'll come every year. So if BJP wants to do well in Tamil Nadu, it has to have prepared for the Kaveri issue, which is related to Karnataka. So if there's a BJP government in Karnataka, and as BJP government in Tamil Nadu, they'll have a problem. So you have to plan your entry into Tamil Nadu based when you're not there in Karnataka. So you can play up the emotions. Okay. Fourth thing, Tamil Nadu's issues are beyond development. Tamil Nadu's issues are cultural. And for that, if the BJP doesn't have a good... That's my whole problem with the BJP's current leadership in Tamil Nadu. They're not taking the bull by the horns. They have to... It's like you have to cut off a part of your flesh, like Merchant of Venice. You have to cut off part of your flesh to reach your ultimate goal. You have to.
They had Annamalai, but he has been sidelined to a certain extent.
He has been sidelined because they're too arrogant. That's my whole problem with the BJP. Nah? They're like, unless you get 100% the first time, I'm not give you power. What nonsense?
Man, he got 11% of the vote. What are you talking about? In a state where BJP had nothing, they got 11% because of Annamalai. And they removed him or sidelined him. It's so dumb.
My point is, this is a problem with the BJP. Nah? They want everything achieved right away. It's not going to happen. This is too greedy. You have to plan 10 years ahead. Okay? And what Annamalai got was very significant. I'll tell you why. Because not only did he not ally with the AIDMK, he went independent. Okay? They went independent. Independent 11%. He got more than a Congress in alliance with the DMK. The Congress would have got DMK votes, would have got other small party votes wherever they contested. So at 10% basically is like maybe 3-4%. I'm telling you, that's all the actual Congress vote would have been, 3 or 4%. The rest all would have been DMK votes passing on to the Congress.
Okay, Anand, one last question on Tamil Nadu. Go ahead.
Conspiracy theory coming. Conspiracy theory is कि अन्नामलाई भी अपना व्यक्तित्व स्वयं बना रहे थे सबसे आत्मनिर्भर होकर, इसीलिए उनको पीछे खींच लिया गया, जैसा कि योगी जी के साथ भी होता है.
BJP is horrible in this politics. They have too many bloody leaders, and not even competent leaders. They're like half competent leaders.
Okay, now we'll come back to Bengal after just one last question to Anand about Tamil Nadu, which is other than upper caste or mainly Tamil Brahmins, do people care about the cultural stuff that BJP is pursuing in Tamil Nadu?
They all care about cultural stuff. Unfortunately, they are very caste-ridden or family-ridden. So if a family is voting for this...
The kind of stuff that BJP wants to pursue, that stuff, do they care about? The conversion?
They do care about it. Like Deepam is going to give them a lot of votes. But the problem is, even the BJP is not framing it correctly. They say, no, they're not part of that person who went and fought for the Deepam. No, I fought for the Deepam. I want to protect Muruga's hill. Who will you own it, bhai? You stand for, you do daily talk about Muruga. Every day you talk about Muruga. Veil, victory, veil. You should say and you should stand forward. Not hide and say, no, it is not me. I am not doing anything. No, I'm doing something. I'm fighting. What is Mamata Banerjee doing? She's standing up and saying, I'm fighting for my plan. She understands how you need to fight in elections when you're cornered. BJP is like, हमारे पास पैसे हैं भाई, North Indian UP में votes हैं, महाराष्ट्र में votes हैं, यहाँ votes हैं. Why do you need to worry about Tamil Nadu? बाद में देख लेंगे. That's the way they're fighting the election.
Just one more point and then we can move to Bengal. South Tamil Nadu में जो South Central Tamil Nadu है, South Central Tamil Nadu जहाँ पर तेवर है, आपके तेवर है और एक कास्ट है, जो जनरली ट्रेडिशनली AIADMK के वोटर्स रहे हैं, उसको बीजेपी टारगेट कर सकती है, पर उसके लिए पूरा आपको हिंदुत्व मैक्स जाना पड़ेगा और वो भी तमिलियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में.
Yes. Second thing,
जो कि अन्नामलाई कर सकते थे.
He was doing also. You remember the part where those people died? Some people died, right? Some Kush tragedy, they died. Annamalai did the most Tamil thing to do. He took a whip and he whipped himself. He said, Prayashchit. I'm doing Prayashchit for the bad behavior of DMK. It's a very Tamil thing. You do suffer on yourself to take away the bad karma of other bad people and say they are bad. What do the other BJP people around the country do? Oh, look at this. We don't believe in this Andhvishwas. So many BJP nonsense were saying, Andhvishwas hai.
BJP
like, I don't support this Andhvishwas. I'm like, do you even understand what this cultural symbolism is? He was absolutely right.
Yeah, okay.
Standing and beating themselves with whips. Saying we also
now back to Bengal. Is now based on what Mamata did yesterday or the general impression of Trinamool, general impression of Bengal, and the fact that entire Isha Foundation's almost pretty much all the ground staff are Bengalis from Sandesh Khali, Sundarban, etc. And pretty much the entirety of India's waiters and stuff these days, cleaners, are from Bengal. And even Shayani Ghosh's Shivling condom issue, which I found out in Maharashtra, the baseline Hindutva is such that an NCP guy asked us angrily that how is Shayani Ghosh an MP? And I thought, wait, he's probably a BJP supporter, that's why he's saying it. And then we realized he's an NCP supporter, an alliance of Indy, an alliance of Trinamool, ally of Trinamool. And even they are pissed off with Trinamool, Shayani Ghosh, etc. And often these days, I've heard from many right-winger friends that when they say they are BJP supporters and stuff, and they go to another state, they give more galis to Shayani than Mamata. So is Trinamool Congress a liability for Indy or an asset?
I think it's a regional party. So whatever happens in Bengal stays in Bengal kind of a thing is the reality. So उतना कोई अंतर नहीं पड़ेगा क्योंकि टीएमसी के लोग कुछ कर रहे हैं, कॉन्डम पहना रहे हैं, जो भी कर रहे हैं, उससे वो व्यक्ति जिसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं वो एनसीपी को वोट देना बंद नहीं करे. सीधी बात, चाहे अलायंस हो ना हो, तो कोई अंतर नहीं पड़ता.
Right.
तो ऐसा कुछ बहुत बड़ा अंतर या लायबिलिटी जैसी कोई बात नहीं है, क्योंकि टीएमसी अपना एक राज्य में सीमित है और उस राज्य में और कोई तो आ नहीं सकता. कम से कम कांग्रेस और सीपीएम का तो कोई चांस नहीं है. आएगी तो भाजपा आएगी और कोई तो नहीं आ सकता. मुझे ऐसा कुछ दिखता
Anand,
नहीं.
put yourself in the
As such
shoes of
value.
put yourself in the shoes of a DMK voter or supporter and tell me your thoughts on Trinamool.
DMK
Because
supporter,
even if in general Hindutva is not a thing in Tamil Nadu, but Lord Shiva is a thing in Tamil Nadu, very, very significant.
DMK supporters will hate,
God, now
will hate,
is Shiny or Trinamool a liability?
they will hate TMC. Like I said, no. Even
Okay.
a DMK voter is a capitalist. You understand? All Tamilians are capitalists. They may talk out of the one side of the ass saying socialists, they're all capitalists. All want to make money. Okay? All are greedy. All want to have big flat, want nice cars, want a lot of gold on their body. We are capitalistic people. I'm sorry. That's just how we are made. Okay? And this BBK stuff, sacrifice and your money and your wealth and be woke, not going to work. Won't work at all. Okay, it will not work. That's why I find it very interesting when I see Bengal and I see Tamilians. I'm like, we're so different.
Anand, who is the elite in Tamil Nadu? Which caste? Because Brahmin caste has left Tamil Nadu. But who is the elite currently?
There is no elite caste. There are just caste politics. That's it. You fight.
No elite in Tamil Nadu.
There's no elite in Tamil Nadu. That's the problem. That's a good thing. Good thing about Tamil Nadu, there's no elite caste. No one gets top dog. That's right.
That's the thing with capitalism.
Why do you think DMK has to have like 20 parties in its Kutam or its crowd? It's they literally call their party organization a crowd. Kutam means crowd. What is Shukla?
So aren't the OBCs the elite castes in Tamil Nadu?
I mean, if you're saying a large, you can say that way, but I'm saying you said one caste that's elite. There's no one caste is elite. There's a lot of OBCs in Tamil Nadu.
Right.
Different OBCs. So.
No, like in Bengal, the Brahmin Vaidyas castes have the significant narrative hold. Is there any significant or 2-3 castes which have the complete narrative hold on Tamil Nadu?
The most powerful. Then OBC is the most powerful. If you're saying that way, yes, OBC is the most powerful.
I see.
You've been like that forever.
और एक बात उठी थी, आप कह रहे थे ना कि कोई फेवरेबल गवर्नमेंट आनी चाहिए बंगाल में यदि विकसित भारत का स्वप्न पूरा करना है. ये बात बहुत सच है, क्योंकि यदि यूपी बिहार को भी यदि विकास करना है ना, तो बंगाल में अच्छी सरकार आनी चाहिए. क्योंकि आप जो वो गंगा नदी देखते हैं वो समाप्त होती है आपके बंगाल के बाद, तो वो पोर्ट एक्सेस देता है. आप सोचिए, बंगाल अपने आप को ठीक कर लेगा तो यूपी बिहार सबके जितने भी उद्योग है सबको लाभ होगा. क्योंकि वहां से प्रोडक्ट वो वाटरवे के थ्रू ट्रांसपोर्ट कर सकते हैं और वो सीधा एक्सपोर्ट के लिए जा सकते हैं थ्रू पोर्ट।
हम्म,
तो
हम्म,
तो इसीलिए बहुत आवश्यक है बंगाल का विकास करना और बंगाल में सारी समस्या का समाधान होना। बंगाल को फंसाया है तो जो पूरा पूर्वी भारत है उसका विकास ठप पड़ गया। आपका हरियाणा, बिहार, यूपी और भी आसपास के राज्य, तो वो बहुत आवश्यक है कि बंगाल को एक ऐसी सत्ता मिले जो बंगाल के विकास के बारे में सोचे और रीजनलिज्म थोड़ा कम करे।
So the reason why OBC is elite is because their numbers, the largest numbers of the population of OBCs is the highest in Tamil Nadu. Like, it's like I think I can't remember the exact numbers, like 60, 70, that level it is. So no other community can even challenge them. It's not possible, right? But the way Shukla is like, he's like, what are you saying? He's like, he's inventing different groups, but ultimately that's the point. There are so many different groups that are in the OBC category. Include Tevars, I think Tevars also are also OBC only. And they keep, if you look at the past, right, they used to keep fighting each other, literally killing each other. So inter-caste violence was very common in Tamil Nadu. So it's like, whoever's the most powerful will run the place for a bit. Right? So BJP can't focus on caste politics because they don't know anything about caste politics. They don't have people in every caste. They have a few.
To be honest, everyone is becoming an OBC nowadays. Every caste is being made OBC or is being put into OBC list.
Yeah.
What is OBC in this place? OBC is not even a caste; it's classes. Other backward classes. We keep saying caste like idiots because we are like, we've forgotten what it is.
No, even
the constitution.
Even with the even though it says classes, but those classes are also based on caste. That a caste can become a part of that class. That is
hilarious चीज है.
We allowed it to happen. We allowed it. Again, my problem with the BJP is same thing. Your biggest challenge, if you want to change Indian politics, you want to truly do Hindutva, is you stop OBC stuff. You stop calling OBC other backward castes. You start saying other backward
शूट तो छोड़ो, शूट के लिए हमको ही कुछ करना पड़ेगा. अच्छा, अभी टेनोहे का बंजाई आया है, उसका हम थोड़ा कमेंट्स लेंगे. ही इज फ्रॉम बंगाल. I'll just take one great question from P Bharat here. Dada, if Buddhadev was trying to improve Bengal and TMC is worse than them, any idea why AIM, Subramanian Swamy, etc. appreciate Didi winning over CPIM, arguably to the detriment of West Bengal? Fucking brilliant question, P Bharat. Yes, they are all fucking retards on this. Absolutely retards. Absolute retards. And one could argue they're assholes for saying this. But yes, Buddhadev Bhattacharya losing to Mamata Banerjee has not had any good results. What? Yeah, CPIM was violent. Therefore, Mamata is better? No, she has proved she's violent. What? They used to hate industries. Now, what? Mamata loves industries? In what fucking universe was Mamata better than Buddhadev Bhattacharya? In what way? Or was Buddhadev suddenly going to become Jyoti Basu again after doing Tata Shingur? By what logic is Buddhadev not better than Mamata? Anyway, Tenoe Kabanza, your comments now.
I would like to speak on the other issue that someone else was saying that UP is dependent on Bengal or Bihar is dependent on Bengal. But it is not possible to actually dredge the Hooghly. Huldiar por theke almost the Hooghly cannot be dredged. Naturally, it's not possible to dredge the Hooghly. So the only way to improve trade through UP and Bihar is freight, because rail is the most efficient form. Not even expressways, because trucking costs are huge. And in India, trucking is not very efficient because most of the trucks idle at a very average speed of 80 or something to save fuel. That's all.
Okay. No, a great question from Neon here.
How is UP?
Okay, go ahead.
I don't understand that.
वो नदी पथ के बिजनेस के लिए.
Such a like side cut. Okay, but
yeah. Do you think that
Nadi Path 2.0 needs to consolidate with the BBKs?
I don't understand.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take Neon's question. Do you think that Hindutva 2.0 needs to consolidate with the BBKs, or should they be alienated and pushed out eventually? I think they look. No one wants to lose a voter base. More the merrier. But they are pushed out a lot already. they don't have the TFR to be politically relevant. Now, what I know will happen is the moment BJP comes to power, within 5 years, all BBKs will be writing extensive papers on Savarkar. So whether BJP wants it or not, BBKs will consolidate with the Hindutva project. There's no problem with that. They have done it with all political ideologies since the BBK was a thing, and just BJP's politics is not going to stop them. BBK knows what to do.
And that will be awesome
They're not
for Hindutva movement.
Can I say something? Learn from the Brits. Divide and conquer. Break the BBK. Todo. Achitar Todo. Break the ones who are not communists. Pick the ones who are very religious. Make them write poetry. Make them write a song. All stuff. Basically, use them for your propaganda. You should have started 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Every BBK.
That's what I was telling. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask one question. That is BBK a monolith according to you, or do you think the different caste? Just 1 second, Anand. Different castes within the BBK section also have different consumption patterns, and that can be exploited.
No, it can't be to any significant extent. There's some disgust, some historical disgust in castas for Brahmins, but that's just in rhetoric. But the consumption patterns of Kolkata between Brahmin Vedas castas are pretty much rock solid, similar, and Shahas are slowly catching on because of the 1991 reforms. You see, I'm pretty BBK adjacent. Now you're seeing that girl Mohini Shah. We are practically BBK with just a little different views. Now, we can get back to Abhay's point here. I'll just answer Rudvik here. He's pointing out that AIM saw that what a pro-market DMK did to Tamil Nadu. West Bengal would have been Tamil Nadu on steroids. No, Rudvik. Only conversions cannot be a significant thing. I mean, you can ask me whether I would rather be Christian or get beaten up by Trinamool. That's what you are asking me to choose from. What do you think majority of people will choose? Other than conversions or carrying on a parallel universe that we are not a part of India culturally, historically, what other significant problem has been created? Yes, this is a significant problem for the long term. But if we had to choose between DMK-like politics and Trinamool and Buddhadev Bhattacharya, no one would have chosen Trinamool if people knew what Trinamool was going to do. And yes, in 2011, people might not have known what Trinamool was going to do. But in hindsight, no. Fuck AIM and fuck Swami.
Okay, can I answer this?
Anybody go ahead.
I want to challenge this.
Yeah.
No, DMK is not pro-market. Tamil people may be pro-market or pro-capitalist. DMK is not. I mean, I'm sorry, that is not correct. DMK is extreme. The only reason DMK is doing well is because they have to do well. Because first of all, they have a large port city. And the fact that they have a large amount of coastline, and Tamil people will keep pushing them. See, you understand, if they want to keep votes, they have to keep they cater to the business community. But if you just take the DMK and you place them in Tamil Nadu, right, they will ruin, say, if you place them in Bengal, they will ruin Bengal even worse than TMC or CPI. They are not smart people. They are stupid people. The DMK, the core people are stupid people.
Anand, I want to ask a question. That in Tamil Nadu, which communities do business? And also, regarding business, other business communities in Tamil Nadu like Marwadis and Saurashtrians, what is the DMK approach to them? Because in rhetoric, they try to sound very anti-Marwadi and Saurashtrian.
That is
but I don't know what is their approach in policy.
I don't have the access to that data.
Okay.
That you need a proper social scientist to study for this for you. I won't have that data for you.
Okay.
But which community specifically? I think because OBC is a majority, they are all into business. Like Tamil Nadu is full of businessmen. There are just some communities who are doing farming, but even they are like businessmen only. They farm like businessmen. They don't farm like farmers.
So this is a sign of Tamil Nadu being a very industrialized state.
It is.
If everyone is somehow connected with business, then it's an industrialized state. There is no other explanation.
I'm telling you, even the Kshatriya, the work of the Kshatriyas in Tamil Nadu was done by business people only. But large number of business people, they were the ones who had standing armies. They are the ones who paid, almost ran it like their own, like a duchy they had in the region. Like they're the ones who fought the British. It was only business. Basically, Tamil Nadu is always run by business people. That's why even the Cholas, if
And
you look at the Cholas, their entire the impetus to travel and fight the Sri Vijaya was
Yeah,
basically
yeah,
business people.
yeah,
Tamil Nadu is a
yeah.
business. Is a business.
Maintaining
Is a
witness.
business people. Yeah, it's mainly business.
Yeah.
so, one more thing, I don't know if you answered this question already. What is their approach towards Marwadis and Saurashtrians of Chennai?
That you need a social
You
scientist to
don't.
tell you. This is a little more complex. Yeah.
Okay.
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 Okay. Now we have a great, I think, segue to do. Not completely, but this is a great debate to have. Whether Buddhadev Bhattacharya staying on in 2011 would have made us into completely Tamil Nadu or not, both the good and the bad. I think that's a great debate to have. Let's ponder over it harder. Rutvik is pointing out that not just Christian conversion, or maybe not Christian conversion at all, it was the anti-Hindu but segregationist Shiva worship that Tamil Nadu promises. Fair enough, Rutvik, but you see, what did Bengal achieve anyway? We are having conversions, rampant conversions anyway. They have significant leaders, significant princes in Bengal in their pockets anyway. तो हम भोसरी के भिखारी भी बने, क्रिश्चियन भी बने, और पॉलिटिकल वायलेंस में मरे भी, और साउथ कोलकाता में बैठ के म्यूजिशियन मार भी खाया, और टॉलीवुड में काम भी नहीं मिला. Not मेरे को, I mean,
जिनको
in general, because
नहीं,
why else would all top composers become live musicians? Why would most actresses become actors, actresses, directors become politicians? क्योंकि कहीं पे काम नहीं है. तमिलनाडु में भी पॉलिटिशियन बनते हैं. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पूरा का पूरा इंडस्ट्री सिर्फ पॉलिटिशियन बन रहा है और लाइव म्यूजिक कर रहा है. ऐसा तो नहीं है. तमिलनाडु का इंडस्ट्री और टॉलीवुड का इंडस्ट्री का कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं हो सकता है बाय एनी स्ट्रेच, बाय क्वालिटी और बजट्स. तो हमने क्या पाया फ्रॉम तृणमूल? क्या ऐसा डीएमके बाजी हो जाता which would be significantly disastrously bad, worse than Trinamool? So I don't see
कोलकाता
Swami or
के
AIM's
जिनको
point.
लग रहा है ना कि जिनको लगता है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में कन्वर्जन नहीं हो रहा है, कोलकाता के आउटस्कर्ट्स में वो अब दिखने लग गया है.
No, can you
हाँ,
bring
और
back
जनरल जो एंटी हिंदूनेस था,
मैं
जो जनरल जो एंटी हिंदूनेस था, एंड द सेग्रीगेशनिस्ट ऑब्सेशन विद माँ दुर्गा एज इफ शी इज थियोलॉजिकली कंप्लीटली सेग्रीगेटेड फ्रॉम श्री राम एटसेट्रा, दैट रिटार्डेडनेस इज स्टिल देयर एनीवे. तो हम भिखारी भी बने और तमिलनाडु का सब डिसएडवांटेज पॉइंट्स हमको वैसे भी मिला. तो क्या उखाड़ लिया?
हाँ,
Can you bring
तो मैं ये
back the-
बताना चाहता हूँ कि अब ये कोलकाता में भी आने लग गया है, ये जो कन्वर्जन का लहर है. ओके,
हाँ.
यदि आपको लगता है ये खाली गांव तक सीमित है तो वो बात नहीं.
No, they will not stop there. But but you can bring that comment again. That's not correct. Can you go back to the Rutvik's comment?
Rutvik's comment. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
that
I'll
is not
find out.
incorrect. I don't agree with this. What he's saying. So first of
He's
all,
not pointing out his comment really. He's kind of defending or pointing out what AIM and Swami have argued.
no, that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with this. There is no Shiva segregated worship. Tamil people worship everything. You will see the same Tamil person go to a Vishnu temple, Shiva temple, Mariamman temple, Murugan temple. Every temple they will go. Kubera temple. I'm sorry, I don't agree with this.
But they do think that's not Hindu, right? They think that's not. Otherwise, how would Chief Minister's son get away with saying Sanatan Dharma should be ended?
Because the media is controlled. See, first of all, that's not the whole problem. No, in the past, before the DMK got power, the only reason DMK has power is because of Hindi politics, anti-Hindi politics, and the BJP does no favors by every once in a while talk about Hindi. I'm telling you, that's the only reason they do well. The DMK does well. Tamil people are extremely pro-Hinduism. And because you allow the DMK to be in power for so, and again, BJP did the wrong thing by allying with the DMK and adding them to their party. Everyone does a mistake by allying with DMK. The Congress did a mistake allying with DMK, they got all the scams. BJP did align with DMK, they got the problem is they are framing Hinduism as caste because their ideology is anti-caste or anti-Brahmin. You have to stop. Tamil people are not anti-Hindu. They're not even anti-Sanatan. They're being told Sanatan means casteism repeatedly. When someone tells you repeatedly on a daily basis, you go to work, you're told it's Sanatan.
Right.
A caste is Sanatan, caste is Sanatan. They keep telling you this, you will start believing it. You're not anti-Hindu at all. Like you literally, the same Tamil people who say I'm anti-Sanatan will go all the way to Ram temple. I'm telling you. There's no problem going to Ram temple. This narrative that we accepting that Tamil people are anti-Hindu should stop. Your messaging is bad.
No, it can stop when it will stop when they make some significant resistance to a Chief Minister's son saying that Sanatan should end.
No, but they don't see that as, I told you, they're capitalists. Their focus is not daily work, is I want to get how much money can you give me. The point is, once you get to that point, like imagine you had got like, that's why my point was, Annamalai should have worked another 10 years. And you would have gone from 10, 11% to like 15, 16%. Then you would actually be catching up with the DMK and you can do tucker with them.
Okay, now
Yeah.
we'll take
And once you hit
Skanda's point here.
20%, it will start converting into seats.
Wait.
Ayo Rama is a very
now-
common Tamil phrase. Ayo Rama, we'll say, literally. When you hurt our foot.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's
Anand.
ridiculous.
Now we'll take Skanda here. Wait. Skanda from Karnataka will share his thoughts, and then we'll take Mushin. आप chronology समझिए. तो Skanda का वक्त आ गया है. Karnataka's time to shine now. Skanda, go ahead.
Yep, I agree with Anand here. What he's saying is correct. So a Tamilian is a culturally and socially more Hindu than maybe other part Hindus, but politically he's not Hindu at all. And the DMK or AIDMK, because of the pressures of the people there, it is doing lot of work there. Whether we agree it or not, they are doing considerable and that is also visible in infrastructure, top-notch quality. And they have such connections with people, in the sense some of Tamil friends I'm talking about, they will be knowing at least one DMK booth agent or AIDMK booth agent from their area. But BJP doesn't have that booth level connection or let me say street level. They don't have any karyakartas. And if you see, there is a channel called P Gurus. They're extremely I mean, it's a channel ran by Tamil people. Please go and check it out. They are doing it in English and Hindi also. They also pointed out some of the points that I'm going to make. One is wherever you go to rural area, you will not find anything related to BJP. Has no advertisement, no. Let me give you draw a parallel here. In Bengal and Odisha, whichever party is ruling, you will have their colors on the government buildings or some other places, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So in Tamil Nadu villages, you will find that all the party symbols are drawn on the village homes or prominent places where the ads are placed. BJP has zero presence there. I stay very near to Tamil Nadu, and whenever I visit the Tamil Nadu rural areas, especially, that too in a place called Hosur, which is a AIDMK stronghold. And it's a place where Tamil is also spoken, Kannada is also spoken, as it is very near to Bengaluru. So it's a place where it's, let's say, it's Annamalai's, what to say, comfortable place, because he's also proficient in both languages. Even if you go there, you will not find any BJP related things apart from towns. In the villages, let's say there is a circle. There is a, what to say, flag posts there, right? So there, these are some of the examples I'm giving. You will find various party flags there. BJP flags won't be flying. These are lot of things BJP has to do on the ground before it even thinks to get like 2016 West Bengal results, like 3 or 4 MLA seats on its own. For that to do that, BJP will at least require 10 to 12, 15 years. I'm talking about realistically on its own 4 or 5 MLA seats, not even MP seats.
So I'm not so pessimistic. I think there's a faster route, but for that the BJP needs to tool its messaging much better. Like I said, no, again, just think about it. Okay, even 2013 when I came back to India, Sanatan was not a word you heard commonly used. It is started, I think, maybe 2016, 17. Sanatan started coming out only then. Before that, it was everyone was saying Hinduism. What at that time what the BDMK did was Hindutva. We are anti-Hindutva. Hindutva is casteist. The minute Sanatan became very positive and very propagate around India, they're like, oh, Sanatan is Hindutva. Sanatan is what initially BJP was Hindutva. Then BJP became Sanatan.
I see.
You understand?
Right.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
Anand.
The way the DMK frames everything is, what is
Yes, sir.
anti my interest, I will put my enemy in that group. And I just call them that name repeatedly. It's like basically name calling. It's like everyone is Hitler, but me, who I decide. Everyone I decide is Hitler. And this is what will be happening. The BJP is, instead of fighting this narrative, They're like, no. The DMK is like, no, you fight the narrative. Go to the ground level and start telling people what Sanatan, where it came from. Ask them to read their
Yes.
granthas. In the granthas, it says Sanatan.
But do you think that
Anand,
ground
Anand,
level
yeah.
BJP has the presence? I don't think so.
No,
Yeah,
they
I
have-
don't
they
think
have
I-
presence.
I'm
I
going
agree they have
to-
presence.
I'm going to contradict Anand on this one. I think they already know that the Granthas actually have this word, Eso Dharma Sanatana. This is a very common word in Mahabharata. Even in the Buddhist texts also Sanatana Dharma appears. But leaving aside that, I completely agree with Anand on this perspective, and I want to give some outlook about Bengal also here. It's not
No,
that
but before you
we
move
don't
on,
worship. Yeah,
before you
please,
move on,
please,
just that
Anand,
one
go ahead.
statement you made
Yeah.
at the beginning. Maybe there's a scripture, but common Tamil people, like I said, no, most are business people. They don't study scripture a lot. They go to their temple, they worship, that's it. Scripture.
But Anand, in Tamil also, the word for dharma is dharma only, no? Sanatana is of Sanatana in Tamil also. Tamil Kannada
no one says
also.
Sanatana.
Kannada also.
No one mentions it regularly, Sanatana.
Yep. We have, in South Indian households, we are told to read Ramayana and Mahabharata in childhood. Many of us have read it in our own languages. Sanatana is not a prominent word there.
Yes, Kanta, I will come into that. That's the problem actually. The regionalism that happens in that is because most of the people in any part of India, north, south, east, west, they do not read the actual Mahabharata. They read their own version of the Mahabharata. We also read Mahabharata, the Bengali version of Mahabharata by Kashi Ram Das, and the Ramayana by Kritivas. That's the thing. Is that one thing regionalism appears in a way because in some way it also leads to subalternism because my Rama is better than your Rama. BJP's Rama is bad. BJP's Rama is evil. It is a fake Ram. My Ram is the Ram of Bengal. My Ram is the Ram of Tamil Nadu. That's the actual Ram. That's what I want to worship. I don't want BJP to interfere in my Hinduism. BJP's Hinduism is Sanatana Dharma. My Hinduism is Bengal Hinduism. That's the thing. That's the mentality that happens in the rural
Very true, very
regions
true.
because
नहीं
they are being
नहीं
taught,
नहीं
they are being
भाई
taught that.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
हाँ बोलिए
DMK, DMK is not saying Tamil Nadu Rama or something. They're saying Ravana is ours. Ravana Mama.
No, I'm talking
That's
about
it.
Bengal here actually. Skantha, I'm not talking
Okay.
about Tamil Nadu. I'm talking about Bengal here because that's what being taught here. Because you will see this phenomenon in every case also. Even in North India, they also worship Ma Kali. Ma Kali is worshipped. Even in Tamil Nadu, Kerala also Ma Kali is worshipped. But you will see a lot of Bengali cultural, purists will say that the Ma Kali iconography of North India is very scary and weird looking. We don't like it here. Our Ma Kali is very cute and very much childish looking.
हाँ
She
गोल
is
गोल
very
गोल
much
गोल चेहरा है
beautiful. Yeah. They
Okay,
don't
then
know
why?
गोल गोल नीचे से गोल चेहरा
one
See,
single
this is
thing
my
about the
personal opinion.
philosophy of Kali. Yeah,
Okay,
Skantha, I will.
this is my
I will let
personal
you speak.
opinion. Why isn't
Yeah,
BJP
sure.
adopting Jai Shri Ram and Jai Kali in the same line to counter TMC?
Yeah, that's the
Is there any reason?
that's the thing. Yeah, Jai Ma Kali should be a slogan in Bengal because
Correct.
if you don't accept regionalism in politics, then it is not going to. Because you can see this in Orissa. Also. Orissa, when BJP came into power, they did not came by through Jai Jagannath, not by Jai Shri Ram.
Yes.
So similarly, if you can't accept the regional norms, I think it is going to be a pitfall for BJP. Even if they come into power, they are going to be kicked away within 5 years if they don't accept the Bengaliness of BJP. BJP cannot remain a North Indian party if they come to Bengal. That's what I want to say.
That's hilarious. Ravana was a Tambra who went to participate in Sri Lankan Civil War.
No, Ravana wasn't even a
I want
Tambram.
to
He was a Brahmin.
Ravana was a Noida Brahm.
he was a Meerut Brahman.
Yeah.
He was from Meerut.
Yeah.
So I want to talk
our
about something.
North Indian.
I want to talk about something Ram and Tamil Nadu. तो जिसको लगता है राम तमिलनाडु के नहीं है उनके नाम देख लीजिए रामचंद्रन रामदास सीतारमन फिर क्या बोलते हैं सीताराम फिर राम
विवेक
प्रसाद
रामास्वामी
फिर रामास्वामी जो बोलता था कि राम हमारे तमिलनाडु के नहीं है वो भी रामास्वामी नायकर तो भाई तमिलनाडु का राम से क्या संबंध है वो तो चर्चा का विषय ही नहीं होना चाहिए फिर
And Neerajan, one thing I want to say about this, about regionalism, as you mentioned about South Indians not being devout Hindus. I think Jesai Deepak recently made a podcast with ANI. He specifically talked about this phenomenon because we think that South Indians are Dravidian nature. They are not Hindus. They don't care about Hindutva. Actually, it's not the case. It is completely false that Jesai Deepak talked about this specifically in the podcast. I think we should review it once. If
So let me just
you should do a live review of that podcast, the recent one that Jesai Deepak gave to AI just 1 or 2 days ago. It's a brilliant podcast. It's a must watch.
But
for every
Ravana,
Hindu.
so,
So-
again, see, एक minute. So,
So
Skanda
one
said-
thing. Okay, go ahead, Anand.
No, because I will lose that point because we were some time back. I was scared we'll go to something else before we get to that. So Skanda said AIDMK takes Ravana as their god, as their as the source
No,
of
no,
their
DMK.
DMK. Okay, let's take DMK also. So you have to ask. I thought EVR was anti-Brahmin. Isn't why is he anti? Why is he pro-Brahmin called Ravana, who enslaved large numbers of women and abused people and stuff? He did a lot of.
They don't know
oppression
these
on-
things, Anand. They don't care about these facts. They just make their own Ravana in their head.
That's my point. My point is, you literally have all you need to do is if your arguments are sound, you can counter this shit. But if you get flooded by and get distracted by other things that the person said, you let them continue with their nonsense, right? My point is, you challenge the
their
person on
logic
their
is-
stupidity.
See, their logic is nobody agrees with that logic except themselves and the left-wing media. Okay, Ravana was something Sri Lankan Dalit or something who rose through ranks and challenged the Brahminical
Yeah.
system of that time. Whatever
Yeah.
the words that are used today, they're just using in that era,
Yeah.
and they have positioned him as
Yeah.
the voice of the downtrodden, poor, voiceless, all those things. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't say that I agree with that. I didn't even say
Ravana
it's a
was the
logic,
son of
but whatever.
Brahmans,
I-
Vaishnavas.
Before I
Yeah,
forget,
Brahmin.
I want to talk about something that is political Hindu and cultural Hindu. Okay. And I have said this to many people and also on many YouTube comments. North should learn cultural Hinduism from the South, and South should learn political Hinduism from the North. I've said this
why?
to many people.
Because cultural Hinduism में
Because-
नॉर्थ इंडिया कहाँ पीछे है?
We should tell
पीछे
them
है
that
क्योंकि
Eastern
हम
part,
लोगों
we are
को
Eastern
अपना
India.
नो कल्चरल हिंदुइज्म क्यों मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, क्योंकि हमको अपना रिचुअल्स का नॉलेज प्रॉपर नहीं है. रिचुअल्स का नॉलेज नहीं होने से आपका जो टेम्पल का इन्वायरमेंट बनता है, जो आपको वो प्योरिटी दे या वो एसेंस दे, वो आपको मिलता नहीं है. ओके, बहुत सारा जो ट्रेडिशंस है वो नॉर्थ से जा चुका है बिकॉज टेम्पल इकोसिस्टम नहीं है, वो साउथ में है. बहुत सारा
अबे, I
आश्रम मठ जहाँ पर प्रॉपर नॉलेज है वो साउथ में है, अभी नॉर्थ में नहीं है.
I'll give you an interesting example, right?
ये
If you go
मुझे
to-
दिखता है.
If you see any,
अबे, I
फिर
think, this
हिंदू
is countered actually.
बेसिक पॉइंट है कि हिंदू हाई कल्चर साउथ में ज्यादा है. कल्चरल कॉन्शियसनेस ऑफ बीइंग अ हिंदू, of understanding the rituals, of
There is one
understanding
thing-
temple practices is more in the south. ये मैंने देखा है.
What you're saying is,
I think,
you are correct. Theoretically you are correct. Practically there is one problem there. So the Hindu politics, which it is not started by BJP actually. Congress was doing it for the long time. Okay, and it mixed it with some other politics. Then it went secular way. Every decade it was changing the colors. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, there are a lot of allegations, right? The Congress was a Brahmin party, Brahminical, all these things is coming, right? There is a, kind of a truth to it. You check out any North Indian states which Congress ruled during that times, mostly it had chief ministers from Brahmin caste only. That led to the resentment there. Here, the political Hindutva was not there, so Congress had to do it. It was a compulsion thrusted upon them to give the chances of CM-ship to OBCs. Except in Tamil Nadu, in rest of the places, there is no, that much hate among the Hindu caste in the other southern states. It worked for the southern states. It was not what we call it as political Hindutva was not followed there. Actually worked for South Indian states till 2000. Now maybe we need to look at the alternative system. Let's see whether Hindutva can take place or not. But I am telling you, including Karnataka, there's BJP's street presence is very, 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 very meager. It does not exist. That much disappointing it is. Please continue.
In Karnataka,
Yeah,
it's become very
Abhay,
political.
I want to counter to Abhay's point here that we need to learn.
And then I will answer back. Okay.
Yeah,
Please,
sure,
others don't come in. Okay.
Yeah. That you want to talk about the learning part from the south, I think because Hinduism is so diverse and the cultural point of view will be different in the continuum. So yeah, we can learn a lot of things. But Kaveh, in your own statement also, you have answered the reason why it is less diminished in the northern part, because the temples that have been consecrated here have been destroyed through invasions. So the cultural aspect of Hinduism in the north is systematically very different from the south. South, it is very temple related ritualistic part, but in the north, why Hindus were developed in the north specifically, you need to understand this from a psychological perspective, because the north was always under continuous attack from the invaders. That's why Hinduism took a very much defensive approach here. So instead of ritualism and temple culture, it took a very much staunch Kshatriya type of outlook about this from the beginning. So that's why instead of cultural point, it has consecrated itself into a political form of Hinduism. So I think in one way it is a consequence of the situations that it has faced in the past, India has faced in the past. That's why we get two types of Hinduism in the north and the south. But the same thing you will see in the eastern part. Eastern part, it is completely devoid of that. In eastern part, you can see this cultural aspect far more evident from Assam, from West Bengal beforehand. I'm talking about before the communist era came in. So in that way, in Orissa as well, you can see this, that cultural aspect is still very much alive and vibrating there, despite the lack of temples, even despite that. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Mushin, I agree with you that North was invaded. That's why they developed a sense of resistance. That is why they developed a better perception of threat than southern part of India. That's why Hindutva developed in the north. That political consciousness of fighting back and being a Hindu. But culturally, when it comes to rituals, practices, knowledge systems, South has preserved more because they were not invaded, because their temple ecosystem existed. So that is why I'm saying, इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि नॉर्थ यदि साउथ से कुछ सीख सकता है वो है कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ हिंदू कल्चर, और साउथ यदि नॉर्थ से कुछ सीख सकता है वो है क्षत्रियता. एज फार एज ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया इज कंसर्न, ईस्ट का हिस्ट्री बहुत अलग है, क्योंकि बंगाल में जब इस्लाम एंटर किया था वो नेसेसरली मार काट से नहीं किया था, बहुत सारा जगह खाली भी था, एंड दे वर ट्राइबल कम्युनिटीज हु देमसेल्व्स कन्वर्टेड इजीली. ठीक है, तो वो उस प्रकार का कल्चरल डिस्ट्रक्शन ईस्ट में नहीं दिखता है. ओके, और यदि ओडिशा को देखा जाए तो उसका तो इन्वेजन भी नहीं हुआ प्रॉपर्ली. ओडिशा तो मोस्टली हैज स्टेड हिंदू, और असम में और असम में तो लचित बोरफुकन जैसे लोगों ने कभी मुगलों को घुसने ही नहीं दिया. तो ईस्ट का थोड़ा अलग है, पर नॉर्थ और साउथ की जब मैं बात कर रहा हूँ तो मेरा मानना है ये सच्चाई है कि साउथ में कल्चरल प्रिजर्वेशन ज्यादा है. उनके आप कपड़े देख लो, खाने का तरीका देखो, आज भी शादी ब्याह में पत्ता में खाने का रिवाज है उनका, केले के पत्ते पर हाथ से, गर्भ से हाथ से खाते हैं. तो वो कल्चरल रूटेडनेस साउथ में ज्यादा दिखता है, rootedness to Hindu culture.
Wait. Yeah. Now I have a different question. Now we will take we will discuss this and then move back to Bengal a little. नहीं तुम्हारा खत्म नहीं होगा.
अरे short, not very long. I have a different take. Okay. The reason why the north.
उस पे मुशिन और अभय और 2-3 काउंटर पॉइंट देगा.
नहीं you can counter नहीं.
मेरा हो गया, अब मैं और नहीं बोलूं.
मेरा perspective wrong हो सकता है, सही भी हो सकता है, but I have observed this. Because, and I agree with both of them. I'm saying is that because the north is driven by invasion so frequently, their religion or the way they associate with Hinduism came from stories, and ones you could carry with you wherever you traveled. You don't have to, a static temple was not required, right? So your bhakti towards a particular Gram Devata, a god, it could be in your mind, it could be in your stories. In South India, because they didn't have so much invasion, they were able to build the structures of theology. Like they were able to talk about dharma, they would talk about Upanishads. There was time to reflect on philosophy, on religion. In the north, there's no time, so you are attached to stories. So your Hinduism is more drawn by that kind of vision. In south, is more drawn by stable, untampered with lifestyle. So it's a little different that way. That's a difference I see.
Yeah, I agree. Okay,
I think this is just a last 1,000-year phenomena which Anand talked about. Anyway.
Now, before coming back to Bengal, we will take up Skanda's question once again. If any other people want to join, or even in the live chat about this, what Skanda had asked about whether TMC can be looked upon as the underdog under any circumstances anymore. Before that, I don't know if you all know about this much, but based on whatever you do know about Isha Foundation, how where do you think their contributions are going to affect Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, both in the discourse of preventing conversions or keeping people in the Hindu fold, and even in the Kaveri situation? Because Isha Foundation is trying to solve that as well with a program called Kaveri Calling, planting trees and making sure that people have made their houses on in places where the Kaveri used to flow, because half the time the Kaveri doesn't flow in those places, and that is a serious problem. So how much do you think can Isha Foundation reverse a lot of these political issues which politics cannot really solve right now?
I'll tell you the Kaveri thing straight away. This can't be solved without central government laying down the law. This is not going to be solved by the states, because it's become an ego issue now. It's not about practicality. Karnataka people are like, I won't give you my water. Tamil Nadu people are, you have to give me water. I have a lot of farming to do. So it's just basically that's all. So the central government is saying, I'm sorry, you both need to shut up. We are a large state, and we will decide what happens in our rivers. You both states have no business deciding. We will find an equitable thing. We'll make sure no one is sacrificed, and both will get reasonable amount of water. And you guys shut up. No more discussing the Kaveri. The Isha should not stick its nose into this. We can do some of the work in terms of like making sure the river is not blocked and stuff. But this is central government.
Right. Yeah. And that's not feasible. That's never going to happen.
It's feasible. The central government has the balls. They can't be so
balls.
How do they manage Ganga water?
Balls.
It's so many states. How are they managing that?
बैट दिया बॉल भेंगे देवे उधर
Ball का आशा तो तुम छोड़ी दो. Ball is not on the table.
You can't run a
Maybe if Amit Shah is the PM.
Someone should tell Modi, no Viksit Bharat for you.
Yes.
Naughty
Yes.
Amit Shah.
Only Viksit Bharat can only happen if Naughty Shah with balls can become the PM. Okay. Now I will. We are going to discuss. Yeah, fair enough, Anand. We will discuss that as well. That will be a great thing to discuss. Maybe actually, yeah, we will take these two questions now. Okay. Can TMC be the underdog under any circumstances anymore in Bengal? And how would Amit Shah do as a PM? Just before that, let me answer this quickly. Can you tell me the area of Chinmay mission you went to in Pune? Yeah, I went to a place called, not the Chinmay main mission ashram, which is in Pimpri Chinchwad. See, I corrected that pronunciation as well. I want to pronounce how those words are pronounced in those localities. I have corrected my pronunciation of Savarkar, and I used to call it Pimpri Chinchwad. It's actually called Pimpri Chinchwad. So where I went to was Chinmay Vibhuti ashram. It's in a place called Kolava. It's somewhere between Kolava and Bhagur, okay, up in the Sahyadri mountains, about 2.5 hours drive from the main Pune city. But it took 2.5 hours because it was very crowded. It took us, I think, 1.5 hours to get back. That's why we went. Okay, so can TMC be the underdog under any circumstances anymore? What do you think? First, let's ask the Bengali guy. Mushin, what do you think? Then we'll take Abhay. Then we'll ask if Anand or Skanda want to contribute.
Can TMC be underdog under any circumstances? Absolutely not. That's the answer is. TMC in every single way have captured the captured the economical street and as well as the political electoral equations in Bengal. So in every single way, they are not overdogs, they are overdogs. What they can be underdogs in, they are underdogs in honesty. That's their underdogs in honesty and leadership.
Wow.
So that's the thing. That's the thing. It is there, and the problem is that BJP doesn't understand that it is the underdog. BJP thinks it's the overdog in Bengal. BJP thinks that we are in the center, we can easily win this, or we are in the setting, or whatever their setting formula is. I don't know. I don't care. So TMC will try to project it as they are the underdog. They are the fighters for the weak and the poor people, as they always do. They will play the socialism card here, that we are fighting for the Bengali Asmita. We are fighting for the people of Bengal, the grassroots, the farmers. We are fighting for the poor people who can't fight for themselves. They'll try to project it like that, as they always do. And the problem is that people will drink that Kool-Aid. And my fear is that they will also vote them on that behalf. They think that BJP is some kind of an existential threat to their Bengaliness. BJP will take away their plate of fish and rice that they eat in their before they go to take an afternoon nap. So that's the thing in the rural parts of Bengal. That's what I can see. in my locality at least. I can see that they think that BJP is
Right.
some Hindi ogre, so that they are going to take away their basic necessities. And I think BJP is not helping that image, because some of the things
Yeah.
that they have been doing, shenanigans they have been pulling, that it is not helping the case in any way in BJP's favor. Some actions are happening in
Yeah,
some
BJP
places
has not
yeah.
BJP has not made any efforts to Bengalize their vibe, their look. They are just going to win because of three things. Amit Shah wants to be PM without the dependency on Yogi, Bangladesh, and because Bengali Hindus are desperate enough. They will
But
force
another
BJP
thing is
into
that
coming into power. That's my opinion.
Neeraj, the third thing, the extreme third thing that you mentioned, that if BJP wins, it is going to be because Bengalis want to vote for BJP. I think that is 100% correct,
Yeah.
because in most of the places, despite what I have mentioned before, I can see a clear eagerness to see a change in the government. And I think that the second option for the Bengali people is BJP. It's not the Congress, it is not the left. So I think in that perspective, I think BJP has a very good chance coming of this time. They just need to change some of their tactics, because they are acting like a blithering idiot in the fields, because their projection of power is nothing. Their projection of their Bengaliness is absolutely zero. Sometimes it turns in negatives, because they say something bad about the Bengali language here and there. They oppose the non-veg. They criticize food habits of other people. I don't know what is there. And apart from that, I think
the Goa CM. When I went to the Digital Democracy Dialogue, the Goa CM proudly said, "Why are you asking me about vegetarian food? Yeah, I'm having it just because it's Navratri going on. Otherwise, I'm very much a fish and curry eater."
Sure. Yeah, and the thing is that the last part I want to say is that some people are saying, some analysts are saying that BJP is going to win massively this time. I don't know how much truth is in there, so I can share you a video. You can review that. Some people are saying that just like it happened in the 2011 election, that even the cadres of the left, CPIM, also voted for TMC to see a change, because they were afraid they are going to lose their heads after the election because of the violence. So this time, some people are analyzing that even some Trinamool, very cutthroat Trinamool supporters and Trinamool cadres who are connected with the political scene, who know the political scene from inside and out, they will also vote for BJP, because this time they can see a clear bad things are going to happen if they're not, because factionism has taken place very largely within TMC, and the Muslims and the desert homies are creating some kind of factions within TMC, and they're going to eat up the other Hindus in a lot of places in very much brutal ways. So they're fighting for their lives, actually, even the TMC people. So that's what I'm hearing here and there.
Yeah. Now, Abhay, do you think TMC can be considered the underdog under any circumstances at all? Is there anything that can happen today politically that will again people gather some sympathy for Mamata?
So you're saying that can TMC be perceived as underdog, not actually underdog?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, perceived.
That is always the Mamata Banerjee always plays possum. That is always the case. क्योंकि आप देखिए ना, वो सीधा बोलेगी हिंदी साम्राज्यवादी लोग हमारी बंगाली संस्कृति पर आक्रमण करने आ रहे हैं.
No, but will people buy it anymore? Will they be considered the underdog anymore?
Some people will buy it. That is going to happen.
What percentage?
I'm not sure about the percentage. I would say people in Kolkata will mostly buy it. Kolkata or Greater Kolkata region. As far as rural Bengal is concerned, they don't care about Bengali बचेगा या नहीं बचेगा. जान बच जाए वही बहुत बड़ी बात. ठीक है. उनके जान पर बन आ रही है. उनकी भूमि हड़पी जा रही है. तो वो नहीं care करेंगे.
That is my point against AIM and Subramaniam Swamy as well. बुद्धदेव हरा तो बढ़िया हुआ. भोसरी के तमिलनाडु में बैठ के भाषणबाजी. Skanda Anand, do you want to take this question at all?
अरे मैं एक बात कह दूं, ये AIM यदि मुझे आप मुझसे पूछे, उसको बंगाल के बारे में नहीं पता था. ठीक है, उसको बंगाल के बारे में नहीं पता है, बंगाल कैसे काम करता है, कैसे चलता है. हाँ, एक बात उसको पता है कि जो मैं मानता हूँ AIM सही जानता है, बीजेपी डज नॉट अंडरस्टैंड बंगाल. वो एक बात ठीक करता है.
राइट.
उसको छोड़ के मुझे नहीं लगता उसको कुछ पता है बंगाल के बारे में.
उसको खुद भी पता नहीं है, but he is right that BJP doesn't get it.
অভিজিৎ নিজে জানে না বাংলা কি কথা বলতে ঠিক করে 5 মিনিট কথা বলতে দিলে মালটার অবস্থা খারাপ হয়ে যাবে বাংলাতে. মালটা
No, that's because AIM is Bangladeshi, self-confessed Bangladeshi. Obviously, he doesn't know about West Bengal.
No.
No, actually, Sanjeev Sanyal
And-
lived in Bengal his entire
And
childhood.
he was so
But
offended.
AIM
And
never
I
lived in
don't
Bengal.
understand. I don't understand one thing about him. He was so offended when someone used the word Kanglu, saying that I am Bangladeshi. You are freaking Bangladeshi, then why are you living in India? Go to Bangladesh. You
Exactly.
don't even know that Bangladesh is your ideological civilizational enemy. Otherwise,
Exactly.
if you were actually a Bangladeshi and Bangladeshi is being a Bangladeshi is a matter of pride, then Bangladesh should have been with India.
Exactly.
Why did it become East Pakistan in the first place?
So that's my.
And
That's
you are
my.
going to identify with that freaking nonsense, which is East Pakistan, which was built on the basis of Hindu hatred.
Yeah. So I was.
Okay, people
Moorkh
are saying
vyakti
that
hai.
people are saying that AIM was being sarcastic.
No, he's not
Yeah,
being
it's
sarcastic.
sarcastic.
He's not being sarcastic.
He was not
He's
being sarcastic. He
he
was
was not being
seriously
sarcastic.
offended.
I know when AIM is sarcastic and he was not sarcastic, and I was also very offended by his nonsense because first of all he identifies more with his Tamil roots.
Okay.
He just talks about Bengali when he wants to basically to LARP. Okay, it's very obvious. Okay. So no,
Okay.
I was
Okay,
just
I'll take.
Wait.
Absolutely agree. I agree with Anand.
I want to talk about this. This thing is very important. It is very important even to the identity of. I remember I asked. I think was it on this show only? I asked you this question last stream about what does it mean to be Bangladeshi? Is it to be Bengali or to be Muslim? Right. The identity of one who is a Bangladeshi is anti-Hindu. You would not need a Bangladesh if you are Hindu. You would need a Bangladesh only if you're like, I don't believe in the fact that I can live with Hindus. I need a separate Muslim land for my own. That's just a reality because East Pakistan and West Pakistan were created for that reason only. And it is not like even Mujibur Rahman didn't run for election of secular state Bangladesh, Pakistan. He ran for religious state Pakistan. He didn't say, oh no, we will be secular state. I won the election based on that. He didn't run this on that basis. He didn't lose power from the Pakistani Muslims based on that either. Right? Everything was the fact that the entire identity of a Bangladeshi is Muslim. Yes, a lot of Hindus are stuck on the other side of the border because they thought they will live peacefully under Mujibur Rahman. That is their fault, but they're still Hindu and they're still Indian to me. For example, if you go abroad and any person with the Indian genetics who says I am Pakistani, they're automatically not they're not Hindu to me, not my friend, because you identify with the idea of Pakistan, not with the fact that it's currently a nation state.
Yeah.
And one more thing about the underdog. Underdog. You asked.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Yes.
See, TMC can be perceived underdog if BJP acts stupid, like sending ED a few months before election. Stop this shit. Control your bloody organizations. Tell them to shut the fuck up for like 3-4 months. You can do your shit later. When we are in power, you can go do your ED nonsense how much ever you want. But they don't listen. What to do? I've told hundreds of them, don't send organizations into Bengal when elections are going on. It's not helping you in any way.
Yeah, it's helping. I completely disagree here that people are pissed off with BJP and ED the same way that you are, that why weren't you doing it 5 months back? That part is there. The next part is not there, that okay, you did it right before the elections. Now I love Mamata Banerjee all of a sudden. That's not happening anymore. Is that why are you so late to the fucking party? Let's begin the party. Let's throw all of them in the jail. That's the point.
Actually, people are making fun
okay,
of
we will take
Mamata
Tenoeka.
Banerjee.
Yeah. We will take Tenoeka Banzai in for a discussion then. Yeah, that is good. I will just respond very harshly to Ananya Shukla or Anani Shukla here. Buddhadev losing was a good thing. No fucking way. CPI knew they were going to lose, hence they started industrializing. Yes, it's a scam. Please don't believe. What do you mean? If it did industrialize, how was it a scam? It's not like he promised a Shingur factory and then did not do it and then they lost. Therefore, it's a good thing. No, the factory was right there. It was already beginning work. How is that a scam? And you are saying in the last sentence, you have no idea what the communists did in Bihar. Who the fuck cares? I know what communists did to West Bengal. This channel is entirely based on that. I've been speaking about it from day one. But what communists did to Bengal is not what Buddhadev did to Bengal. Are you saying that there was a Buddhadev equivalent in CPIM in Bihar? That, they did damage to Bihar, then they did a lot of capitalism in Bihar, which also ended up being a scam in Bihar? No. They only did damages in Bihar. And Jyoti Basu only did damages to Bengal. But Buddhadev Bhattacharya rejuvenated Bengal from a fucking shithole. Not a shithole that even BC Roy had to handle. There's no
मैं
equivalence of
एक बात
Buddhadev
कह
Bhattacharya
दूं,
in entire CPIM. There was no good that came out of Buddhadev losing.
ओके,
Yeah, go ahead.
मैं एक बात इसमें जोड़
Go
दूं,
ahead, Abhay.
मुझे बुद्धदेव
Yeah.
भट्टाचार्य के हार Am I audible? Am I
Yeah, now
audible?
you are.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah, you are.
hello.
उसका नेट हो गया है कुछ.
Yeah, you are audible. उसका हेडफोन भी खराब हो गया. हमारा ऑडियो नहीं जा रहा है उसके पास. चलो थोड़ा
Am I audible?
कुछ सेकंड वेट कर लेते हैं. या भाई.
हेलो. हाँ, मैं ये कह रहा था, मुझे बुद्धदेव भट्टाचार्य
हाँ.
के हारने से इस बात का दुख नहीं है, इस बात की खुशी नहीं है कि सीपीएम हार गया, या ये बात है कि इस बात
हाँ.
सीपीएम हारा या नहीं हारा इसकी नहीं है. बात ये है कि वो विचारधारा हार गई कि इंडस्ट्री चाहिए बंगाल में. वो
राइट.
जो सोच है वो हार गई
हाँ.
कि हमें इंडस्ट्री
हाँ.
चाहिए. अब इसके आगे कोई भी नेता आएगा बंगाल में, वो 10 बार सोचेगा कि हम बंगाल को इंडस्ट्रियलाइज करें या नहीं. वो हार हुई, और इससे बंगाल 10, 15, 20 वर्ष के लिए पीछे हो गया. अच्छा काम करने के लिए उसको हराया गया.
Yeah.
Can you tell
Bhabama is
ऐसे
saying
तो
there is no
कम्युनिस्ट को
good
निकाल
came
के
out
फेंक
of.
देना चाहिए था बहुत पहले ही.
हाँ, जब फेंकना चाहिए था तब तो फेंका नहीं भूसी वालों ने. There is no good came out of Buddhadev losing. No way. What has gotten Neerajan the Bhoot? What good has come out of Buddhadev losing? Ruben Shongit in traffic stops, corruption in every level,
Yeah, you give
violence in every level, post-poll violence in
Nuclear deal.
2021. Zero
Nuclear deal.
industrialization.
Nuclear deal.
What if Buddhadev Bhattacharya stayed on? They would not have a
FDI
nuclear
in
deal.
retail. You remember the big Mamata issue, FDI in retail? She stopped FDI in retail in every single state because she didn't want it in Bengal.
Yeah. What good came out of Buddhadev losing?
No, but,
give me 5 or give me 1 or 2.
हाँ, देना पड़ेगा. Hey, but one thing.
Give me 2-3 points.
Nuclear deal. Nuclear deal. CPM was
nuclear
opposing
deal?
the nuclear deal. Yeah,
And if
CPM was
Buddhadev
opposing
stayed
it,
on as
right?
CPM, yeah, only Buddhadev Bhattacharya's chief ministership would have prevented a nuclear deal.
No, but it was a way of pressurizing the CPIM. Like US gave the randa to CPIM, sort of.
Oh, that's a minuscule advantage to have over completely screwing a state for 15 years.
See, can I say something about communists? I hate communists. Okay, I hate them to my
Yeah,
core of my
we all
being.
do.
But
Yes.
but you cannot say communists don't industrialize states. They may not capitalize states, but they industrialize all states. Their entire they would have destroyed the beauty of Bengal, but they would have industrialized Bengal. There's 100% guarantee. Okay.
अरे
They have made
ब्यूटी
everything
क्या?
dark and-
अरे ब्यूटी तृणमूल ब्यूटी बना रहा है बंगाल का.
I'm not saying Trinamool. I'm just telling
ऐसा
you,
तो
they would
नहीं
have-
है कि बुद्धदेव के बाद तो थॉमस वेल चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बना. तो when we have the data of today, why do we even have this discussion कि CPM क्या कर लेता, or was it going to be significantly worse or better than Trinamool? We know what happened after Buddhadev. Then how can we now say in 2025 that Buddhadev wasn't the best thing, or that he losing was a bad thing?
Better? Is Nandigram any better?
No.
That's the question.
No. Yeah. Okay. Tenhoy Kabanzai, do you have any other points to make? Otherwise, now we'll get to the Amit Shah question.
Yeah. I had a conspiracy question, a conspiracy theory question.
Okay.
What if the
Okay.
nephew switches, right? Can Abhishek switch to BJP and bring his young cadres of TMCP or something like that? Can it bring about some kind of change?
No. He will bring change when he becomes the chief minister, but it will happen through a new party or through Trinamool only, not directly through BJP.
This will only happen when hell freezes over and pigs start flying in the sky.
There is no hell.
I mean,
Wow,
when
wow.
the Patal Lok freezes over.
Yeah, if Buddhadev Bhattacharya was the chief minister when Narendra Modi was the PM, we missed that chance.
Oh my God.
That is what we
That's
should have had.
People keep saying Kerala's Communist Party is communist. They're not bloody communist. They're bloody capitalist. Okay, like they're communist
Yeah.
in name only. Like, आज का communist कुछ communist नहीं है भाई. Like you have to ask them to read the Marxist manifesto, they will not know half the shit in that. कुछ जानते नहीं भाई, they don't even know what communism definition है, they don't know what socialism definition है, what democratic socialism or how different from social democracy. कुछ नहीं जानते आज के communist. Just duffly बांटते हैं. Oh my God, freedom, 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 duffly, freedom, some more freedom, duffly. That's all they do.
विजयन ने पोर्ट दिया ना अडानी को, वीरिंगम में ना, वीरिंगम ना, क्या नाम है उस जगह का?
Virinjam.
दिया ना पोर्ट. हाँ.
Yeah.
तो दिया
Okay,
ना.
I'll answer Navavimarsh.
क्यों बुद्धदेव भट्टाचार्य क्यों नहीं देता? वो भी दे देता.
Yes, of course. Yes. वो बोलता नरेंद्र मोदी को.
वो communists know where the bread is buttered. They know that very clearly.
Jyoti Basu didn't, but Buddhadev did. Yes. Jyoti Basu's butter came from Modijapi. Navavimarsh is saying, what if Buddhadev was removed after election? Was Buddhadev like thinking a majority of communists of Bengal? Navavimarsh, I'll answer the second part first. Buddhadev like thinking was not the majority of communists of Bengal, but they would consider even that to be good communism because the communist chief minister was doing it. Because every CPM supporter was in favor of the Tata Shingur factory in 2006. Majority of any people in any group, in any context, in any part of the world, in any era in history will be fucking sheep. And the sheep believed that Jyoti Basu is a great communist, even though they hadn't read a page of Karl Marx. Maybe that was real communism. And they didn't think that Buddhadev Bhattacharya was any less of a communist when he was declaring the Tata Shingur factory. All of them were supporters of Buddhadev. In 2011, just the narrative shifted because the Brahmin Vaidyas Kayasthas of Kolkata declared war on Buddhadev Bhattacharya. So, if he was the chief minister and he stayed on as chief minister, people would happily go along with that. They would not suddenly take up reading the gigantic Communist Manifesto and decide, oh my God, Tata Shingur factory is not communist. Now let's vote against Buddhadev or let's want him out of power. That's not what was going to happen. And the majority thinking of West Bengal was not that Anand Margis should be burned to death. The majority thinking of Bengal was not that let's have fun, let's kill all the Namashudras in Modichapi. No, chief minister did it. Everyone went ahead with it. That's just sheep mentality, herd mentality. That happened. Now, the first question is, yeah, that's more credible. What if Buddhadev was removed after election? That was a possibility. Now, I'm not going to give brownie points to fucking Trinamool just because this fucking hypothetical question, a distant possibility is might have had happened. Therefore, let's cheer the demise of Buddhadev's political career. No. Utna hypothetical, based on hypothetical, hum nahi kar sakte. The much better conspiracy theory is that all the Epstein file bullshit. Okay, now Amit Shah as PM.
Let me ask a simple question. You take Indira Gandhi taking the communists into her inner circle, and who was opposing her? You look at the ideas of both groups. You can clearly see who was the more capitalist, who was the more progressive, like, who would have brought India to like a political developed country. If JP had won seats the way really won the country and run the country, they would turn into what Lalu Prasad and what this SP did to UP and Bihar. The whole country they would turn into. Turn the whole country into that. Like JP was not very pro capitalism. Okay. You understand what? And the communists were arrayed against them with Indira Gandhi.
ये जो मंडल कमीशन है ना, ये जेपी आंदोलन वालों ने ही लाया था. मंडल कमीशन लाके ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन लाने वाले यही लोग.
Forget about OP reservation.
तो उससे अच्छी तो कांग्रेस ही थी.
अरे forget about OBC reservation. ये obsession with state से suckle on the teat of the state 24/7. ये किसने लाया था? First Nehru में, उसके बाद Indira Gandhi tried to undo the damage, and these people started brought it again. Like this idea that only communists are like this is not true. This idea is throughout India. Some communists are very effective at implementing this suckle the teat of the state, and some communists
योगी भी तो योगी जो $1 trillion इकोनॉमी बनाने का प्लान कर रहा है, वो क्या थॉमस वेल पढ़ के कर रहा है? वो कॉमन सेंस से कर रहा है. ली कुआन यू भी कम्युनिस्ट था, वो कॉमन सेंस था. कॉमन सेंस बुद्धदेव में था, ज्योति बासु में नहीं था. उसका कॉमन सेंस था कि पावर में रहना है. तृणमूल का कॉमन सेंस है कि पावर में रहना है. Okay, now you all please start discussing how would Amit Shah fare as PM. I'll just take a pee break. Let them fight.
Who wants to start? The proposition, the opposition.
I don't have any judgment about this. I don't know how to think of that, because if benchmark is Namo, then I think Amit Shah Will he be able to hold up to that stature? Or I think he's going to hold up. That's what I think.
I don't think so. I think he's good at he's good at background stuff. He will not. He's not a good leader.
I think he would be better on security, internal security,
Definitely.
especially.
But actually, Namo also, if you compare Namo of 2000 and Namo of 2026, then I think there is a huge gap between the two. People grow actually in these things, and we can't actually predict what is going to happen if someone becomes a PM right now, because of the strategies might change drastically, because they come into the effect of the deep state, as they call the Indian deep state, the PMO. I think that will change Amit Shah in a way drastically that will be unrecognizable in future.
No, see, my point is very simple. You need someone who can handle the bureaucracy. Until now, there's only been 2 CMs who can handle bureaucracy, and that is Yogi and Himanta. Either of them, I would vote for in a jiffy to be PM. I would not vote for Amit Shah because I don't think so. He has the ability to handle the bureaucracy.
I have a hot take
Too
here.
many daggers out for him also. Which
my hot take is that if we can get Yogi to be a PM, will that be very much good signaling for the international world? Because Yogi is a staunch.
Doesn't matter.
I don't think it's too much. He's too much Hindutva packed into one.
No, I'm
look, Mushin, we should stop caring about image.
Forget about caring.
Yeah, you are right.
Forget about caring.
We should stop caring about it.
Even pragmatically, we are going to be the biggest market for the world for the next 100 years. And we should just say our market is gigantic. We will vote whoever the hell we want. You guys can bugger off. And they will come. They will come begging on their hands and knees. Whoever is the PM. We should choose what's best for our country. And the best for our country is a person who understands, who can control the bureaucracy, who is able to see his attacks coming from a mile away, which he did. He saw in all 3 elections, he saw it coming a mile away. He is able to handle it.
Yeah, I'm saying this also because some kind of internal clash between Yogi and Shah has been projected. I don't know if it's a rumor or not, because it is being said in the inner circles of BJP. So that's the thing there too.
If it's there, the person who wins will wins. And I would want more Yogi to win. See, let's assume that Shah wins. And everyone knows that there's a battle between Yogi and Shah. You think the people who support Yogi will vote for Shah?
Never,
exactly. But if Shah loses and Yogi wins, you think the people who would vote for Amit Shah would vote for Yogi?
I think so. They will, because
Yogi there is even worse possibility of the party splitting along Shah and Yogi. That's even worse, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Today, see, once you get power now, you don't want to let go of it. It'll only happen if whoever is chosen loses one election. Then it may happen. It'll let alone.
Because I can see right away the Lal Krishna Advanification of Modi from here only, because it has started happening already.
No, but it's not the same. No, Advani was not a very ineffectual candidate. He was a very ineffectual candidate. I would no one have voted for Advani. BJP would have lost again.
Yeah.
BJP won only because of Modi. Let's be very clear about this. BJP
that I agree with, but I don't think he's going to be able to carry on for 2029 as well, because I think he's going to step down as PM.
Who?
That's my hunch. In 2029,
he will carry on. He will carry on as long as he can. As long as he's fit.
And the man will be 80 years old by then. Almost 80.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Look, I have a point. Amit Shah is more of a national, fully a national leader, while Yogi is mainly concentrated on the Gangetic belts. Like, has Yogi any support in like Maharashtra or Karnataka or Gujarat for that matter?
He's very popular in Karnataka. Very popular.
He will get it. Yogi will get it. Very easily.
Karnataka, Telangana, all will vote for Yogi. No problem.
अरे जब बोम्मई मुख्यमंत्री था ना, मैं बताता हूँ, जब बोम्मई मुख्यमंत्री था कर्नाटका में और कुछ बजरंग दल का प्रोटेस्ट वगैरह हुआ था, तो उस समय सब चिल्ला रहे थे योगी जैसा मुख्यमंत्री चाहिए. तब बोम्मई भी कह रहे थे, जो वहां के मुख्यमंत्री थे कर्नाटका के, कि हम यहाँ पर योगी मॉडल लाएंगे. तो जब कर्नाटका में योगी का बिगुल बच सकता है तो कहीं भी बच सकता है. उनको बस प्रोजेक्ट करने की देर है. सब तैयार हो जाएंगे.
Arey, I'm telling you, Yogi is one of the. You want to bring back proper cultural Hindutva, you need Yogi. Modi is good for economic Hindutva in terms of like bringing all the jatis together without having economic conflict. But you want cultural Hindutva, you need Yogi. Because again, his Panth itself is very good for that.
What do you think Shah is going to be the special for? what kind of Hindutva Shah will might bring to the table?
He'll play more like the, the I don't know, the more backroom dealer type of leader. And for me, that we don't need that. If we want to grow, we need a very so it's between Reagan and Nixon, right?
Yeah.
I see Shah is more.
I think it's a bit too much. Compare Nixon with Shah. I think it's a bit too harsh.
I'm just the style, Vivian. Okay, this is the style. Okay, the more Nixon backroom deals, and Reagan is more like the shining city on the hill. Like Yogi will bring that aura, or even Hemanta. Even Hemanta, I would vote for. Right? He's got that aura as well. Straight speaking.
In fact,
Hemanta even in the counts right now, in the competition.
I don't know, but I would vote.
In fact, to be honest, if you ask me, I prefer Hemanta more than Yogi. Some people may hate me for that because Hemanta is more sophisticated in dealing with the bureaucracy. But
yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
the point is feasibility for Hemanta. जितना लोकप्रियता योगी जी का होगा उतना हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा का नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि योगी जी हिंदी पट्टी से आते और हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा असम से, तो वो डिसएडवांटेज हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा का रहेगा, वही प्रॉब्लम। नहीं तो मैं हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा की ओर अधिक झुकाव रखता योगी जी से।
And one good thing is Yogi will wrangle the state units much better than what currently. I think Shah is currently doing a bad job at wrangling state units. It's all about just getting the maximum seats. It's not, you have to go beyond the maximum seats. I know a lot of people say winning power is the first step to doing anything. Yes, but what if the people you elect into power do all kinds of nonsense? Like see what happened in Maharashtra, right? Some random people in power in a lower level started allying with AIMM. Like ये party discipline है.
Okay, now I'll join the conversation. I was hearing you all. I just couldn't find my medicine. That's why I got so late. Now I do predict that I do think that the split ultimately will be between Yogi and Amit Shah, and that will definitely break away into a new party. Yogi will form a new party and will be relevant only in UP. Or maybe if he someday can gather the funds, he will then become a significant face with that party. Because remember, AIM and Kushal have been, I think, right on this prediction that there is nothing more left to do in the left space. That vacuum cannot be filled up by Congress. Everyone will have to shift to right because the country is moving right to such an extent, so fast, politically and culturally. I mean, economically and culturally. So the next opponent of BJP is bound to come from the right, and maybe Yogi will be the face of that. And the other thing I want to agree with someone, I don't remember, I think Abhay said it, that Himanta is sophisticated with laws and execution. Yogi is not. वो डंडा गुंडों पर चल सकता है, हर कुछ पे डंडा नहीं चलता है. Many of his laws are absolutely retarded. They have no basis in logic even. They will be every law that he makes will be thrown out immediately. Only some can hold up for a few days. If the cases go on for long enough, all of that will be thrown out. Both Himanto and Amit Shah have the brains to do that stuff. Amit Shah because of his experience and brains, and Himanto because of his background in Congress. Yogi doesn't have that.
यदि मुझसे पूछा जाए ना, योगी आदित्यनाथ का जो लव जिहाद लॉ है वो 2 कौड़ी का लॉ है. उसने तो कंसेंशुअल रिलेशनशिप को भी क्रिमिनलाइज कर दिया. खैर मैं अब उस पे नहीं जाना चाहता, नहीं तो फिर बवाल हो जाएगा.
वो डंडा पॉपुलर लेटर ही खोल सकता है. काम के वक्त कुछ नहीं काम आएगा उनके डंडा.
Yes, because that will create
Ulta, it is more harmful for the society, such laws.
No, I agree. Yeah. Even his anti population control, the population control bill also was very stupid. I didn't think of that. I thought that was not a good idea.
What population control bill in 2026? My God.
Yeah, he was thinking of that also. That's also
यार population control को उखाड़ के फेंक देना चाहिए. जो population control की बात कर रहे हैं उसका खतना कर देना चाहिए. मैं सीधा बोल रहा हूँ.
I agree.
जाओ यार, तुमको बच्चा पैदा करने का अधिकार नहीं होना चाहिए. सब बकवास करो.
But my point is that I'm talking about PM as a figurehead. Let's see, you understand, most PMs don't make right laws. They give direction. They're not meant to be law writing. Okay, you leave that up to your Sansad. You leave up to your what do you call it, cabinet to think up things. You cannot run your country like you are the only one who matters if you're a PM. That's the point. And Modi learned that, by the way. Remember, the first term he was doing everything, a lot of things directly. Then he relinquished some power to local levels and to certain organizations, and it became much better. Like COVID was handled really well because PM relinquished control. If we had kept control, we would have screwed really bad with COVID.
Yeah, because Sanjeev Sanal also mentioned this in his podcast that Modi is a very good listener. He listens to others' advice and does not try to have an ego or a power trip regarding those. So I don't think that is something that we can let go of. So that's the thing that should be reflected in the next PM.
No, but let's not shortchange Yogi. He's very good at also listening. So his first term was not the most effective.
I agree there.
First year
Yes.
of his term was quite bad because all these bad statements he was making to the media. Have you heard even one weird statement he has made recently? Nothing.
I have same thing with
No.
Modi ji too. I told you now, 2000 Modi ji and 2025 Modi ji is completely different. That will happen automatically. That doesn't matter.
But the problem is, no one is good or bad in abstract or in vacuum. We are comparing Yogi ji to Amit Shah or Himanta. There he has serious shortcomings in statesmanship and law execution.
But what is I'll tell you shortcomings of Amit Shah. Amit Shah
Yeah,
has
go
so many
ahead.
So many shortcomings.
Yes.
First of all, everything he wants to do, he wants to say, I'm doing Chanakya Raj. I will tell you later. After 10 years, I will tell you what the strategy was.
नहीं वो 65 dimension chess.
60 PM
That's
cannot be
simple
like that.
diversion tactics. That might be simple diversion tactics.
That is fine for the home minister. PM cannot be like that. PM must have vision. The people must be like, oh sir, we see where your vision is. We are following you, sir. That you need to have that. You cannot be like, oh, मैं बाद में बताऊंगा भाई. आज ये कर रहा हूँ. देखिए that 10 साल में it'll fructify. Now people need vision. Now people need direction. And Amit Shah is not good at that. Every time he keeps estimating, we'll win this, like सब कुछ 100 Chanakya hitting. Like नहीं होता भाई. You have to give a little more context. People must want to follow you.
अमित शाह को लेकर और एक बात है कि बहुत बार बोला जाता है उनको पीएमओ ने फ्रीडम नहीं दिया अपना काम करने के लिए बहुत जगह, तो
अभी दिया है लग रहा है।
जब वो अब थोड़ा दिया है। अब जब वो प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे तो क्या उनके व्यवहार में परिवर्तन देखने को मिलेगा?
I don't agree. I don't agree with this statement at all.
और एक
How can he not have had freedom? If you can reduce
I think PMO was too controlling. PMO was too controlling. Sorry?
How did he achieve his Maoism target? If you had to reach a Maoism target now, you would have to have freedom from the first term itself. I'm sorry, I don't buy this.
The thing is,
वो तो नहीं दिया।
No, the point is PMO will give go ahead for some things and will not give go ahead for other things. बात वो है। अब देखिए ना, शाहीन बाग प्रोटेस्ट में अंतर देखिए आप सीए प्रोटेस्ट में, कि यूपी में कोई करने गया, एक प्रोटेस्ट नहीं हुआ, दिल्ली में 3-4 महीना के लिए बैठ गए। ऐसा क्यों होता है? जिसने माओइज्म को ठंडा कर दिया वो शाहीन बाग को नहीं ठंडा कर पा रहा है, कैसे हो सकता है?
They had state government support. They had Delhi government support, right, from Kejriwal. Well, they had support from Kejriwal to some extent, right?
Kejriwal doesn't have police. Kejriwal doesn't have police.
No, but you need state. You need a state government to help you out.
No. In Delhi, you don't need state.
Government can put a lot of hurdles in your way, even though if you have police.
How?
They can. There are a lot of ways. The MLAs.
What
a lot
hurdles?
of nonsense.
What?
No. I am not willing to buy this.
भाई Maoist can't put hurdles. Maoist can't put hurdles. अमित शाह को hurdles नहीं फेस करना पड़ा Maoist को मतलब hell में भेजने के लिए।
Less from your own structures. See, Maoists are external of one structures. They're outside of the bureaucracy.
Hurdles तो hurdles ही है। जिसके पास पुलिस ही नहीं है वो क्या hurdle देगा?
See, I get that.
और सोचिए माओइस्ट को ऐसे अरे मैं बोल लूं, माओइस्ट को ऐसे जगह पर खत्म किया जहां पर बीजेपी सरकार ही नहीं थी, सब बहुत सारे एंटी बीजेपी पार्टी वाले राज्य में खत्म किया, और पुलिस भी बीजेपी के पक्ष में नहीं थी। दिल्ली में जहां पर पुलिस आपके पक्ष में, आपकी सत्ता वहां बैठती, वहां आप नहीं रोक पाए। ये कैसे संभव है?
I agree with you all that but there's a failure of
तो ऊपर से कुछ ना कुछ तो कांडी लगाई गई है, कोई ना कोई लकड़ी की गई है, तभी वो नहीं करने दिया गया, शाहीन बाग को रोकने नहीं दिया गया।
You're answering the wrong question. I didn't say he will not implement stuff. I said A PM's job is not just implementing. Your PM's job is to give vision to population to follow.
Yeah,
And
हाँ,
doesn't
वो
that
तो
is true.
कैंडिडेट बनेंगे तब देखा
That
जाएगा.
is true, आनंद. That is true, आनंद. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि अभी तक वो होम मिनिस्टर थे, तो उनको कितना
इसलिए.
फ्रीडम दिया गया, नहीं दिया गया बोलने का. अब जब वो प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे, हो सकता है वो अलग उनका व्यक्तित्व निखर करके आए.
और
possible.
मैं वो
और एक
बोल
बात
रहा
है
था.
कि रिमेंबर नरेंद्र मोदी did put some shackles on everyone. It's proven because एस जयशंकर का जो सब वायरल रील्स आंख से लेजर निकल रहे, वो सब वो मतलब फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट के वक्त कब था? तब कहाँ इंटरनेशनल मीडिया को जाके धो रहे थे? नहीं धो रहे थे. कैसे एस जयशंकर को अचानक 56 इंच छाती एस जयशंकर के अंदर कैसे आ गया आफ्टर ऑल दैट? तो मोदी जी ने बोला कि हाँ अब जाओ मारो भूसी वालों को.
I agree.
पहले नहीं बोला था.
Look,
Modi put lot of control.
one minute. There is a deep insecurity within the BJP while dealing with protests. 2002, they have that black mark on their clothes, right? So they are very insecure about dealing with protests. कोई BBC ने
Yeah,
कुछ
all of
बोल
that
दिया,
is
अल जजीरा ने बोल दिया, पैसे.
हाँ, it's understandable.
तो
But the
यूपी
point
में
is that
कैसे
they
डील
did put
किया?
shackles.
यूपी में कैसे डील किया? योगी जी ने किया ना. अभी आई लव डॉट का प्रोटेस्ट निकला. अभी आई लव डॉट का प्रोटेस्ट निकला. कैसे ठंडा किया उसको? योगी जी ने
हाँ,
किया
वो तो
ना.
overturn window
उनके तो
अब-
कोई इनसिक्योरिटी नहीं था. ये
Overturn
फालतू
window
का
shift हो रहा
इनसिक्योरिटी
है.
लेके बैठे हुए हैं.
वो भी ठीक है. इनसिक्योरिटी का कारण भी समझ सकते हैं, मगर पॉइंट इज के शैकल पहले था, बाद में उठा दिया गया. तो व्हाट यू आर जजिंग अमित शाह इज बेस्ड ऑन द शैकल्स एंड द फैक्ट दैट ही इज होम मिनिस्टर, नॉट द पीएम कैंडिडेट. That is the only
I think
point.
we're overlooking a few things here because Sheinberg was not the same as CAA protest or the same as I love dot protest. So the scale and the nature of the protest also need to be taken into account, and also the timing too. कि कौन सा protest reaction के पास है, कौन सा protest दूर है.
CAA protest was simultaneously happening in UP also, but
Yeah.
Yogi ji controlled it. Why not in Delhi? The question is that.
Because Delhi is not UP, because Delhi will be the focus of the international media. तुम बोल रहे हो कि हमको मीडिया की नहीं सुननी चाहिए, बाहर की मीडिया की, but it affects to some extent still our impression and a lot of things that we don't take into account because internal और backdoor dealings में क्या चल रहा होता है वो सब हमको नहीं पता, इसलिए we can't comment on this specifically with the information that we have.
I will give you one thing that Modi has controlled a lot of the things the state could do because he's obsessed with being very nice. I get that. I don't know why he is like that right now, but maybe because the burdens of so many different things that we can never see, all these hidden schemes that are going on against him, maybe that's why he's a little bit more cagey. But my point is, no matter what, we cannot be like that till in the next 100 years. It's not possible. Killer.
Okay, guys, let's have some fun.
For some clarity,
Let's have some fun.
Modi should declare war on Trump right now. Modi should bomb New York.
Kailash Vijayvargiya, Kailash
person
Vijayvargiya
from
as PM.
No politician for MP should be PM. Thank you.
जो भी हो, वो जो पानी देखिए, वो जो पानी पी के जो लोग मरे ना, वो पानी मुझे पिला दीजिएगा यदि ऐसा होता है.
इंडिया बनेगा
पानी मुझे पिला
भोपाल.
दो भाई.
I've seen all the
पूरा
arguments.
देश भोपाल बन जाएगा.
I've seen all the arguments of all the politicians from MP, whether they're Congress or they're BJP. I mean, such a ghatiya. They have a lovely state. MP is my favorite state in terms of beauty, cleanliness and stuff. But I'm sorry, ghatiya politicians कुछ जानते नहीं, half-educated morons. नहीं चाहिए भाई. मुझे कोई MP से politician नहीं चाहिए.
They're literally making fun of the deceased people. What is wrong with them? BJP doesn't care about these things. That what kind of remarks the politicians make on the stage in front of media people.
अरे क्या बकते हैं भाई. अरे and their best शिवराज सिंह चौहान also, he makes some really ridiculous statements sometimes. Like I listened to him. He's a very good guy, very sweet uncle.
Now always this kind of namunas come from MP only. I've seen this. means सब कुछ में कुछ नहीं होता, बस MP से ऐसे नमूने निकल आते हैं.
भाई यहाँ पर कोई MP का दर्शक है तो भाई सावधान हो जाओ भाई. धुलाई होगी तो भाई.
Sorry if I offended anyone.
Mid Pradesh.
MP has got a very beautiful. It's a very beautiful state, very clean. I like it. One of the cleanest states. But I don't want your politicians. Thank you so much.
No, but specifically Vijayvargiya, वो PM होते तो क्या होने वाला है? बोलिए तो खुदरा. Pros and cons. Pros अगर मिले कुछ.
He's going to ban non-veg. I'm sure of that.
अरे projectile vomit.
हम पराजय वर्ग में चले जाते.
Not clean on paper. It's very beautiful. I've been to MP. It's very nice.
I think also he's not being favored by BJP too. I think that's why I don't think he will be anywhere close to any kind of real competition in the upper echelons of
Yeah, he
Bengal.
doesn't even deserve the favor anymore after 2021 Bengal. 2021 Bengal में जिन ने 2021 Bengal में 2024 national elections में जिन ने बीजेपी को समस्या में डाला from under the BJP, all of them are going to get fucked by Amit Shah now. सब लोग लंड हाथ में लेके वेट करो.
एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, इस चैट में लिखो कौन कौन एमपी से है और अपनी अपनी बात बताओ, एमपी का राजनीति में क्या चल रहा है.
Can we get some good-looking and beautiful politicians? The most of politicians we have are ugly as fuck. I want a few good-looking, and don't say Moho Moitra, please.
No.
Anyone else?
No. Beauty is subjective, and I'm not going to demonetize my channel further.
Shashi Tharoor as PM. Dr. Tharoor as PM.
Not at the same time.
Anna Malai.
Anam is not bad. He's good-looking actually.
Yeah, he's good looking.
Tejas Surya is there. What of some female good-looking female politicians?
Chirag Paswan is good looking.
Yeah.
Chirag Paswan is good looking.
Hey, tham. No. We are not going to get into that. Credibility is not like, unlike Vijay Varghya, we do care about credibility.
No, I want competent plus
how many-
good looking, right? What's wrong with asking?
Bal chera geche. Yeah. Because beauty is subjective. How many MP seats does MP have? MPs of MP?
29 total seats of MP are 29.
इतना बड़ा स्टेट है, सिर्फ 29 स्टेट्स है, 29 सीट्स है.
नहीं
Population कम है.
29
Population might be less,
seats
right?
अच्छा एक बात बताओ कि डिलिमिटेशन
राजस्थान सबसे बड़ा है एरिया वाइज, वो 25 सीट.
2029 के बाद डिलिमिटेशन होगा कि 2029 में ही वो 800 एमपीज होंगे?
2029 में ही 800 एमपीज होंगे. 2026 में डिलिमिटेशन होना है.
UP becomes important, right?
UP becomes not that important because we know that they are not going to fuck South India. अच्छा नहीं भाई,
don't believe they'll fuck.
no, they won't fuck South India. No.
They will do it.
They won't fuck South India.
South India. डिलिमिटेशन में साउथ को बहुत डिसएडवांटेज होने वाला है, बोल रहे हैं.
I'm okay with. I just want South India to get its fair share of taxes. A lot of the money they're going is going to Bihar. And Bihar is not using it effectively. The day Bihar uses
I
it
believe.
effectively,
Yeah.
I will be okay.
One thing I believe is people should be punished for not producing enough children. And if Southern India has taken that route, they should be punished for it.
नहीं अभय, इसमें मैं तुम्हारे साथ डिसएग्री करूंगा क्योंकि वो नो अभय, वो प्रॉब्लम है इस आर्गुमेंट से कि वो उनका दोष नहीं है, क्योंकि अप अंटिल लाइक 5 minutes बैक एंड इवन टुडे people were taught that low population is a good thing. People were taught that सिर्फ और सिर्फ तुम्हारा ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन के लिए तुम्हारा पॉवर्टी है, सोशलिज्म प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. तो वो क्या करते, उन्होंने अच्छे से इंप्लीमेंट किया व्हाट वाज बीइंग टोल्ड टू देम. बाकियों ने नैरेटिव का भाषणबाजी भी किया, इंप्लीमेंट भी नहीं किया. तो उसका ट्रांसग्रेशन बाकी स्टेट्स ने किया. ट्रांसग्रेशन को हम कैसे बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं? तो अब नैरेटिव ही नहीं मानना चाहिए था मैल्थूस का. मैल्थूसियन मॉडल मान लिया, इसलिए चुतियापा हो गया तमिलनाडु में.
बात वही है कि एक्शंस हैव कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस एंड सम पीपल विल हैव टू फेस द कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस. अब मैं क्या बोलूं?
राइट
साउथ को करना पड़ेगा कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस फेस, और कोई उपाय ही नहीं है.
किसी को
फेस करना है क्या? What the hell?
किसी को ग्रोइंग द पाई समझ में नहीं आया, वही दिक्कत है.
Yes. अब आज भी नहीं समझ में आता है.
It's not about growing the pie, man. I'm telling you, it's a very smartly strategized thing. Okay, they understood that people with large populations can take over the world, and the people who are in power, the rich people in the West, they are small populations. They knew that if they do not control the other people's population, the resources that they are enjoying exclusively will be taken away by others. There Marx understood the thing very well, the framing very well. His lifestyle.
I have to understand that when Robert Malthus gave this theory, Charles Darwin was influenced by this in his theory of evolution too.
No, so
such a
the point
big
was,
thing.
so what they did was, they let me convince the people who are growing in population that they should reduce the population, so there will never be a threat to my hegemony, democratic hegemony.
हाँ, वो तो ठीक ही है, मगर हाँ मान लिया क्योंकि ग्रोइंग द पाई समझ में नहीं आया, ग्रोइंग द पाई का वर्ड फ्रेज सुना भी नहीं था किसी ने. Okay, Bhavoma is saying discuss about the telegraph debate and panel stuff plus prediction regarding it. The topic there in the telegraph debate is, wait, I'll show you all the panel and you all can laugh your hearts out at this. The panel, the topic is whether Hindutva is Hinduism or not. There I disagree anyway. नहीं तो तृणमूल सबसे बड़ा हिंदुत्व पार्टी. No, panel is not amazing. Right wing से जैसा दीपक के अलावा कोई significant अच्छा speaker नहीं है. सुधांशु त्रिवेदी's English pronunciation is not at all good. तो अरे तो कोलकाता में है डिबेट, यूपी में नहीं है.
हाँ.
अरे
वो तो
और ओपोनेंट में है महुआ मोइत्रो वगैरह, सब एकेडमिक्स है, सब है. टेलीग्राफ ने हरामीगिरी किया है इस बार. पिछले बार आनंद रंगनाथन और जैसा दीपक दोनों को ला लिया था. पूरा ऑडियंस राइट विंग था, दोनों को ही चीयर किए जा रहे थे. जब भी कोई कॉमी उठ रहा था, कुछ भी बोलने, उनको बू किया जा रहा था. तो इस बार उन्होंने सीख लिया है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ जैसा दीपक को बुलाया है. और उसमें क्या 100 लोग स्टेज पे बैठे रहते हैं, ठीक है. सबको 30 सेकंड से 1 मिनट मिलता है. जैसा दीपक वहां पे कुछ भी उखाड़ नहीं पाएगा. दो तालियां पड़ेंगे और बाकी सब सारे राइट विंगर्स हाँ थोड़ा बोलेंगे, चीयर भी होगा. मगर द नैरेटिव इज गोइंग टू बी एब्सोल्युटली सेट रॉक सॉलिड बाय द गुड इंग्लिश स्पीकर्स देयर. उन्होंने जानबूझ के सारे बैड स्पीकर्स को बुलाया है राइट विंगर्स. मैं तुमको
फील्डिंग सेट कर रखी है टेलीग्राम वालों ने.
Yes.
Well, I don't
फील्डिंग
think
सेट कर रखी है टेलीग्राम.
consequence of the debate. They would only go there because of Jaisa Deepak, because he's the popular face there. The ticket बिक्री वो Jaisa Deepak का नाम है.
Yeah.
I don't want Anand
Yes.
on the Hindutva side. Anand is not Hindutva. I don't.
No, he's not Hindutva. He's himself only. That's the thing.
No. I think we should keep Anand should be focused on neutral narrative building. He should not be in the Hindutva side. He's not very effective anymore.
I think let's discuss one thing. Who do you think are good representatives of Hindutva side, non-political, strictly non-political?
Jaisa Deepak is one.
JSD and any other person
Sanjeev
you guys
Sania?
think
Sanjeev Sania is
he is Hindutva?
He's not Hindutva. I'll put in the same category as Anand Rangana.
Yeah, pretty much. Wait, Sanjeev Sania is more Hindutva than Anand Rangana. That's clear.
He's more, but he's like, I won't put him in the Hindutva category technically. Who else?
Apart from him, non-political, the few voices are there, but they're not that popular actually.
Not very popular.
Not
What's
that-
the problem?
No, but they are very good with their subject. Forget about popularity. If they are well groomed and projected, who can put for the Hindutva side?
What is it? Jaipur Dialogues. What's his name? Uska naam kya hai? Arey,
Sanjay Dixit.
Sanjay Singh. Sanjay
Dixit.
Sanjay Dixit.
He'll be good for Hindutva side. Or
What about the guy with the broken lens?
और अरे वो भी है in
Pankaj
the same
Saxena.
ecosystem.
Pankaj Saxena.
Pankaj Saxena is a brilliant guy. Ajit Bharti.
He's a
Ajit
journalist
Bharti is
and-
pretty good. He has huge following. Huge following.
Ajit Bharti. Yeah, he would be
Yeah,
good.
Ajit Bharti, sure. And apart from that,
One more person I know who else. Hey, Ashutosh is Joker. Not even
Okay,
interested.
yeah. Wait. Ashutosh was there last time as well. Why do you think he's been brought back again? Because he's not a joker to them. Swapan Dasgupta's problem is that he speaks. So Swapan Dasgupta's problem is that he speaks slower than Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Desai Deepak's only advantage is that he speaks fast as fuck. Mitra Paul irrelevant when Trivedi's English is bad. Moha Moitro speaks horseshit in great English. These are the advantages
And
of
Desai Deepak has
who
that
is here.
advantage because of being Tamil, right? Desai Deepak is Tamil, so he gets the advantage of speaking fast.
No,
Yeah.
Ruchika Sharma.
And Ruchika Sharma.
That is Tamil privilege.
This
It's
woman is like,
discrimination against.
if there's anyone more ghatiya than Mama Moitra, it's Ruchika Sharma.
Yes, and they are going to be the relevant ones because she
अजीत
has the
भारती ने
credentials.
लिया था भाई रुचिका शर्मा का.
yeah, that would have been great.
And
Ajit Bharti
Ashutosh
would have
Gupta
been
is here, who is also going. Ashutosh Gupta is also
Ajit
here,
Bharti
who's
is
going to be very relevant to the commies.
अरे गुप्ता नहीं है भाई, आशुतोष है.
Prashanjit K. Basu.
एक दिया last name.
And Ashutosh,
Prashanjit
he will
K.
jump
Basu,
around and dance around in the stage.
हाँ रुको. Prashanjit K. Basu, very relevant to commies. Mridula Mukherjee, they are going to practically worship her on the stage. But on the right side, there is one good speaker who speaks fast, one good speaker who speaks slow, and one is irrelevant, and one has bad English. On the left, there are good speaker in English, a credentialed good speaker in English, retarded good speaker in English. So you see, फील्डिंग है यहाँ पे.
AIM को ले जाना नहीं चाहिए था. Abhijit IMS should have been included.
AIM would be much
You
better.
would be solid.
AIM should have
Yeah.
been there. Yes, AIM would have fucked them. Yes.
Imagine AIM versus Mohammed.
Yes.
AIM is very good with these elite class, English speaking elite class. He's a very good.
You'd smack
person to deal
Moa.
with
इसीलिए
them.
नहीं
You'd
बुलाया.
smack Moa, literally.
इसीलिए नहीं बुलाया AIM को.
Because what's the name?
Swapan Dasgupta
Moitra would be like, no, the doggy coming, like something like some comment she'll make it run away.
इसीलिए AIM को नहीं बुलाया गया because AIM would have fucked them. Now, wait. Nina made another point here. Yeah, Nina is asking who is that Red Bindi Mukherjee? No, she is Agnimitra Paul and you were talking about the Mukherjee. Who was the Mukherjee here? Oh, Mridula Mukherjee. Oh, legendary comic historian. Yes.
Mridula, yes,
she has some
Mridula
credential. No, but Nina, she is a comic historian, as are any credentialed historian in India. But she is one of those historians who has research that you can occasionally use, like Ayesha Jalal and stuff. She is not completely retarded. She has pretty good stuff every now and then.
I do hope they give Jaisa Deepak most of the time to speak. I want him to take down
They won't.
Ruchika Sharma.
They won't. And Swapan Dasgupta won't be able to finish more than 3 sentences in the entire time he is given.
Swapan Das is so boring.
वो
man.
1.5 घंटा में यदि पूरा 1.5 घंटा JSD बोले तो अच्छा है और
I
किसी
want
को
only
सुनना ही
this-
नहीं.
वो तो
This JSD versus everyone.
वही that would be much
I
most
want
that
that.
would be best. Yes.
I want that.
Yeah. वही ठीक रहता.
वो अकेला ही सामने करने का वो अकेला ही सामना करने के लिए पर्याप्त है.
I can imagine Ruchika Sharma and
Huh.
what do you call it? What's the name? Moitro fighting.
Jaisa Deepak.
Debating Jaisa Deepak.
Oh,
Even remove Manisha
Yeah.
Mangai. ये sleepy characters को क्यों लेके आते हैं? Uncles जी जाके
हाँ.
like sit in your old folks home.
Acha, now let's check out the topic exactly, guys. Compelling topic. Hinduism needs protection from Hindutva or not? The topic is pretty nice.
I mean, it's stupid. I'm sorry. How do you need? Why does Hindu need protection from Hindutva? It makes no sense.
What else Hindutva is there for?
I
What the
think
fuck is the point of
to me-
Hindutva then?
No.
To me, it's a fake. To me-
No,
to me,
wait.
it's a
Let Anand complete the point.
Yeah,
Wait.
to me-
Okay.
Let Anand complete
To
the
me,
point.
the debate is a failure if they don't define Hinduism and Hindutva explicitly. If they, in the beginning they don't define it clearly
No.
and everyone agrees on it, I'm not going to follow. I
Hinduism
don't
is a
care.
religion, Hindutva is a political arm.
Hinduism
Hindutva
is
is a
a
political arm.
religion. Fine,
Talking
the
about
religious
protecting
dogma.
Hindus?
No, you ask them, define the religious
What?
dogma. What is the religious dogma that defines Hinduism? आंसर कर पाएंगे वो लोग? एक भी
Yeah,
बता-
all
बता सकते हैं?
the Sanatan Dharma related gods and goddesses and stuff of India.
So, what about Manusmriti? Does it go by the Hinduism or goes by Hindutva? Huh?
First we need to understand
Hinduism.
this topic. Okay, it says Hinduism needs protection from Hindutva. That is, Hindutva is harming Hinduism. The insinuation here is.
Oh, right, yeah.
So Hinduism
Right,
needs
right,
to be
right.
protected
Good.
from Hindutva. So if the topic would have been, is Hindutva needed to protect Hinduism? It would have been a better topic. Here they have already made a clear insinuation that Hindutva is harmful for Hinduism.
Yes, that's the point.
Yeah.
That's
but
the
Jaisa
game
Deepak-
they are playing.
but the right wing is there to defend Hindutva. That is the hilarious part. Agnimitra Paul is going to talk about Hindutva. Has she even read Savarkar? We can say chance pe dekha to Agnimitra Paul and people like that. Do you even read Savarkar, bro?
If they can't define Hinduism or Hindutva, the debate is worthless. I'm telling you, anything beyond it.
Why?
Agree on that. Because unless you have those two
Why?
things well defined, you can't debate this topic.
When has anything been well defined? Is Christian mysticism part of mainstream Christianity? Is
Because
Islamic
this
black
is-
magic of part of mainstream Islam?
There is no such thing as Christian mysticism.
Of course there is. All the Celtic stuff.
That's not Christian mysticism. That's just Celtic stuff.
Yeah. Then therefore some things are Hindu according to some and some things are not Hindu according to some. The same things are not Hindu according to some. So clear definitions का wait करते रहेंगे तो कोई भी debate शुरू नहीं होगा.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. I don't want a debate to start. I want us to define the two. That should be the debate.
No,
Define
that's not a
Hinduism
debate
and
anyone would pay for. Yeah. That's not a debate anyone would pay for. Communist Vivek Srivastava would be the best Trojan horse to weaken leftists. Check out his debates with Vivek Srivastava. कौन है Vivek Srivastava? Check out his debate with Shahzad on AKTK.
वो
I'll hold hard. Okay.
तो मस्त व्यक्ति है, उसको मजा आता है उसको देखने में.
Dada, even in a rigged debate with only 1 minute of speaking, do you think JSD will lose? No, JSD can't lose with these people. JSD can lose only with someone as intelligent as him and who speaks faster than him. Speed is one of the most Brahmastra things in a debate, okay? Most of the victories that Ben Shapiro has had is because of how fast he thinks and how fast he speaks. No one can beat that. No matter how good of a debater you are, yes, no matter how good of a debater you are, no matter how good your arguments, even if they're the best arguments, if it comes like, Dada, even in a rigged debate with only 1 minute of speaking, if you speak like that, you are not going to win a debate ever. And winning in a debate means how convincing you are to the audience, okay? And if you speak like that, you'll never convince anybody. Debate is like a rap battle, yes. Debate is the WWE of intellectuals, yes. JSD got Oxford shit scared even when they had rigged. Yes. yes. JSD is going to be invincible in this. But I was very surprised to see. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead, please.
I was very surprised about how Anand Ranganathan was not doing very good with all those kids. He was deviating from the topic a lot. He wasn't his usual. I mean, everyone has a bad day. Maybe he hadn't slept well the previous day. Maybe he was tired from traveling.
You could they will misquote.
No, but he should have. He could have defended that. He said insane things like, yes, I did not even say that just to defend it. I may have said it just as a retweet, but he was saying it as a defense. Why couldn't he defend this point? I don't get it. He was being very cunning, I think, and pointlessly cunning.
He's always been like that. The problem with him is he likes fighting with people. So what happens is he likes to pick up a fight. So he
didn't fight very well.
And
he didn't fight very well with the kids.
He was pedantic in one way. He was being pedantic with the quotations because the students did not quote him properly. That's why he got annoyed because his teacher mentality came out there.
Yeah, very key. He has that unfortunately.
These excuses should not be. These excuses do not hold in such a significant spot where you are supposed to.
No, you can see that
10 kids as a very significant senior person, and all his TB debates. So he prepares a speech. Shahzad Poonawalla was better than Ranganathan, and even then he was not very good. He kept saying, "Oh, but even Congress did this. Oh, but even Congress did this. Oh, but even Congress did this." Ranganathan has a speech prepared in his viral Times Now debates. That's his biggest advantage. He did not have a prepared speech, and that's why I think he fell off his game. Let's see what M. Shastri is saying here. Manishankar Iyer will dominate the debate and prove that Hinduism needs Hindutva. Not even JSD can beat him in making more convincing arguments. Yeah, pretty much.
Like a dank take. No, my problem with Ranganathan is not that he's not intelligent. He's incredibly brilliantly intelligent. He knows everything. He knows exactly where everything.
Of course.
The problem with him is he provokes for no need. Like if you see him in his debates, right? The point will be very clear, but suddenly he provokes some random discussion that is unnecessary to that conversation. It's like the need to fight with someone.
Yeah.
I want to put you like you. It's a very Arnab mentality, right? See, I'm smarter
drama
than you.
Drama queen.
No, let me prove how smart I am. Like, see, I'm smarter than you. See, I got you there. Ha 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 ha. That's what it is about.
I think he also will become very actually. With the leftist loonies that you debate, I think that kind of attitude will help you in the longer run with these kind of people that you fight.
With lefties, fine, but most of the kids there were not lefties. They were Congis. You can make out.
Yeah, honest debate.
Mushin, again. No, not even in honest debates. See, Mushin, who am I comparing them with? That's the point, right? Again, Anand Ranganathan is not a good or bad debater in vacuum. I am calling him very weak at this only because I'm comparing him to Jesai Deepak and Vivek Ramaswamy. 3 Tamil Brahmins in the conversation.
Jesai Deepak is a professional debater. He's a lawyer anyway.
Tambram supremacy here. And there is another Tambram
and
in
Vivek Ramaswamy.
There are not that many good quality Tamrams.
Yeah.
Don't say this. There's one. I'll tell you.
Ranganathan is a Tambram, isn't it? Ranganathan is a Tambram.
Now Anand's trauma will start coming out. How dare you say Tambrams are good people?
No, some horrible people. Like I'll give you an example.
Positive stereotypes.
There's a reporter who comes on TV regularly. He's a very old reporter. What is his name? I forgot his name. Tamil guy, man. He's a uncle, very old uncle. He comes. I forgot his name. Shit, man. He always irrelevant nonsense he will say. Unnecessarily, like I forgot his name. It comes on TV.
Tamil Brahmin brain fog. See, this is what happens when you're traumatized by Dalits. Okay, now what I'm saying is Vivek Ramaswamy is here.
I told you, Anand is traumatized.
Yes, Vivek Ramaswamy, Jesai Deepak, then everybody else. Maybe Ben Shapiro at third, and I'm comparing Ranganathan only to Jesai Deepak and Vivek Ramaswamy. That's why. Otherwise, Ranganathan is better than many.
Vivek Ramaswamy is very intelligent. Cannot even compare. He's very, very intelligent. But he's
no,
very
Mushin, I was specifically countering you, okay, because you said that. Wait. I was specifically countering Mushin. I forgot that I was countering him. Mushin was saying that those tactics work, but I'm saying Jesai Deepak doesn't need those tactics. Ben Shapiro never needs those tactics. Vivek Ramaswamy never needs those tactics. You need those if you are a little weaker a debater than them.
Yes.
Poonawala needs those tactics. He needs to say, but Congress did it when you lose a debate.
Yeah, that's true.
When has Gurumurthi ever debated anyone? Yeah,
And
go ahead.
that is why people like Shehzad Poonawala.
Wait. Let Mushin say, then Abhay.
Okay.
Yeah, my thing was with Poonawala, because when Shehzad fought in the TV debates, I think of myself that even I can come up with better points than him right on spot, because he basically relies on the thing that he basically does in whataboutery and red herring, and most of the times he appeals to authority. Means that guy did it, he was a big stature, so why can't we do it? We are doing it for Hindutva. Congress also did it. You did not mention anything about that. So these kind of questions are shortcomings.
But I'll tell you one thing. A person who's actually been involved in debating, when you actually debate, right?
Wait. Let Abhay say his piece. We are going to chronology samjhiye Anand. Tamil Brahmin supremacy और नहीं चलेगा. So go ahead, Guju Vaishya.
ये शहजाद पूनावाला के साथ जैसों के साथ क्या समस्या है ना, जो बोलते हैं कि कांग्रेस ने भी यही किया था या कांग्रेस ने भी ऐसा किया था. ये कभी भी डिबेट के प्रीमाइस को नहीं चेंज कर सकते, फ्रेमवर्क कभी चेंज नहीं कर सकते ये लोग हमेशा स्टेटस को ही रहेंगे. डिबेट के फ्रेमवर्क को वो चेंज करते हैं जो वॉट अबाउटरी नहीं करते, जो सीधा अपने ओपोनेंट के प्रीमाइस को ही क्वेश्चन कर देते, बोलते कि तुम्हारे सोचने का ढंग ही घटिया है.
Exactly.
जो प्रीमाइस को नहीं समझना जानता, चैलेंज नहीं करना चाहता, वो कभी अच्छा डिबेटर हो ही नहीं सकता. आप खाली आर्ग्यूमेंट्स को काउंटर करेंगे वो तो फिर तू मैं. आप जब तक प्रीमाइस को काउंटर नहीं करेंगे आप अच्छे डिबेटर नहीं हो सकते, मेरे विचार.
There are two things in debating.
Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
This is very important. First thing, I agree with if you're going to participate in some of the fallacies, basic fallacies, black and white fallacy, and those fallacies, then you are not a good debater, because fundamentally is that you don't understand how to structure logic. But if the opponent who is challenging you has made those fallacies, a good debater knows when to use those fallacies. So, for example, when someone says Hindutva versus Hinduism, it's a black and white fallacy, right? Because first of all, you have not understood that there's a gray between the two namings, right? Second thing, it's a straw man fallacy. You're straw manning Hindutva as the enemy of Hinduism, when technically that's not the truth, right? So, if you're able to identify these fallacies while the debate is going on, you're a good debater. And then you have to add something. Of course, you can't just mention the fallacy and back off, like what Ranganathan did in some of the parts in this part. He's like, mention the thing and he just, I'll talk to you only when you give me that data. Later, he corrected himself. But my point is, you cannot. You have to deal with the argument.
Yeah.
Beyond the fallacy.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just respond to this. Okay. Go ahead, Mushin. Go ahead.
Yeah, in this case, I want to mention a specific breed of debaters who are very good in isolation, but they fall short when they are met with an opponent. You know, can you give an example to me? I have an example right with me.
No.
Extremely good in isolation. They can speak very amazingly based on someone else's feedback, someone else's remarks, but they have to be alone in that case. If they are pitted with against any opponent, they will fall short. Kushal Mehra.
Ranganathan, Ankit Shah.
Kushal Mehra is the best example for this.
No, actually, I saw him debate. I saw him debate Vedantin one time. I think which channel I forgot that was. It was him versus Vedantin. HyperQuest. He did a reasonably good job, man.
That was a good debate.
He did a good job. He basically agreed with the Vedantin.
He did a good job. Man. That was okay, not bad.
No, but I think in some cases I felt that he was offended and he was quite angry when some of his arguments were being challenged.
He's a charva.
I think
Yeah.
I think
Because-
the problem with Kushal Mehra is he has a bit of an inflated ego. I
Yeah, he's
really
angry all
see
the
that.
time.
No, no,
He
no.
gets angry
Hyper-question on
very fast.
Vedantin, bhai. He was debating Vedantin.
I know, Anand.
Kushan Mehra is a slow speaker. Look. Kushan Mehra is a pretty you have to see. Like, he's the host. He's not that out and out debater like AIM or JSD.
टेनो के बन जाइज इंटरनेट को सोशलिज्म हो गया है टेनो थोड़ा रिलोड रिफ्रेश कर लो या फिर अंबानी जी को फोन कर लो
In the video you mentioned in the Hyper Quest, he was basically agreeing with the Vedantin. At the end, it was that I don't believe in God, not because God does not exist, because I don't care about the existence of God. ये बन गया उसका point. अभी क्या बात कर सकते हैं इससे हम?
That is, a lot of atheists do believe that. Like, a lot of atheists have that perspective, like they're indifferent to
The
God.
thing is, honestly speaking, atheists do not have a proper position to counter Vedanta. So
Yeah,
let us
because
ignore that.
You
There is
can
no
say-
proper counter to Vedantic position on reality.
wait. Yes, we are not going to get sucked into an atheism versus theism debate, by the way. I'll just make one point about.
I was saying something else. Actually. Anyway, you continue.
Okay,
Dada.
go ahead. Okay, I'll continue. What I'm saying is we are ignoring one other fact in debating, which is as a personality trait, you must have that fighter instinct in you, or you must have that love for confrontation. And if you're not confrontational as a person, you will be very bad at debates anyway. So maybe what we can learn from these guys who are otherwise very good speakers is that they are not very confrontation loving people. That's how probably Anand Ranganathan is. And Desai Deepak is in fight mode all the time because of his upbringing, his surroundings, etc.
It's about having that killer instinct. In debate, you need to have that killer instinct.
No, but you must have.
And another thing is, in debates you can use whataboutery. But how do you use whataboutery? I was going to speak on that. कैसे आप whataboutery का use करेंगे? उसका सबसे अच्छा उपाय है जो बेसिस पर आपके ओपोनेंट ने आर्गुमेंट खड़ा किया, जैसे कि उसने एक लॉजिकल फैलेसी यूज किया, अपील टू अथॉरिटी. आप उसी के अगेंस्ट आर्गुमेंट बना दीजिए, उसी का सिस्टम यूज करके, तब वो अच्छा व्हाट अबाउटरी होता है.
That is not really using
तब उसके प्रेमाइस को आप झूठा प्रूफ कर सकते हैं कि तुम्हारा प्रोमाइस गलत, तुमने जो लॉजिक यूज किया वो गलत.
No, but it's not using appeal to authority fallacy in return. You don't use it itself. You use it as an example of how to show its weakness.
Yeah. I'm just saying as an example to show the flaw in that person's logic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
now
saying.
We will check out the Ranganathan. Now we will check out the. क्या है आनंद?
No, I think they all like confrontation. The problem is when you in a debate, it's not just confrontation. You need to have a good amount of humor. See, if you don't have humor and somewhat of like you have a little bit of able to laugh at yourself.
More than humor, it's about wit.
It becomes a fight. It no longer remains a debate. A debate is when
it's about wit.
Using also that's when it's a good debate.
Debate is verbal MMA. That's what it is. You need to learn.
It cannot happen without the love for confrontation. If you are a peaceful person, you cannot be a good debater.
Green confrontation is required, but you have to have the ability to laugh at yourself, because if you can't take the hit on the chin.
Where does Desai Deepak laugh at himself? Where does Desai Deepak laugh at himself? Where does Ben Shapiro laugh at himself? Where does Vivek Ramaswamy laugh at himself?
He does. Like, for example, when he's
laughing at him.
I mean, you're able to handle attacks. When you just react, right? Immediately, you can't debate. You lose your calmness. You lose your calmness of mind. To debate,
Anand, I think you mean that not being angry at the opponent's comeback. That's what I think.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's
I have seen this. Using humor and wit to deal with stress of the debate.
Yes. Okay, maybe I didn't frame it correctly.
That is something which great debaters do very well. They know how to use wit and humor to handle stress.
Exactly.
I think you should read.
Okay, I have watched about. I have watched about 20 minutes of this video today. Right now, we will watch the full thing, and I'll see how did he do in the rest of the debate. I got very turned off by the 15-20 minute mark when he was debating that Hindutva guy on whether Ram should be worshipped or not, or why does he call himself a Hindu, etc. Before that, I'll just counter one thing Ren's channel is saying here. Ren's channel, you are very wrong on this. Okay. Sai Deepak is not a good debater just because he has studied law or because he is a lawyer. Because the legal life, the legal profession is not what you see in a Suits type of a web series. Okay, it's a lot of preparation and a few minutes of begging the judge to listen to your arguments that you have framed, sitting down with 50 juniors and interns and stuff. The stuff that Sai Deepak is doing on the fly like that, that's not the things lawyers do. Okay, what I'm saying is Sai Deepak would be equally good even if he was an aerospace engineer or a rock guitarist. It's just his brain, how it functions. Okay, that's not a lawyer thing. I know most lawyers who are around me today. I can debate them on anything. They would not win with me in a debate in anything. It's not a
Most
lawyer
lawyers in India
thing.
are ghattiya,
Okay, now let's
ghattiya
talk
at
about-
anything. I don't know how they become so successful with so much money. Like I've seen, listen,
because
they
because
don't-
the legal profession is not just about debating skills. It's about how privileged you are and how you frame the paperwork as well.
And-
Paperwork is half the game, not your
and
arguments.
how you are connected with certain people around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you tell me
Yeah.
what is the estimated
Let's check this out.
income of a advocate, High Court, Supreme Court advocate?
No idea. It's horrible. Every lawyer I've met-
About 1.5 lakhs for the conference, 20-minute conference, and then
Per
about
year,
10-15 lakhs per day per hearing.
Per year 1 crore.
Per hearing, it's 10-15 lakhs. Depends on how many cases you take up. There cannot be a per year earning estimate because depends on how many cases you take up that year.
Yeah, these guys
one
are
more
guilty
thing.
really.
One more thing about a debater. Debater must be able to handle the proposition and opposition at the same time. Like if you're a good debater, if someone put you in the opposition,
Exactly.
if you do the opposition,
Exactly.
that's good.
Yes, exactly. You can debate anything under the sky. You can defend any position under the sky.
Criticizing something that happened 70, 80 years ago now when we formed India.
Might he's done something
Or like
not a so I have your quote.
This permanent ban speaking on see
You know. So in a June 2024 podcast, you said, and I quote, "I am not enthused by Kashmir. I don't want to visit it, and that we need an Israel-like solution to Kashmir."
Yes.
So, but Pakistan has repeatedly equated Kashmir with Palestine and accused India of adopting an Israel-style occupational model. The UN has formally accused Israel of war crimes, genocide-like actions, and systematic human rights violation in Gaza. So, sir, why do you bring this analogy in the first place? I saw a clarification later, but why the need for this reference?
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, it's I would say it's a bit odd saying that I needed to clarify. It was embarrassing because the framing of my answer was, or let's put it this way, the context was to rehabilitate the people who've been raped, pillaged, murdered, and driven out. And there are now in number 7 lakhs of them. And, I have always called ours a weak, a pathetic state that, in fact, in my last book, one of the chapters is on the plight of Kashmiri Hindus, that what kind of a state is this that can't even rehabilitate the people who've been driven out from their own land.
Correct.
So Israel-like solution, A, means the kind of settlements that Israel has been making for the Jews.
He has already lost the perception game here because his very first sentence would have been, I meant Israel-like solution in terms of the governance, not the genocides. End of fucking story. Why are you explaining yourself to that extent?
Like solution meant, always. And also, my stand, whatever I said, was actually almost verbatim spoken by the then ambassador to US in 2019.
But sir, again, if I can just ask you here, so you said settlements of Jews.
Yes.
Right? But sir, Israel even then has been criticized by the UN and the Human Rights Watch for its activities. For example, it's
Even
been
India has
accused of
been
systematic apartheid, sir.
See, when you don't start with that sentence, you leave the room open for these stuff. This
Actually,
argument could not have come if he said at the very beginning.
Yeah, he should have said simply that give me the evidence that
It says on
what
human rights
India has done in
group
Kashmir, that
Yeah.
India has done to Kashmir, what Israel has done to Palestine. Give me the evidence of the equivalence. You can't.
Yeah. It was clearly a case of simple misunderstanding. People thought that he was saying people should do a genocide just like Israel. He was not even meaning that. Just clarify that and move on. He did not do that. He's wasting everybody's time with the explanation.
or in the secondary statement, you don't even have to discuss it. Just have to say your statement using the UN is an appeal to authority fallacy. Give me data significantly about actual things that India has done that's similar to what Israel has done with Gaza. So
Yes.
have also excessive
We
force, arbitrary
in
detention, and
UN
collective
you
punishment.
have
So then why do we
Saudi
still, let's say, have to
Arabia
take
as a
Israel
part of human rights body. So end of discussion there.
Yes.
No, that's going to
Yes.
So
that's going to
UN
not,
doesn't
not
matter.
I mean, you
required.
know how Israel has been
Not even
internationally
required.
condemned by many people. I mean, why do we have to compare India, which is rightfully protecting its own state Kashmir, or even go there to compare it with Israel? I mean, out of all the countries in the world.
So, first of all, do you believe Israel is a democracy?
Yes, sir.
It is, right? So, on one hand, you say it is an apartheid state, and on the other hand, you say it's a democracy.
So I'm saying that what the UN is exactly, so I'm quoting it.
Yeah, so UN says hundreds of things. It doesn't mean what UN says every time is correct. I mean, UN, for example,
What he's saying here is correct, but this is not the thing we expect from Anand Ranganathan, who is otherwise known as a fierce debater. So we know that he's probably not a very fierce debater. He just has great prepared documents and stuff. When put on the spot, he's saying it after 2-3 minutes of discussions. This should have been his first line of argument or his second line of argument.
UN
No, but
also
his
criticizes
argument
India,
saying, hold
on
on.
a lot of issues. Some of them might be.
See, the arguments even starting with is Israel a democracy is irrelevant. See, this narrative that only democracies are peace loving is a ridiculous statement, right?
And there have been many democracies which have been apartheid states.
Exactly. So the way he starts the framing itself is like so woke. It starts out with the woke premise itself, like and even the next party when he went to the part he continues on. I mean, it's I find it very woke framing. I would not debate this.
Some of it is outrageous. A lot of organizations, especially dare I say left-leaning for whatever reason it may be, they are overly critical right now, especially of Israel.
Correct. So, but I'm just asking because I know the exact what you said in your tweets later. But so even Pakistan's former foreign minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari said in 2014 and said just like India is sort of an Israel-like model in Kashmir. And then we've had former Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and then Yusuf Raza Gilani saying that the cause of Palestinian freedom is similar, resonates with the just people of Kashmir who are right for their self-determination. So why do you want to even invite that comparison? I mean, if you want to take such a specific part of what Israel is doing, you will, let's say not see maybe the people dying in Gaza. You don't want to look at that either. Then why do you take this specific part?
We are worried about inviting Pakistanis, utterances on India. Should we be worried about what Bhutto and all those, what I call them as, obviously they are dictators or they're bent of mind, but they come with a kind of an extremist fundamentalist mindset. Why should India be worried about what Zardari or somebody Bhutto or anybody else is saying?
My simple point is, why should we resonate it? Why should we echo it? Why should we even give it any importance or even utter something similar to what they're saying? I mean, it's completely unjustified. But why even go in that line or even invite? Because then they'll say that, Dr. Ranganathan or somebody like this agrees with us.
No, I don't get that logic. I mean,
I'll ask you in the next one.
All right, sure.
Namaste, sir.
Hi.
I'm Arvind Pragya.
Hi.
And
Okay, Tenno was making a point. Tenno, please go ahead. Then we'll again continue.
No, I wasn't making anything. No.
I want to make a point. Again, here a big problem with his argument. He didn't make an argument. He didn't ad hominem.
Yes.
You cannot say, Bhutto, these are dictators. So why should we listen to them? Then someone can tell you, you're writing fascist. Why should we listen to you, Anand Ranganathan? Like, you cannot make such arguments. If you're a good debater, you'd go by the first principles, by arguments, not by such statements.
Anand, the reason for that, this might be that people like Shahzad or Anand Ranganathan are so used to debating only commies that when someone falls in the middle or is a right-winger who's debating him, they are completely unprepared. They are not prepared to argue and confront anybody and everybody. They are only prepared to debate commies, which is a pretty easy thing these days.
Debating commies is like...
I see this straight with Kushal Mehra also. Because when he debates commies or discusses commies, he's very good. The moment anyone who is right of him comes to argue with him or debate with him, he starts assigning ad hominems to them. He starts labeling them as misogynist, casteist, and all that crap. This is a problem within the Hindutva side, that they are also pretty left of center and they are debating the left on their premises. So when someone who is not very left of center starts debating them, they simply crash out.
Yeah.
Before I begin, let me say that I'm a proud Hindu and I care a lot about Hindu cultural reclamation. But sir, at the same time, in the India I live in, only 80% of the population are Hindus.
Yes.
There's 20% other religious minorities. And you said more than once that India is not secular, it's a plural nation.
Yes.
And that the secularism we follow today is pseudo-secularism, where the minorities are appeased. But sir, and even in your book, you've written about state-sanctioned apartheid against Hindus.
Yes.
But sir, the way you frame it, doesn't it just increase the chances of a permanent communal cold war in our nation, because millions listen to you, millions care about your opinions, and doesn't it make it harder for both?
The
He
first
said
line of
only
argument here should be,
80% Hindu.
how am I
Only 80%
how am I
Hindu.
as an how am I as an intellectual supposed to care about what the government does? Am I as an intellectual not supposed to speak my mind? What the fuck is this argument? Yeah, go ahead, Tino.
This guy started with only 80% Hindus. Like, it's more than 80%.
Yeah.
No, he started
क्या
with
दो
I am a
कौड़ी का
Hindu.
आर्ग्यूमेंट देते हैं लोग but
No, he started with I am a Hindu. That is the failure of our argument. The argument cannot be
Yes.
I am a Hindu, that's why listen to me.
Yes. यही तो चुतियापा रणवीर इलाहाबादी ने किया था संदीप बालाकृष्ण के साथ. I'm the biggest Bhairava worshipper among my friends, and even I am saying that you are wrong. वाह. भैरवा को यूज करेगा अपील टू अथॉरिटी में, हाँ, और वो छोड़ देगा तुम्हें.
वो तो सबसे बड़ा
Exists in this topic.
How?
Sir, it deepens the communal ties.
If you tell the truth, why should it hurt anybody?
So, but
Can you name one instance where I haven't spoken the truth? Are Hindus being discriminated? I have given proof of it. Now,
But
if
can
that
you pause this
discrimination
once
is
again?
not being removed, why should the Muslims get angry when I'm saying?
But what does this mean? If you're telling the truth, why should it hurt anybody? What do you mean by hurt? Nothing to do with the truth. Anything can hurt you. Truth can hurt you. Like, I don't understand this argument. Like, I heard it that time also. I was like, what is he saying? You can see, if I tell the truth, why should people who like the truth be upset? That you can say. Why should it hurt anyone? That's a ridiculous statement to make.
the point here is, okay, why should truth hurt anyone is in a way framed in a way where the concept is there is no freedom of expression, because freedom of expression is not just about truth, right? You can say anything you want if you want freedom of expression. So here, actually, he, in a way, from deep inside his mind, he's speaking against the idea of freedom of expression when he says, "Why should truth hurt anyone?"
Yeah.
The point should be.
Anani, अच्छा पहली बात तो बोलो कि yeah, go ahead, Abhay.
Actually, his point should be, I don't care whether the truth hurts anyone or not. I will speak it anyway. That should be the argument.
Yeah.
This is the truth. Whether you like it or not, that's your problem.
Yeah. Anani, is your name really Anani, or is it supposed to be Ananya and you spelt it wrong? Okay. No, we are not being too critical. We are being, I think, aptly critical, because after all, these are our megaphones, and if our megaphones are defective, then our narrative is going to get fucked. So we must be critical when we can. Otherwise, we are saying that yes, he's a very good weapon against commies, but your opponents are not going to be just commies forever and after. तब क्या करेंगे? ये criticism से ही improvement होगा.
Can I say something? And this I've observed this a lot in India. I'm sorry, but if you're going to take advantage of the fame and the worship and the love, you have to better be able to take even the criticism, however bad it is. Okay, and this happens a lot in India. I've noticed like people are saying, "Oh, they're doing a lot for our country. They're going and doing what do you call it, gymnastics." Hello, we give them praise for the gymnastics as well. They come back and do nonsense shit. We criticize them for their nonsense shit as well. Just because, again, this appeal to authority fallacy. Just because someone is so powerful and so good and powerful means you can कुछ भी करो.
हाँ, लेफ्ट और राइट में दोनों में ही ये प्रॉब्लम है कि कैंसिलिंग आउट ऑल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स बेस्ड ऑन समवन सफरिंग, कि अच्छा गरीबों के पास खाना नहीं है और तुमको चाहिए फ्री मार्केट, या फिर वो बॉर्डर पे जवान लड़ रहे हैं और तुमको चाहिए ब्यूरोक्रेसी रिफॉर्म. ये वैसा टाइप का आर्गुमेंट है. अच्छा, Rutvik is saying, I have tried to make this point on several Hindutva boards that we have a savior complex. We dream of having a Shashi Tharoor at Oxford moment, not understanding that it affects us when we go international. Yeah.
I'm not asking for discrimination to be put on Muslims. I'm asking for discrimination to be removed from Hindus. Why should that anger anybody? And if that angers anybody, that shows the agenda of that person.
Sir, but mostly in the country, over 80% of Lok Sabha members are Hindus. Over 80% of Rajya Sabha members Hindu.
Yes.
And even the Supreme Court, most of the judges are Hindus.
People underestimate the value of a so what in a situation. Sanjeev Sanyal would have said this in this situation. So what? He has said so what in so many apt situations. So what is the ideal answer here?
So in all organs of the government, legislative, executive, judiciary, aren't the ones legislating Hindus? So are
Yes.
Hindus the ones going against Hindus?
Yes, absolutely. This government is it's not anti-Hindu, but it's not pro-Hindu. It hasn't removed the most blatant discriminatory constitutional, legal, social, educational strictures against Hindus.
And so what about...
It hasn't for 11 years. So yes, I mean, they're in the same boat.
And so what about...
I go for justice. See, sorry to interrupt.
No problem, sir.
But I think one thing that people kind of confuse in this increasingly polarized world, I don't see, as a Darwinian atheist, I don't see anything as religious or Muslim or Hindu. It's about justice. If Muslims are being denied justice, I will stand up with them against the injustice. If Hindus are being denied justice, why shouldn't I stand up? It's not a question of Hindu or Muslim.
Can I say something? Hello?
आनंद बाल की खाल निकालो जल्दी जल्दी.
Okay. Nee, I'm sorry. What do you mean you're a Darwinian atheist who stands up for justice? Like, I don't get this. This is my fundamental problem. How can a Darwinian atheist fight for justice? Justice is a moral framework.
What's that got to do with justice? Yeah.
Exactly. What does the evolution have to do with justice? I want to explain. I want to debate him. I want to ask him, are you a Darwinian atheist? How the hell are you standing for justice?
No, I think he was trying to say that I don't have a religious dog in this fight. I'm an atheist who has a dog in this fight. In that sense, he's a neutral, he's a dispassionate observer here.
Again, that is a what do you appeal to authority by saying only atheists can be fighting for justice. Or no, that's wrong. My bad. He's saying because I'm an atheist, I fight for justice. The precondition being an atheist always fights for justice, or you can assume that an atheist fights for justice. That's the only dog in the bone they have. Like, I don't understand. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you have a blatantly anti-Hindu constitutional legal law, then to ask for it to be repealed is not being pro-Hindu, it's being pro-justice.
So, but the opposition, the minority opposition, they believe that if it's pro-Hindu, which is the majority in the country, it promotes majoritarianism.
It's pro-justice. It's not, you name me one thing that I've asked for that is pro.
The guy that young guy is actually right here. The way Ranganathan has dug the hole, this guy ends up being right. Because justice in this context is subjective. Because the commies are saying that no, just because 20% Muslims, just because they are not 80%, it's inherently injustice in itself. It's at its core injustice just because they are less in numbers.
Let me come up with an innovative argument. So, are black people the oppressors in South Africa because they are in majority? Are black people oppressing the white people because they are in majority? Are Dalit and OBC people oppressing the Brahmins? Or are Dalits and OBCs oppressing the Brahmins and the Savarnas because they are in majority?
Right.
Then how do you not apply the same argument to those instances, but to only this instance?
Yes,
it makes
at its
no
core,
sense. Just because Hindus are in
मेजोरिटेरियनिज्म का आर्गुमेंट को ही भाव नहीं देना चाहिए था.
Hindu, I challenge you.
Okay, so what about apartheid? So apartheid in its own says that the minority rules over the majority. So but the majority is the one that is ruling over.
No, apartheid doesn't really mean always minority. It's like,
holy shit.
He should have flipped it here. He should have flipped it here. Right. Apartheid against Hindus. It was literally ammo for Ranganathan. He didn't use it.
लल्लू बॉल फेंका था, अंडर आर्म बॉल फेंका था, छक्का मारने का था उसपे.
No, this
डिफेंड करने चला गया.
One of the weakest in the debating group. This is actually not very great. Oh boy.
आनंद क्या बोल रहा है? सॉफ्ट कंठ में
बॉल को डिफेंड नहीं करते.
तमिल ब्राह्मण का वॉइस क्या हो गया?
Is my voice clear or is it like gone now?
Yeah, it's louder now. हाँ, तुमने क्या बोला? फिर से बोलो.
No. Among all of them, he was one of the weakest in terms of his arguments. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
The minority rules over the majority. So but the majority is the one that is ruling.
No, apartheid doesn't really mean always minor. It's like you basically are having discriminatory laws against a section of the population. And it doesn't specify whether that section has to be minority or majority. Yeah, I mean, obviously the resonance is with South Africa because that's where the term apartheid really originated. But there are a lot of countries where you have discrimination against a set of people. And if that happens, it is apartheid according to me. So it's like yeah.
And so what about the difference in your stance between secularism and pluralism?
Yes.
Where does the difference lie between them? Because isn't one promoting...
There are two different, absolutely different classes, you can say. Secularism, and I want India to be secular. But the tragedy is we're not secular. Everyone who says from judge to prime minister to president who says we are secular is just lying through his or her teeth.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please pause him?
Hi, sir.
Hi, Atul.
Yeah, what is the reason for him to add that line that I want India to be secular before saying that India is not secular?
Objectively woke you. Yeah, so what is a good argument in most cases.
Can you hear me?
I think he believes in secularism. Yeah. He really believes in that idea. So
we all do.
That's why he says he wants India to be secular.
What you believe doesn't matter in a debate, especially like this.
Yeah, I think the Abhay got it right. He believes he wants India to be secular.
So, Dr. Ranganathan, in the past, you've criticized Bharat Ratna Mr. Sachin Tendulkar for being involved with an attempt to regularize an illegal construction, but then promptly reversed your stance when he stood with the government against farmers in Maharashtra, calling him pro-India. In light of this, is your standard of judging awardees rooted in principle or in their political alignment?
No, Sachin was right in one aspect according to me, and he was wrong in another aspect according to me. End of story. Why go into so many explanations? Ajeeb baat hai.
About critical of Sachin Tendulkar for what? Sorry.
So there's this tweet on your.
क्या argument है? मैंने retweet शायद किया था, मगर I was not defending his that tweet. What the fuck did he get into? This was the weakest position part of this entire conversation.
And by the way,
which you've reposted actually.
Go ahead.
No. Also, this is again a very woke trap. Okay, that people are consistent throughout their lives. People change their beliefs, bhai. One day they like Sachin Tendulkar, next day they hate Sachin Tendulkar. It's possible. That's part of being human. You're expecting everyone to be perfectly consistent in their life. It's not possible. Even principles. Like one day you are a capitalist, something affects you in your life. You're like, I want to be communist today. Human beings are fallible human beings. You got to ask the person at the point of time. When they make an argument, are they consistent in their argument? They can't be defending communism in one part of the argument and defending capitalism in the next part of the argument. That's the one you can ask for consistency in.
Yeah.
This is a very woke framing. 10 years ago, why were you like this? Now why are you like this?
Right. एक बढ़िया conversation हुआ मेरा एक हिंदुत्ववादी से from Kashmir. He's a Kashmiri Pandit who has lost his home. His house has been turned into a madrasa and stuff. He came to the Isha Foundation meetup retreat. So he was saying something interesting that I know you Bengalis like Rabindranath a lot, but I really dislike him. I really like Swami Vivekananda instead. So now for me, it's the opposite. So I immediately told him that, yeah, you probably dislike Rabindranath for all his later life stuff, right? He smiled and said, yes. Then I showed him his Shivaji Utsav poem. I showed him his quote from that Japan Jatri thing that I posted a few days back, where Rabindranath writes in 1999 while on his way on a ship to Japan. He's casually writing his thoughts about going to Japan, and he mentions that Qutub Minar is not a piece of art that you can appreciate. It's like a Mudgal standing in the heart of a Hindu culture, and it's an ugly thing because it was made by destroying so many Hindu temples. And then he says, and just like the temple in Kashi, where Aurangzeb's destruction is so ugly to watch, I cannot bow down in front of that piece of art. And then I told him about his quotes on Islam and Christianity, etc. He knew that. But all he had heard of Rabindranath was that he disliked nationalism and that he was a pretty secular guy later in life. So he did not even know that first and foremost, but he did not know that Rabindranath actually evolved from a much more Hindutwadi position to a much more softer stance in his old age. So what? If commies can pick and choose the later half, why can't we pick and choose only the first half? And then I told him about Swami Vivekananda's acceptance stuff, and then Ramakrishna Mission's acceptance stuff. I told him about Ramakrishna Mission's small booklet called The Spake Prophet Muhammad, which if you read today, you'll convert to Islam in 5 minutes, and only Bengali Hindus are reading that. Muslims are not reading that. he got very, very surprised with that and said that oh my God, please send me this material. People are not very aware of evolutions, and that also happens when you come from only left-wing families or right-wing families. You don't know the world beyond your circle too much. You only think of the other world as solidified enemy positions. They are not going to evolve ever.
Actually,
Yeah, can I
of,
add something?
criticizing Sachin Tendulkar of being
Hello.
involved with illegal development.
Yes.
Yeah, there should be a hand raise feature in StreamYard. Like, it's very confusing. Anyway, Rabindranath, like, he's a favorite of the BB commies. The best thing we can do is wait for like 50, 75 years. The BB commies die out because of the low TFR, and then Hindutva can reclaim Rabindranath. What about that idea?
No, we have reclaimed him already. Why do you think Bangladesh hates Rabindranath so much? They have read our promotion of those quotes. The BB commies keep ignoring him.
No,
We'll
I
ignore
don't
him
think
in
so.
5 minutes.
I don't think so. No, I disagree. They hate Rabindranath because he's Indian, not because he has written about Hindutva stuff. I mean, it isn't even very public. Most of the people don't know that he has written about Shivaji and all that, right?
No. The Islam and Christianity quote is very viral in Bangladesh ever since Hindutvadis started promoting it.
Then no, I think you should read about Anithuzzaman. He has written specifically Rabindranath in Bangladesh and about how Rabindranath can be instrumental in undermining the Islamic identity of Bangladesh. It is very much popular in Bangladesh that Rabindranath, despite being secular in nature, his writings can undermine Bangladeshi Islamic nationalism. So that's why they don't like him right now. Yeah, that's it.
So how's your stance so promptly, so quickly changed with Sachin Tendulkar just depending on his political affiliation?
Sorry, my tweet is when Sachin Tendulkar was speaking. Yeah, so retweet is of someone called Chitra Subramaniam.
Yes.
And the retweet says, the tweet says, so the Bharat Ratna who was selling ceiling fans also lobbied to regularize an illegal construction. Right?
Correct.
Yes, and I have retweeted it. So first of all, you must understand, retweets or likes are not endorsements. I have retweeted a lot of stuff.
What a bad argument here. Everyone knows that Anand was definitely retweeting it as an endorsement. He wasn't just informing people casually.
I continually do so when I don't believe in it. They are to project sometimes, most times, an opposite point of view so that people get what's happening around the world. In this case, I would have to, I can't even remember whether he also, actually he lobbied for illegal construction. If he did, he was wrong. So it doesn't matter whether he's been awarded Bharat Ratna or Nobel Prize. If he's done something wrong, why shouldn't he be criticized? I don't understand the question.
Sir, but then the question is about the criticism of him as he switches his political affiliation. In 2021, there were riots and protests by the farmers against the BJP government in Maharashtra.
There were riots and protests?
Not riots, sorry. Protests against the government in Maharashtra by the farmers, sir. So with that logic, how, like, seeing this tweet you reposted.
I was against the agitation that was preventing people's free speech and expression, but not against the protests. So as I believe, right to protest does not mean right to prevent. So I've never been against anybody protesting if it is protesting, if the protest is legal, sanctioned, and of course conforms to your freedom of speech and expression.
So, but I also like to emphasize,
just to, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be patronizing, but any awardee is to be congratulated for getting, if that award is prestigious, Bharat Ratna, of course. But if tomorrow that same awardee does something that is wrong, of course I would criticize it. Why shouldn't I? If the criticism is logic and valid. Indira Gandhi, for example, Indira Gandhi got the Bharat Ratna for something that was incredible. She won us the Bangladesh war. So of course she demanded, not just she didn't demand, but that act demanded applause. But at the same time, the same Indira Gandhi proclaimed the emergency. Now you mean to say that I have changed my stance if I were to criticize her for emergency, but praise her for Bangladesh war?
It's the exact opposite in this case.
Why?
Because
if I was criticizing Sachin Tendulkar for, first of all, that's not my view. That is a retweet. So I hope you accept.
If the correct argument, but after wasting 2.5 minutes, when you waste 2.5 minutes of the questioner, you already lose the perception game, and the perception game is everything in a debate.
One second. I hope you accept that putting a view out in the public does not always mean that you're endorsing it. Did you accept that view?
But sir, as a man with 1.3 million followers on X, if you repost something, you have to
I always do that.
It has some influence, sir. Thank you.
All right. 15 years old.
Hi.
Can you pause Dr. Ranganathan, you call yourself a Darwin atheist?
Yes.
Someone who insists no God exists.
Okay, let's talk about this concept of like, if you've got a lot of followers means you are very influential or very important. Influential means what? Influential in woke circles, like, oh, I got a cute picture. That's not influential. Influential, you can influence policy. Like Anand Agnan has literally written a book about how Hindus are 11th class citizens. Does their political class care about what he's written? No, they don't care. Right? So he's technically not influential. He's influential in a lot of chit chat. That's it.
Yeah.
But in actual policy making, is zero influence. It's very obvious.
Yana sometimes writes a tweet and at the end he writes WTP, won't delete this tweet. And also writes something that is blatantly against all extremely anti-national and right under it, you can't do anything about it. He does it sarcastically. So actually it is correct that he did not actually mean it, what he tweeted.
Okay, we actually have
is,
two Anands here.
influential in policy. Who do you think is influential in policy in our circle?
Nobody.
Podcasting circle? No, nobody.
Nobody. Sanjeev Sanyal at best, to some degree.
Sanjeev Sanyal he's the only guy, I think.
Deep Haldar to an extent, I think.
Deep Haldar is a journalist. Sanjeev Sanyal directly works with the PMO, so I think Sanjeev Sanyal is the correct one. Deep Haldar is a journalist, so I don't think much influential will he be.
Yeah. Influential in policy, nobody. Or to be fair to that English accent guy, he probably meant that influential in society, in narrative building, not just in policy. So he has some point, but the point is that what am I supposed to do? I have influence, therefore I'm going to shut up. How can that be an argument?
And his argument is that
no God created the universe and no God created life. Am I right?
Yeah, that a lot of people listen to us. We have some responsibilities and so on. These kind of things.
Yeah, if I have a bigger responsibility, therefore I'll say my piece even louder because now more people are listening to me. Yay, I won.
Go on and end your speeches with Jai Shri Ram. Why? Why invoke a deity you say is not real, and then you enter the Ram Janmabhoomi debate claiming there was a civilizational injustice against Hindus?
Yes.
If you genuinely believe Hindus suffered a civilizational wrong, then why on earth is a solution a multi-faith complex or a hospital? Why should the only community you yourself say was wrong be the one expected to dilute its restitution? Why tell Hindus after centuries of what you call injustice that they must now share the very space they lost? What kind of justice is that?
Already
this guy is the best, by the way. All the boys.
The first, yeah, even from Ranganathan's perspective, which I don't agree with, should have been that I believe that will create law and order problems. We must live peacefully with Muslims, therefore we should not do this. He said everything except that. This was absolutely tough to watch because Ranganathan is so used to debating commies that it shows.
Even simpler. You don't have to be
absolutely lost.
No, you don't be. Forget about law and order. Just say my belief is in secularism. I may be for Hindu civilizational recovery, but the state should remain secular. And my understanding is state should treat with the citizen in a secular manner. So it should be interfaith. That's the only reason. That's it.
No, but that would not work because the young guy has not asked whether it's secularism of the state or society. He's talking about the society. The guy is talking about the society, not the state.
His point is very good. He never answers the question because he's got some really important questions he asks.
Yeah.
I can answer the first part about the atheist part, but
yeah.
Opinion atheist does not mean that that person should not belong to a cause or to espouse a cause that is calling for justice be meted out to people who were wronged or the ancestors who were wronged. So that's point number one. Point number two is I've always said I believe in, I am a civilizational Hindu, and I've always said in Hinduism, I believe Hinduism is a way of
terminology पे dependency भाई बहुत खराब चीज है. Terminology tags पे dependency will fuck you in a debate. Yeah, go on.
No, but he said I'm a civilizational Hindu and I'm a Darwinian atheist. That literally makes no sense.
Yeah.
You can be a civilizational Hindu. You can be.
No,
you can
that makes.
No, you can't be a Darwinian atheist. You can be a Hindu atheist. You can be a Darwinian atheist. That's the problem.
He's taking the Savarkar and who's the other famous atheist guy who's now a cultural Christian. He's taking that route, of course, that he is okay with that.
No, but then you still can't be a Darwinian atheist, dude. Darwinian atheist is very specific. You believe in the law of the jungle. The whole point. Why you call yourself Darwinian then? Just be an
Meaning
atheist.
that I don't believe in religion or God at
But
all.
he means that life came from the hot. Darwinian atheism means he believes that the life came from hot dilute soup of Dixon and Jolly. Search it up. It is that's what he thinks. Life came from proteins, and that's what life came from. There is no God. There is no divinity, no randomness, nothing. Darwinism, atheism believes in deterministic framework of the world, universe. That's what it is.
Deterministic is in what? What is deterministic about it?
Deterministic is nothing is everything is predetermined. The outcome is also predetermined. That's what he believes.
Then that means that the fighting for justice is irrelevant.
Only nature, no nurture.
Free market of nature, basically. Basically, nature will balance itself out, so there is no need for intervention.
Yeah, then why should you be for reservations? Why should you be there for justice? I mean, it makes no sense. It's logically inconsistent. Like, I'm sorry.
We can't have a atheist debate here.
There are many who also attribute religious Hinduism. I believe Hinduism is a way of life, but there are many who also attribute religious aspects to Hinduism. If that is the case, and I've said this, in Hinduism, religion is an offshoot of a way of life. And in Islam or Abrahamic religions, way of life is an offshoot of religion. Now, just to explain that nuance a bit, when religion gives you a dogma, the set of rules that you need to follow, and if your way of life is an offshoot of those rules, then it follows that, during the evolutionary timescale or progress, you will not change much because you're always bound by those rules. But if your religious aspect is an offshoot of your way of life changes. What Hindus were behaving 2000 years ago, we don't behave like that now. So we are much more amenable to change, reforms. Yes, so that is how I call myself a Hindu, and I'll always fight for the rights of Hindus.
Yes, sir, but now you've previously mentioned that you believe that civilizational injustice was done against Hindus, am I right?
Yes,
it was done.
Yes.
But now you're saying, I'm a complete supporter of Hinduism. I believe in Sri Ram. And I feel like we should receive full compensation. Yes. Because if there was a mandir over there before, then...
Not if, there was.
There was, sir, exactly. But then your solution...
And it's not just my views. These views were ascertained by the 5-judge Supreme Court bench based on ASI findings. So it's not that they are a figment of one's imagination. And that is the reason why I always repeat myself, much at the cost of getting brickbats from my...
Now he's looking for his own brownie points instead of furthering his argument and wasting the guy's time.
The boy was asking, right? It was very relevant. And he completely sandbagged him with this nonsense.
Yeah. This is very bad.
I don't believe in...
He just ran away from the point he wants to defend, right?
Means or
just one second. Anand Ranganathan claims that he wants to defend Hindus, like he calls them 8th class citizens. And when the boy asks him that Hindus should be provided with compensation, he just avoids the question. Why is that?
No, I'm telling you, because he doesn't have a good argument. See, the fundamental problem here is, let's answer the boy's question. Okay, because I know the boy's question clearly is.
Okay.
He's saying.
Go on.
No, maybe finish the video.
Yeah.
We'll stop.
So Bhavomoy. Yeah, Bhavomoy. There are two reasons I'm not doing the JSD podcast with ANI, at least today. One, I'm afraid that ANI might do a copyright strike. And two, because we'll probably mostly end up agreeing with that. I have not seen it. I've watched first 2-3 minutes of it, but we'll be mostly saying like, yes, kya badhiya bola, wah, kya badhiya bola. Pause deke sirf yeah, kya badhiya bola bolne ke liye to maza nahi aayega. Isliye ye wala is more juicy.
Because you think it should belong to you. I believe it should come to you through...
I don't think he lost any aura because most of Ranganathan's... If you are a supporter of anybody, you will more often than not see it with a completely different lens, and people won't notice that how flawed his arguments were. Because I was like that at one point, and I shuddered, I quivered thinking that when I was a commie, in that same debate, Ben Shapiro versus who's that guy, Cenk Uyghur, in the healthcare debate, or in that complete debate. When I was a commie, I absolutely thought Cenk Uyghur won the debate. And when I became a right-winger, the same debate I saw and I thought Ben Shapiro won the debate. Then I realized, oh my God, I'm being retarded basically. I'll have to get better at observing the arguments. So probably most people thought Ranganathan won the debate anyway because it's his supporters.
No, also very clearly,
justice.
This boy is the only bright spot. The rest all are highly incompetent. So they make Arun Raghanan look really good. Let's be very clear. Let it be very clear. So whatever little aura he lost in this one part of the debate with this boy, everything else was like just absolutely, they were absolutely much worse, 1,000 times worse. And so I think one girl was okay, was average. She had one good question. The rest all was just.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go there. I haven't watched beyond this point anyway. Don't give spoilers, bro.
Expected, or why are the 1 billion Hindus in this nation who are making up 80% of the population, why should we dilute our restitution? Sir, your solution for it was a multi-faith complex or a hospital over there.
No.
Sir, I have recording. Sir, you said in your podcast over there, in which you ended with the last was Jai Shri Ram, you said that I agree with the supporters who say that there should be a Isai Ghar or a Gurdwara or most of that stuff, sir.
No, I don't believe. I've always called
Sir,
for a
we'll
Ram
come
temple.
back. Sir,
Yeah,
we'll come back.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, pause. Let's answer this boy's question.
Why can't you say that I believed in it at that point? I don't believe in it anymore. That's all. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
No. So let's answer this boy's question, because his question deserved to be answered by Anand Raghavan. Because a lot of the right-wingers are not for full Hindu restitution. Right? He's asking, if you are saying I'm standing for Hindutva, I'm standing for the right of Hindus, cultural Hinduism, why can't you give me my restitution? So you can only answer it two ways. You can answer it by we don't have the ability because the state is bound by certain laws, and you have to change all those laws before we can give you restitution, or that we don't believe that since we are already a population of a mixed population, we cannot take away land from other people. Then you justify why you can't take away that land and why they deserve to keep that land. So there are only two ways you can, and both you should, either one you should answer that boy, which he did not.
First of all, I just want to clarify this. Many of the things that, so I'm only on Twitter, and I'm not, so many of the fan pages on Instagram or Facebook, some of the views that you're attributing to me might be those guys. So please just be very careful. Yeah.
So my name is Nitya, and as a proud Hindu, I want to be able to wear my kalava everywhere. It represents divine protection, safeguarding from harm, and warding off negative influences.
What's this California LA accent, right?
I absolutely hate this accent. It's South Delhi accent. It's South Delhi
Ashoka accent. Ashoka.
What accent is this?
Dada, it's South Delhi accent. You see, we have to speak like this. Most of our HR speaks like this. You see, in my office, there are HRs. They cannot speak any language but this that I am speaking. So please bear with her.
Actually, they speak Hindi in this tone as well. That's pretty much annoying.
No, you understand where this comes from. Upper class, upper caste, upper privilege mentality, where I don't have to face anything in the world. My mommy, daddy transports me from my house with a giant temple inside it to a temple with a giant temple inside it to a like a very high quality hospital with a temple inside it, where I can be a proud Hindu and wear my kalava and I'm not affected by the world's problems, and I can say
दादा ये वीडियो चलाइए दादा जल्दी चलाइए.
She's reading from the script actually.
अच्छा अनन्या शुक्ला बोल रहा है कि
उसकी हिंदी भी वैसे ही होगी. भाया आप जाएंगे क्या? कहाँ जाएंगे आप?
Because only upper caste only upper caste are protected with so much layers of support that you don't have to face the real world. I'm sorry, I will completely say
now
upper caste.
we got a
issue.
We got a Bhimta Tamil Brahmin before GTA 6.
In your tweet, you said, and I quote, "Religious dress codes, symbols, or identity should have no place in schools or as part of school uniform."
Yes.
How do you justify a position that would prohibit me from wearing my kalava, my friends from wearing their tilak or turbans, all of which are integral expressions of faith and identity?
Yes.
Are you saying that I can't wear a bindi in my Hindu Rashtra in school, which is a representation of Ma Saraswati, according to Hinduism, the giver of knowledge?
That's a great question. But please also explain the context in which I said it. The context was either you ban everything or you allow everything. Now,
guys, making fun of accents is very bad because she probably has no hand in it. But what can I do? Kalava, Rashtra. Oh my God. It's very bad.
There is no way to stop this, Dada. You have to do it. Something has to give.
Accent is not the issue.
Oh my God.
In a secular state where there is an absolute demarcation between religion and the functioning of the state, you need to ban the expression of religious symbols. In France does that, for example.
Can you pause
You
for a
cannot
second?
be selective. And that is why.
No, first of all, that's not what a secular state is. Secular state is the state cannot propagate or profess a particular religion. France is a specific type of cultural state that prefers, like laicity is a very specific type of cultural practice where in public, only in public, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve. But even that, it can be and other states can have a so that's a different system. Like in the US, for example, that's a secular state, but it's framed completely different. It's framed in the true aspect of secularism. UK is considered a secular state, but there is a different kind of secularism again. So this is a ridiculous argument. Sorry.
Yeah, I think some of these people, this ilk,
again,
this ilk, Anand and AIM, they really believe in laicite for some reason. I don't understand what is the reason behind believing in laicite in a country like India, where our culture is symbolism everywhere. Our culture is full of symbolism. If you, let's say, ban symbolism in public, there will be nothing left of our culture. Anyway.
No, because I tell you why.
We'll continue now.
Why it worked in France, it did not work in India. In France, because they were Christian, mostly Catholic for a long time, then became Protestant. The idea of congregation is very strong. So your religion is still kept very resilient and pertinent in your private spaces of your congregation as well, or in your house. All the stuff you are allowed. You don't go to stop you. When in France, when they say public, they mean like courts. They mean government offices. They don't mean like you are taking subway. You can wear your thing in the subway. No one will stop you there in France. They're talking. There's a problem with with the way Anand frames it. He doesn't understand what laicity in the French context is. Right? He thinks you can impose it here. You can't impose it in a country like India where your public expression of your religion is also part of your cultural makeup. It's not possible. Because and he wants to be Hindu. He can't want laicity here. Sorry.
Okay, but I was about to say that this is the comment of the day, but अभी एक और comment आया, दोनों ही दिखा देता हूँ. He's saying Siaram. ये Hans Zimmer का Siaram Ramayana teaser में last में Siaram. That was better than this. He's saying. I'll check out this comment. Why isn't she wearing a kalava and bindi in the video? Isn't she wearing a bindi? I don't know.
She's wearing a
I
very
didn't notice.
small.
I was more focusing on the accent.
No, but the point
अरे
is
size पे भी तुमको जाना है. Nitpicking काटो 10 रुपए का.
But the point is, the argument is fallacious. It's all just to provoke.
These questions are so manufactured. They basically presented all the secular issues as Hindu issues, totally believing her when she wanted to wear her kalava. Oh my god, I got that accent already. Shit, I don't want it. Well, it's about what kind of company you keep and what.
Hijab, as many Muslims are.
It's very interesting to talk in this accent. You don't. It's very enjoyable. Continue.
Okay, देखते हैं.
Against hijab, as many Muslims are, right-thinking Muslims. I hope it's not an oxymoron. I know it is not. It is a symbol of oppression. Even Malala has said so. She said that being in a burqa was like being in a shuttlecock, and all.
You see one pattern both times while dating actual Hindutwadis with this girl and that guy. He was trying to signal that no, I'm just as Hindutwadi as you, bro. We just have some different opinions. That was so weak of him as well. Why did he suddenly mention this part that that might be an oxymoron? He was dog whistling that no, I am as right-wing as you. This is very bad stuff. I know he follows me on Twitter. I hope he's watching this because this is being live telecasted on Twitter as well.
Dada,
but Anand,
I think when it comes to these issues, when it comes to symbolism, like why not hijab but bindi allowed or tilak allowed, I think we should have a perspective where we say that there are certain things which are indigenous to Indian culture and there are certain things which are imposed through outside influence. So if outside influence is good influence, then it's fine. But if it's an oppressive influence, we shall not accept it. And you cannot compare it with internal symbolisms, because when you talk about Indian symbols, they are not just religious Hindu symbols, but they are Indian symbols like bindi and tilak. They are part of our indigenous culture. So they need to be treated in a different way.
So I'll give
beyond
you
the point.
very interesting example. If you look at early Muslim women, right, before the Salafi influence in India came too much, they used to wear the same like half gungat that many North Indian women wear. They wear very light, thin scarf over your head. Just some amount of so-called modesty. I don't believe in the modesty concept, makes no very sense. But whatever, they should wear a very thin, Indianized version of the gungat. Not even a gungat, it's just a scarf, right? But after Salafism started coming in, they started adopting this Arabization nonsense. So that way, and I agree with Abhay, exactly that. So that is what the indigenous look of the local women can wear what they want, but it needs to be something that is indigenous. You can't be trying to be someone else, some other culture. Why are you Indian? Just be that culture. The whole concept of like you want to abandon
I can't comment on this too much because I have nothing indigenous in my body right now, except probably this, and this is only about 2-3 months old. I always dress very Western.
When you're framing the argument, it's very simple. But if you're saying fundamentally that Indian Islam is different from Islam from other parts of the world, and you're at the same time completely destroying the distinction between that place and your place, then what is unique about your place? Nothing, right? That's my point.
Steamed up and everything.
Dada, what you are wearing is not oppressive.
Against banning of hijab.
Just you said that you are not wearing anything indigenous, but what you are wearing is not oppressive. Right? It does not signal oppression.
No, it's very
in case
oppressive.
of hijab. Sorry?
He's in Bengal. It's very hot there. You should not be wearing so long sleeve shirt. What are you talking about?
It's not hot here in Bengal. What are you talking about? We are shivering with winter. So that's what the point is.
Why? Because if you allow a kalava or a turban or any other or a cross, then you must allow the expression of religious identity of somebody else. So either you ban everything or you include everything. You can't be selective about it.
Okay, I completely agree. So, but in your other tweets, you've also said that tilak
if I can just add to that, there is a very important addition that you must make from logically and rationally. Will you allow everything that your religion says you must do? Now, there are many things that somebody's religion says that are downright misogynistic, that are repressive. Tomorrow, if a religion says that a woman must always at all times walk with an iron ball shackled to her leg, would you allow it in the name of following religion?
Of course not.
So that decision has to be made. And increasingly, that's not a very easy decision to make. Because while many people call, and I call hijab as oppressive, there are many Muslim women who say that, well, it is an expression of my right. To them, I ask, tomorrow, if somebody were to say that, expression of your religious rights would be you being chained and walking, would you allow that? That's a question that needs to be
allow nahi allow ka oppressive non oppressive ka bhi baat nahi hai. Point hai ke if I want it, can I get away with it by not doing it? That's the mark of a non oppressive symbol. Like I'm getting away with not wearing a saffron kurta right now, but the woman cannot get away with not wearing a hijab. That is the problem. Consent ka baat to uske baad aayega.
Correct. It's culturally imposed.
So in another Twitter post of yours, you said that tilak is an identifier of love and devotion to the Sanatan.
And one more
you
thing.
Just said that you want justice.
Just one more point to point out. Not getting away with it socially. The point is not getting away with it religiously, or where the idea comes from. Why hijab is a bad idea or burqa is a bad idea? Because the idea behind it is oppressive, that they should cover their body so that they don't end up attracting unwanted attention of men. The idea behind it is bad. So if that idea doesn't allow you to get away with not wearing a burqa, then it is oppressive. Society doesn't matter here.
Yes.
The point is idea.
Yeah.
Your Twitter post was about either it should be banned for everyone or it should be allowed for all religions. So then why are you in certain Twitter posts only selectively choosing on like the tilak or the hijab, for example?
So would I, for example, I'm civilizationally a Hindu, not a Muslim. I wouldn't say hijab is an expression of love and Sanatan Dharma. So I would say tilak is.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
my question to you is that you often repeat that Majru Sultanpuri was jailed simply for calling Nehru Hitler.
Yes.
But the factual
Hitler
record...
ka chela.
Huh?
Hitler ka chela, not Hitler.
Okay. But the
Have
fact...
you read his poem that he penned against Nehru?
Just going on to... But the factual record says otherwise, as Sultanpuri was prosecuted for publicly saying, Marlo Sati jane na paye. And which translates to kill him, comrades, don't let him escape.
No. You're wrong there. You're just quoting a couple of lines from the entire poem. That's why I said it's called Hitler ka chela jane na paye. Do you have the complete couplet?
Not with me right
now.
Yeah.
So that's it. Called him Hitler ka chela.
All right, but I'm saying that it's a direct call for violence against the sitting prime minister.
Nice. See, Ranganathan debates a commie and he's back in his elements. This guy's already fucked. He's in a hole that he can't come out of anymore. Nice.
If you're going to say...
He was pulling his punches all along,
and
it seems.
The sentence was issued by the courts, not by Nehru personally. So if today someone stood in a public gathering and shouted that a PM should be killed, would you treat that as free speech or would you acknowledge it as a national security threat?
Right. So that's...
And if you agree that such an incitement against a sitting PM is dangerous today, then why do you misrepresent a court-ordered sentence as Nehru jailing a poet for criticism? And if you disagree and think that even calls for a PM's death are acceptable speech, would you be willing to publicly defend that position? And don't you think that as a public intellectual with a large audience, you have a responsibility to get the historical facts right before presenting them as evidence of a dictatorship?
So may I please humbly request you to not patronize me by saying that, alleging or insinuating that I got my facts wrong. It's you who did not remember what the other two lines of the couplet were. So I encourage you to go back and read what Majru said. I also encourage you to go back and see. I'm absolutely...
Yeah, go ahead.
It's still ad hominem. Argument. He should define the argument that he was making. Look how much time he spent. He spent almost like 30 seconds doing an ad hominem. He could have literally talked about what he means about the First Amendment, how the First Amendment was curtailed to allow this jailing to happen.
An OCD kind of system to be absolutely particularly right. So I don't say that Nehru jailed him. In fact, all the 50-odd blatant trampling of freedom of speech and expression were, I say, done under Nehru. You understand?
Yeah.
So when somebody is jailed in some far-flung area of Uttar Pradesh, you don't say Modi jailed him if he said something anti-Modi, right? So, it happened under that. So all the books, all the jailings of editors, of poets, chasing of Balraj Sahni, banning of plays, banning of all those things happened under Nehru, the paragon of freedom of speech and expression. Now, if Majru was jailed for 1 year and before 1952 elections, he was released, did Nehru know or did he not know that one of the most celebrated poets in India has been jailed for penning a poem that called Nehru Hitler ka chela?
Sir, but the judicial system is separate from the PM, no? The PM has no influence over the judicial body
of India. Did he ever express any... So that same thing can be said for anyone. And I'm against the judicial system. I'm against the constitution for trampling on our freedom of speech.
Right.
So please don't think that I'm just against Nehru. I'm against even the judge. But the judge is only following the orders that are written where? In the constitution. And who amended the constitution? The First Amendment? Nehru. See, if our constitution said like America's constitution, there is absolutely...
Comic ke khilaf Ranganathan is Ranganathan. Yes.
No, but you should start with this.
That would
this
be
is
more
start
more fun.
Do you understand what the First Amendment is? How it came about to become free? That should be an argument.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The whole premise
That
of the
should have been
argument is
yes.
the authoritarianism of our country is built in the Constitution because of the First Amendment of the Constitution and because the judiciary is frequently called to use it to target. Right? But he made a very good point. The boy, let's not attack the boy too much. Because he said very clearly, this happened, the judiciary and the state government used the First Amendment. Right? So
and which was made by Nehru. Therefore, Nehru is to be blamed here.
That's why he should have gone straight to the First Amendment and not waste his time with it was doing under Nehru and Hitler ka chela. That's not relevant.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Freedom of speech and expression. Do you think a judge would have jailed Majru? No.
So, but in another case, K.R. Malkani was an editorial writer in 1955 had called Nehru Hitler in print.
Yes.
And there was no action taken against him.
So, so this is one thing that you must realize. If two people commit murder and one of them is not prosecuted for it, can the other person say, oh, look, why are you sparing me because you spared him?
So, but why is the blaming on Nehru? It's on the judicial system completely.
Again, 1 second.
He just said that the law was made by Nehru, therefore Nehru is to be blamed.
Exactly. And one more thing, if he given enough time to this discussion, he could have clearly laid out to the boy. But the law is written in such a way, it's so vague that each judge can decide based on his own interest or his own political leanings. It is such a bad law
Anand,
that it's so
subject to public morality.
Exactly. So instead of doing that discussion with this boy, which he could have easily done in 4 minutes, he did about oh Hitler ka chela or ye two lines nahi liya or incorrect.
Subject to look, subject to public morality is subject to whims and fancies of the state. Simple.
Of the judge and of the policeman
Yes.
and of the politician. All three are able to
Yeah.
use the discretion. That's the worst part of this First Amendment.
Yeah.
And of other laws that's similar to it.
Yes.
Array, India has slew of such laws.
Because
There are endless such laws.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the judicial system completely then, no?
No, again, one second. If because Nehru trampled on the freedom of speech and expression, because Nehru amended the constitution and stamped on or stomped on our free speech, you have dozens of books that were banned under Nehru. You have people who were prosecuted under Nehru. You believe Nehru should not be banned because some judge is following the constitution legally. That has been amended by Nehru. I'm sorry, I don't buy that.
Good morning, sir. My name is Daniela, and I'd like to study journalism in the future. So my question for you is, you often criticize Gandhi by isolating specific statements and positions. But if we apply that same standard consistently across freedom era struggles, how would you assess someone like Subhash Chandra Bose?
Yes.
In the Indian struggle in 1935, Bose argued for a system combining what he called fascism and communism, and in contemporary reports from 1943, he is quoted as saying that India might require an iron dictator for 20 years after independence. These views are clearly incompatible with modern democratic day values.
Yes.
Yet, Bose remains one of our most celebrated and respected national icons. So my question is, what is the fair and consistent metric for judging historical figures? If morally uncomfortable statements are enough to condemn Gandhi, then wouldn't the same logic require us to reassess Bose as well? And if
Yes.
not, on what basis
Yes.
do you differentiate between their flaws?
No. One second.
Again, he's debating a copy
ये
and he's
होता है
doing the right
badly.
things already. He's saying yes, because the main point is that you all consider Gandhi to be so godlike. Therefore, I'm pointing out the flaws in your God. That's all. That's the end of the story. You go ahead and point out flaws in Netaji. I don't give a shit. And he's probably doing that. Right?
I think she's
there
a.
is- I'm
This is
not a
the
man of
ethical
gray.
debate, right? Speed.
Right. You all go ahead with the
Speed.
arguments. Discussing this, I'll take a pee break and come and I'll hear your arguments. I'll turn the speaker on.
No, I don't think so. She's a commie. I think she's what you would call post. What's that word again? Post.
Okay.
क्या बोलते हैं? My brain is foggy now. Brain fog right
She
now.
hasn't picked up a side yet, right? Undecided, on the fence.
No,
Somehow like that.
postmodern. She's a postmodernist. Postmodernist. Sorry, my bad. She's a
Anand.
postmodernist.
Anand, you don't
Happiness-
have to be a commie to make commie arguments. The arguments are
No, I
commie.
like that.
Because the position is
But
it's
I think she's a
irrelevant.
postmodernist. So no, you look at the interesting framing of her thing though, right? That Bose wanted an iron dictatorship, which literally, if you interestingly look at the timings of that time, right? A lot of the colonies that became independent at the time had iron dictators for 20 years after that. So it's quite possible that Bose observed the world around him and realized they're all doing well. Let's all have an iron dictatorship here as well. So same thing with all the Sangh guys. Sangh guys were writing based on what they were observing in the world at that point of time. But it's always transposed into a model argument for today in 2025, which is ridiculous actually. But Gandhi was unique. He did not observe the world around him. He only cared about himself. So he cared more about what he cared about than what
Gandhi was doing brahmacharya ke prayog. So there is no explanation for that.
There's no comparison between Brahmin and between Gandhi and Bose. Bose did like substantive things for the Indian freedom struggle. Gandhi just posed for the Indian freedom struggle. He's like, look at me. I'm calendar, I'm calendar model A. I'm calendar model B. All in the same dhoti. That's what Gandhi's contribution was. I once asked a Congressee, okay, what is Gandhi's substantive contributions to the freedom struggle? All they could say is Dandiya March. Salt March.
वो एक तरह का हंटिंग होता है ना, गेम हंटिंग में कि हंटर हंट कर लेता है, उसके बाद कोई शेर के ऊपर पैर रख के बंदूक लेकर खड़ा होकर पोज देता है, वैसा सिचुएशन है.
No. Then I asked the next question was, okay, what substantively changed after the Salt March? Did we get more
Basically
freedoms after
renting
the
a
Salt March?
Lamborghini. वही होता है. दुबई में जाके Lamborghini rent कर लो. वही.
No. I asked the Congressee. I asked him, tell me what substantially got after the Salt March. Were Indian people's lives much better after the Salt March compared to before the Salt March?
It is performative political activism. That's what it is. You can see this clearly in today also in
Modi also does it to some extent, right? We have to accept.
Modi also does it.
Yeah.
I will completely accept Modi does the same nonsense. He's a Gandhian.
Completely agree.
Many
Zoran
ways.
Mamata does it in New York
Yeah,
also. Now it has crept into
अरे
New York.
ये ऐश केचम क्या लिख रहा है?
अरे स्वच्छ भारत अभियान
वो हम
में
नहीं
खड़े
बोलेंगे
होकर
यहाँ.
बड़े-बड़े ब्रूम के साथ small amounts of trash clean karna, wo clean karna hai. The actual trash is like in the middle of the bushes, in the dirty nala. That clean karo bhai. Then show us Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Ek flat floor
Okay,
par
okay. Now
one
we'll
room ke
move
saath
forward.
Yeah, the thing is that okay, Dada, before I make a point, just small
Later,
point is
later.
okay, sure.
Okay. Yeah, go on. No, go on.
Yeah,
Moshe.
my point is
Small point hai to small
regarding
kar
this only. Regarding this only because people don't understand the nuance of the steps that they made. Gandhi made those arguments. We can take the words of Gandhi and we can simply compare them with any other, especially Netaji, because Netaji, it was this compulsion to take hands of to make allegiance with someone else to liberate India from a foreign power. But for Gandhi, what was his course of time? To simply appease the foreign power. That was the reason for India's struggles. So I don't think these two arguments can come together. There is no comparison between the two.
Man of grey means you overlooking the hypocrisy of people.
Right.
You will always find then, saying that, look, why are you criticizing Indira Gandhi for emergency? Look, she won us the war,
Right.
Why are you criticizing, for example, Churchill for being an absolute racist bigot, for, going after and almost annihilating huge chunks of or developing countries or whatever you may call it, being proud that the last Tasmanian was, annihilated because he won us the World War. It doesn't work. At least for me, it doesn't work like that. You call out people if they've advocated something that is immoral, wrong, unethical, and there are universal values. You can't say that, look, the era in which we're living now, slavery is wrong, but let's forgive Columbus, let's forgive, people of the 16th century because then slavery was accepted. No.
So, sir, it's
there are some
interesting-
universal...
Oh my God, universal morality. No, I'm not going to start on that, but...
I think we can go all day to talk about universal morality.
Oh fuck, universal morality.
अरे तो नीचे होएगा लोग बैठा.
Yeah, तब तो आनंद yeah, we need to bring in Nietzsche into. We need to give some. Oh, I'm sure he has read Nietzsche. Most people in academia, in the mainstream, everyone dislikes Nietzsche to show off their morals, but ab kya kare? Nietzsche thoughts are Sanatan. It's eternal. That is truth. Truth with capital T.
The obsession with westernized objective morality, okay, these days in Indian right-wing circles is off the charts. Okay, so Nietzsche, they'll all hate Nietzsche. You can't, I can't expect anything else.
Yeah.
It's interesting
your
that you actually use the
moral,
word, the era we live in now. So criticizing something that happened.
Yeah, go on. What?
If your moral standing is based on dharma, it makes sense. But if you think about morality from a Western perspective, then it's a slippery slope. It's a spiral.
But Western means Christian.
But
That's what
Abhay,
it is. No Western. It's Christian morality.
No, Abhay. Morality based on dharma is so vague that it cannot be a concrete argument in any specific situation. It can be true for the world, true for the universe, and it can be true for you in a situation. Because some things are dharma in some situations. Because otherwise there would be no contradictions in different texts.
That is exactly why I don't get how people like, and I like Kushal Mehra, how people like Kushal Mehra and Anand Raghunath can say they are civilized Hindu and still espouse Western objective morality. It just
the
confuses
thing
me.
is the thing is regarding dharma, the broader principle applies. The thing is, if you're talking about sustenance, that is what will sustain the order of the cosmos, that is rhythm. Okay, in human sense, what will sustain the order of the society? Within family, what will sustain the order of the family? There are objective arguments in that. What are the things you should be doing to sustain that order or system? Simple. Yes, it's based on context. That doesn't mean there cannot be objectivity in that.
यहाँ तक तुम ठीक हो. प्रॉब्लम है कि कौमी आके अगर उसको हिंदू खेलना है कि वो कुछ उठा के बोलेगा कि दिस इज व्हाट सस्टेन्स, और फिर राइट विंगर आके कुछ और बोलेगा कि नो दिस इज व्हाट सस्टेन्स. सस्टेन में डिसएग्रीमेंट नहीं है.
That's the point. Okay.
Then but ultimately it's issue based.
Yeah, and that argument has to come from objectivity. What is right and what is wrong has to be decided objectively. What
If it
is
was in fact
good in the long
objective,
run? What
just
is
because it's
more
Facebook-
sustainable in the long run? That argument stands. Simple.
No,
Otherwise, there
No,
wouldn't
no.
have been any
Socialists will say that
dharma
in the long
sankat.
run, socialists will very well argue that socialism is what will benefit you in the long run, because after all, someday capitalists will become evil like USA today and will oppress the gig workers, and they can't get 40,000 rupees and they'll commit suicide of work pressure. Therefore, socialism is good in the long run. It will also
There
support
are
TFR and stuff.
ample number of arguments to prove otherwise, Dada. You yourself give very objective arguments to prove otherwise. That socialism is even worse.
Yes.
If capitalism is bad,
Yeah, but I'm not basing
socialism
it on
is even
dharma.
worse. No, the point is,
But then I'm not basing
the
it on dharma.
idea of dharma or dharmic principle is whatever is more sustainable solution to the problem. Simple.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we are going to take a break from Anand Ranganathan. Out of the blue, academic man has joined us in the middle of the fucking night. So let's take his thoughts on the main topic.
Before we get to
later.
academic
Let's
man. Okay.
No, later. Everything later. Academic man will go to sleep very soon. He's a very old person. Let him share his thoughts on the Bengal issue that we began with anyway. Then we'll get back to Ranganathan. Go ahead, academic man. What the fuck are you doing in the middle of the night?
Am I audible? Firstly.
गाड़ मारी है
अरे,
सिर्फ।
academic
ओए,
man,
ओए,
please,
no, no.
please change the pitch.
এটা কি ধরনের গুঞ্জন হচ্ছে ভাই?
Please change the pitch of your
Academic man, come back.
এইসব ধরনের শর্ট
Leave
চলবে
and
না।
rejoin. Wait. Academic man, rejoin, because that yes, hype thing has happened. You'll have to rejoin.
Chipmunk.
Okay, now is it better? Now is it better?
Yes, it is now
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is my
Go
backman
ahead,
voice okay?
please.
Yeah. So two things. One is kaha se ye sab aa gaya? I don't know. I was expecting something else of a discussion. Or number one.
তো বারা
number two
4
is the
ঘন্টা
last
40
thing I
মিনিট পর
was-
আসবে, তুমি কি করা যাবে? 4 ঘন্টা 40 মিনিট ধরে আমরা
Yeah.
বেঙ্গলের ইলেকশন ডিসকাস করব, এত কি রসালো ঘটছে বেঙ্গলে?
अच्छा ठीक है so my one point that I wanted to make based on your last comment was that academia में सबको निजे पता है. That's not true at all. Like 90% people don't read Nija in academia, and once I confronted a leftist about it and she was like, I don't read racists. So I was like, but then Foucault said he was a Nietzschean. And then she was like, she lost her sanity that day. Anyway. So, ये लोग Foucault पढ़ेंगे, who calls himself openly, I am first and foremost a Nietzschean. And then they say that I don't read Third Reich, Hitler fanboys and stuff. So anyway, वो एक अलग बात है. Coming to the topic, I have just 5 minutes to spare. Apologies to you all. My two pieces of information that I got today, interestingly, and it's now out in the public domain if you can search for it. The IPAC that made Modi win in 2014, apparently, not made Modi win, but helped Modi win, is not the same IPAC as the one where the raid happened yesterday. Okay. These are two different corporate entities. The year of incorporation of the present IPAC is 2015. Okay. And that...
So it wasn't handed over to Pratik Jain.
Apparently, Prashant Kishore was never really involved. So, yeah, hear me out. So, apparently, Prashant Kishore was never really involved in this IPAC. Like, the IPAC that is being raided, has been raided. This is a completely different company. But one that may have had... exactly, that's the whole mystery behind this all. That these are two separate entities. Matlab, Prashant Kishore and IPAC are two very separate entities. But on paper, at least, I don't know if they're friends inside, but whatever. Number one. Number two is that, from what I understand, Mamata's biggest ploy right now is to be able to go to jail somehow. Even if for 10 days, 20 days, she can go to jail. That I mean, you can't put a sitting, like her plays Hemant Soren play, basically. She's expecting to be a Hemant Soren. She wants to be a Hemant Soren. Because Hemant Soren actually would have lost had the idiots not arrested him right before the elections. So that is the one play she has.
Okay, I have one question and one comment. Firstly, it won't make a difference if she goes to jail. People will get more charged up. Yes, now we are getting it finally. And secondly, how does that work conceptually or legally? Prashant Kishore was working with it in 2021 elections as well, right? What does incorporating in 2015 even mean as an English grammatical sentence?
No, he may have been like the Baba Ramdev case. Like, technically, Baba Ramdev works for Patanjali, but technically he's not the director of Patanjali, that kind of thing. You got that? Man, he may have been the chief consultant of IPAC or something, but he may not have been the head or director of IPAC. Get it?
It's not
they may have brought him as a third
significant trivia, right?
Yes, kind of, because that means that this IPAC technically does not, I mean, there's always been a connection between IPAC and Modi, right? Technically, not technically actually, metaphorically, let's say, where Prashant Kishore kept saying that I made Modi, the president, prime minister or whatever. And I wanted Modi to do more reforms, but he didn't. So I joined Mamata Banerjee, who wants even more reforms. So anyway, so PK, the brand ambassador of this consultancy, was technically never a director or any kind of president, director or anything of it. So number one, another thing that I did get to know today from somebody else is that another reason that IPAC documents may be important right now, although you didn't have to raid their offices, I'm sure that you can get that. They do assessments of MLAs and leaders of TMC and BJP as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like they do these polls and like local stuff, but that means that the 2026 candidate list could have been there. And if imagine, let's say you're a local TMC leader, which you though definitely can't be, but whatever. So, and then I come and tell you that, bro, they're gonna drop you next election. They're not gonna give you a ticket. They're gonna give Anand the ticket, but you hate him secretly. Or you are totally against him, because that's exactly how TMC works. So, and that may be another factor behind this. Although again, I don't think the ED needed to raid the IPAC offices for this, but it is definitely substantial information if they're trying to drop a lot of local leaders, because there is as you know, that there is a lot of local anti-incumbency against a lot of older leaders of the TMC.
Yeah.
That part you know very well. So that may be more operational. Yes, so that may be, and वो तो अलग ही बात है कि Prince did not tweet about any of that yesterday. He gave no, statements or whatever. So that all was there. Anyway, so my 5 minutes are up. Okay. Good night, all of you.
Then. Good night, academic friend. Yes.
Can
just FYI, I don't think that. No, later. This debate is pretty long. We can't debate at all from the topic. But the problem is that no. The point is that I don't think Mamata going to jail gets any sympathies. People will be happy that she finally is brought to justice. That 2021 sympathy card won't take off today.
70, 80 years ago, if you look at Gandhi's actions in India's reforms, what is the relevance of criticizing them now when they were living?
What were his actions in India's reforms?
Sir, Gandhi reformed the entire. Gandhi reformed India. If you look at this over here,
Yes, if your response to a debater is that if you look at these reforms, oh my God, this is what Hillary Clinton kept losing at, okay, during debating Donald Trump. Donald Trump kept saying XYZ, and she said, if you go to hillaryclinton.com, you'll find this. And so many of our right wingers also do that. Okay, oh, this is what you were saying. Go read J. Sai Deepak's book. Have you even read Sanjay Dixit's book? Have you read the Gita? Instead of you saying the argument. So many vegans used to do this. Have you seen Earthlings even? No, I have not seen Earthlings. Why can't you give the argument that you learned from fucking Earthlings? So this is what she fell into the trap of, because Anand Ranganathan is a fucking genius when it comes to debating commies.
Have you even read the manifesto?
Yeah.
Marxist manifesto?
Yeah.
Have you even read Ambedkar?
And that's
have
a weak argument.
Have you ever read?
There's one distinction, Anand. No, that at least comes from a position of superiority. This is, she's having to do this because she actually got screwed. This is even worse.
But just
To take us to a dark age.
Sir, but that's not true.
Well,
So would you-
if you
so,
say
okay,
that's
okay.
not true,
Would
that
you then
means you're
say that-
disagreeing with Ambedkar.
No.
Are you disagreeing with Ambedkar?
But Ambedkar-
Gandhi wanted to take us to a village
That's not
idyll.
true.
And
Ambedkar actually
Ambedkar
praised
said-
Gandhi.
One
Ambedkar
second.
actually, sorry sir, Ambedkar actually praised Gandhi,
Really?
saying that he was one of the greatest reformers of Hinduism.
In which year?
Gandhi went from supporting Burma to going Gandhi went to supporting Burma to attacking untouchability. So how can you say that Ambedkar as an you cannot use Ambedkar
Please
as
allow
an
me to
example?
finish. Of course.
Please
Please allow me to
use
finish.
Ambedkar as an example.
Chhodiye
But
che.
Ambedkar has actually praised Gandhi ji.
You'll be a great politician because you don't allow others to speak. No, I was on a lighter note. Look, I have written about 15,000 words on the criticism of Gandhi by Ambedkar. I encourage you to read that. No one has criticized and blasted Gandhi like Ambedkar. No one. He's used words like charlatan, and he's used like a fake, like a pretender. So many. I'd like to answer that. If you just give me a couple of minutes, or you come back in the next cycle. All right.
Hi, sir. So, adding to whatever you said about the censorship of books by Nehru,
Yes.
I want to bring up a really recent tweet of yours from the 14th of November this year,
Yes.
where you've said, remembering today a man who pretended to be
I don't get one thing. How do these channels, how does this particular channel get so many NRI students to debate them? Where are they finding? Are they coming from US? Oh, in December, a lot of
I
NRIs
don't-
come back. Maybe that's how they're finding them.
these
Why are there so many?
Dada,
They're NRIs.
Dada, I have an idea. I have a game idea. Okay, let's play a game. Guess the accent. To which area or which country
Yeah,
does
which
it
country?
belong? Let's
No,
play
no.
that. Let's play the game. Let's play that game.
NRIs. I know people in India who have this accent. Don't worry about it. I know people in Bangalore who have this accent. It's okay.
How? Maybe from speaking with American colleagues, right?
No. You have to understand there are enclaves in India. Okay, literally that will talk to each other in accent 24/7. I know these people. I met these people, and in all the work spaces, this is how they speak.
Oh.
Hello, good morning. How's your day? How did your day go? Did you have your tea? And
I'm a little behind on the BBK stuff. Yes.
BBK nahi hai,
I had
bhai,
just
ye-
one friend who used to call.
अरे अरे आनंद, मेरे पूरे ऑफिस का एचआर ही ऐसा है. सब इंडियन, सब
Fuck.
भारत से आए हुए लोग ऐसे ही बात करते हैं. उनकी
Wednesday.
और ये
I had just one
विचित्र-
Bengali friend who used to call Ravindra Sarobad as Ravindra Sarovar and Biryani, and I made fun of her all my life, and now her accent has even changed back to normal. But I had just one friend like that.
Do you know it's Wednesday?
अरे और मैंने ये एक बात देखी है, जो लोग एचआर से जुड़े हुए होते हैं ना, वही उन्हीं की एक्सेंट ऐसी होती है. जो लोग दूसरे ढंग के काम कर रहे होते हैं, टेक्निकल और ये सब में, उनके एक्सेंट में मैंने ऐसी विचित्रता नहीं दिखी है. सब एचआर से जुड़े हुए लोगों में ही उल्टे सीधे एक्सेंट की समस्या आती है.
liberal, kind, and tolerant,
Yes.
with banned books, censored books by Nehru.
Yes.
I want to bring up a really recent tweet of yours from adding to whatever you said about the censorship of books by Nehru.
Yes.
I want to bring up a really recent tweet of yours from the 14th of November this year,
Yes.
where you've said, remembering today a man who pretended to be liberal, kind, and tolerant,
Yes.
but banned books, censored films, etc. And then you said, remembering dictator Jawaharlal Nehru.
Correct.
So using the word dictator, you are, likening him to people like, Hitler and Mao.
Really?
I mean, the word dictator.
Are they the only dictators?
I
What
mean-
does dictatorship mean?
I mean,
does it mean?
dictatorship means that you're oppressing the people. It's almost like
You are dictating what you believe is right
Exactly.
or wrong. You are being a dictator. So there can be horrendous dictators.
Yes, I'm not going to let you all speak right now, but I'm just pointing out that yes, Retrowave has this accent, but that's because he actually lived in the UK. So no hate for him.
Or there can be dictators who don't go to the extreme limits of dictatorship like Mao and Hitler did.
I know, but the word was
For
very
example,
interesting.
Castro was a dictator.
True.
Yeah.
But okay, so are you ready to make a similar statement
Yes.
about the current Prime Minister?
Yes.
Because I have a list of banned books under the Modi government
Yes.
also.
Yes.
You're ready to make the statement that Modi is a dictator?
Not ready. I have made this. In this, the trampling of freedom of speech, if you, that's why, I mean, you're taking out my, I enjoy, these discussions, but I take it up as a challenge. I have a running thread of the trampling of freedom of speech and expression under Narendra Modi.
Yes.
I don't know whether you've seen that. I have one against Congress. That's, of course, longer because they've had 50 years longer to ruin this country. But I have against Modi as well. Now, but the problem is not Modi in this instance. And I'll tell you why. The problem is every Indian politician, Modi included,
right?
Congress government included, Trinamool government, Stalin included, because they are all going by what has been amended or written in our constitution. Now, for them to say, to not allow somebody to ban a book would be actually going against the constitution, because the constitution says you have freedom of speech subject to...
debating commies और debating right wingers में आनंद रंगनाथन तो complete दो अलग person है भाई. जो strategies हम बोल रहे थे वो तो सब use कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं so what, सब तो नेहरू ने किया, ये सब कहाँ गायब हो गया था. It's such a personality issue. He's just not used to talking to anybody other than commies.
The problem is her confidence level is a little low. Her delivery is very soft. When he finds someone with a little bit more strength, right? With no strength, he backs off a little bit. He's not
Probably.
But, yeah. And she's very pretty, so maybe that's also.
Ananya Shukla. Chup. Ananya Shukla. I'm not in favor of free speech that gets me demonetized. He identifies as a 24-year-old right now.
No, we are all human after all. Sometimes
Ananya Shukla is.
No, Anand, you have changed your orientation.
No, what he's saying is very right. Most men really screw up when talking to beautiful women. I've only managed that right now, only in the last like 1 or 2, 3 years. I don't give a shit how good or bad looking they are in front of me in a debate. Before that, I used to suck at debating good looking women. Ananya Shukla is saying he was getting warmed up with those bad arguments. Now he is fully into his element.
Public morality, public order. Now tomorrow, that same person who's saying this book needs to be banned will say, well, I believe that publishing this book is a threat to public order, like Satanic Verses was banned.
Yes.
Now,
nice.
Rajiv Gandhi acted dictatorially, right? So yeah, Narendra Modi acts dictatorially in the sense that he does not remove that first amendment brought in by Nehru against our constitution. So yeah.
So do you necessarily believe that every book that... What if a book has some anti-Indian or anti-nationalist messages? Or
So what?
So what?
So what?
That means you're supporting an idea of anarchy.
Why should it be an idea of anarchy? It's an idea that you might not agree with. I don't agree with anybody who says things irrationally against India. But if you were to apply that law to every other country, we will basically stop dissent. We want that? No. And the point of the matter is, it always goes into the realm of subjectivity.
Yes.
What you believe is right or wrong. I'd much rather not have that.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Hi, I'm all
my name's Anhad. So before we start off this interaction, I just want to say that I breathe the very same air that you breathe. We both live in Delhi NCR, and we both suffer from...
ये एक और accent वाला Delhi NCR. ये कहाँ का accent है? Holy shit! I used to think they are all NRIs. Winter के लिए आए हैं और debate करने चले गए.
None of them NRIs. None of them NRIs. All of them are from India. To make
NCR.
Wow.
See, NRIs.
Yeah,
let me tell you one thing. NRI students, youngsters are very well educated. They're actually brilliant. Okay, they will not make such dumb arguments. Trust me.
Right.
It's the ones who live here
because they are the cream of the crop who have.
Yeah.
They are the cream of the crop who have gone there. No.
Yeah, and education systems are
famously
outside
clear
of
through your Twitter and social media.
They're taught the best stuff. They're not taught like just anything,
Post, but I guess, as you said before on X. So here's a post that you tweeted basically a month before this meeting, where you have stated that farmers burn 12 Delhi's worth of land every single day. I wanted to question you about your scientific process that you go through before making public.
This guy seriously not NRI? How can this be? Okay, now I get it. These are the Coldplay fans. This is why Coldplay came to India. Okay, this is the crowd. Right. Every day that passes, I'm more proud of being a metalhead. Fuck. We never did this bullshit.
Yes.
Yes.
So 12 times
See,
the size
when he
of-
says yes in that fashion, it means he's saying yes, and again, it's that so what genre of argument.
Have you investigated that? I have. And what have you found? So what is the square kilometer area that is under
My
fire?
math seems to be a bit different from your math. It seems that it's impossible. Delhi itself is 1,500 square kilometers. 12 times that would be 18,000 square kilometers. Now, let's look at it for 2 months because it's a stubble burning for October, November.
Yeah.
As you said, it coincides with Diwali. Let's see when stubble burning occurs. That's 60 days. So 18,000 times 60 is 1.08 million square kilometers. That's
total.
10 lakh.
Total. An area of 17,900 square kilometers is on fire.
But how is that possible? How can it be burning every single day?
It's on fire for a month.
But
it's on fire.
But
that's the area that has been burned down.
But to put that into perspective for you, I don't think I've run the math. I've put it into emission shares. If that were true, that means Punjab and Haryana combined for 60 days would equate to 31% of all the land that burns in the entire world. That's 15% of global emissions.
What I meant was,
sure.
During
I
the stubble
can't
burning
even
month,
understand
an
what he's
area
saying
of 17,900 square kilometers.
Can you pause
I did
for a
not
second?
understand. I did not understand what he just asked.
You
go on,
need
go on.
practice. So basically, he's saying that the amount of land that they're saying is burning is so large there could be certain amount of quantity. Is it Punjab and Haryana? Is it no? But you can make out his local accent. So no, but he makes a good point later, right? In the measurement of statistics. For now, he's not very good, but he makes a good point. With the Anna never criticizes later. He just ignores it and goes on. So ignore the accent, those guys. Focus on what they're saying.
No, I actually couldn't understand what he said in that accent. That's why
he might actually be abroad and settle down here now. So that's possible.
Fuck. या थोड़ा तो ज्यादा ही एक्सेंट है. Okay, fuck. इस पूरा डिबेट में हमने एक्सेंट्स का मजाक उड़ाया बैठ के. क्या मॉडलिटी है हमारा देखो.
Would equate to 31% of all the land that burns in the entire world. That's 15% of global emissions.
What I meant was, during the stubble burning month, an area of 17,900 square kilometers has been burned down.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Okay. Yeah. See, I feel that almost you kind of put the blame of pollution within Delhi NCR onto the backs of the farming community. And I just want to re-emphasize that
you don't.
I don't. I think that we should focus more on the decisions of the urban elite.
Focus. So if there are 10...
I see exactly Ranganathan is doing exactly what we were talking about in the beginning. ये सब बचा के रखा था कौमियों के लिए क्या अजीब बात है. Okay, maybe he has picked a side to that extent that he won't be that harsh against the right wingers. He'll just concede them some ground. This is exactly what we were talking about. He's saying what? Clear your definition. This is what we were talking about. Fuck. Maybe we got him wrong. We understood him wrong. Ranganathan ke
Nah, he's just targeting the boys harder.
Things being done.
So obvious.
No, he was doing this against the previous girl as well. Okay, so what बोल दिया वहाँ पे?
Justice for men.
And half of them are being done wrong by farmers.
Okay.
You would rather concentrate on the things that are not being done wrong by the farmers and basically acquit the farmers? Is that, you believe that is how justice should work?
No, I don't. I think it's an exaggerated number.
Exaggerated?
I think it is. It can't possibly be 12 times the size of Delhi. It's on fire every single day.
No, 1 second.
Yes.
I've already explained to you.
Okay.
Going back to what you said does not mean that would remove you from the problem that you've caused yourself. The fact is that a big chunk of the Delhi pollution is to do with the stubble burning.
Okay.
Do you accept that or not?
I think that is a contributing factor.
It's a massive contributing factor in an inexact science. Just day after, for example, people blame Diwali, and I've written on this. I want crackers to be banned.
Okay.
Right? So it's not that I would go for some pollution like you do, and ignore the other pollution. No.
Okay.
Pollution, every contributing factor has to be looked at. Every contributing factor.
Don't you think it's...
And if you are burning like you were, the farmers were, 70,000 farms were being burned 2 or 3 years ago.
Sure.
That's criminal.
Okay.
And that actually it is a crime in this country.
Sure.
But the second crime is that the criminals are not prosecuted for it.
I agree, but don't you think that it has improved from, for example, 2021 to now, let's say, crop burning is down 85%, and that's a Punjab statistic.
No.
That's released by the government. It was released this year.
Yeah.
So why is pollution so much worse
believe,
now than it was in 2021?
No, let me answer that.
Can I intervene
here? A year ago, in fact, somebody authoritatively said that the Punjab farmers have learned to evade the NASA satellites.
Okay.
can I intervene here? This is one
Yeah,
thing
yeah, go
no
ahead.
one has been arguing
Yeah.
about this at all. People do understand that fires don't care about geography, right? Don't care about nations' borders, right? I hope people in this country understand that distinction. And people do understand that a large number of fires is burning in Pakistan as well at the same time.
Yeah.
People understand that or not?
And
Large numbers of
and
fires
people
are happening in Pakistan as well.
people also underestimate how bad the Kolkata AQI is. Most of the times it's around 400, 500, 600. Yeah, because it's the similar climate that's screwing Kolkata as well. We don't have stubble burning. We don't have pollution or that many cars as Delhi. Even then, we have that pollution.
Yeah. But my point is that people keep forgetting that a large part of Pakistan is burning at the same time that Punjab and Haryana are burning. And if you cut down the fires in Punjab and Haryana, the fires will still come from Pakistan into India. Like not one person has made this argument. I observed the data actually, the fires data, and large parts of Punjab and Pakistan are burning as well. So how are you going to stop that?
Yeah. The main reason I'm sniffing right now is because of Kolkata's AQI. My plane landed and immediately I caught a cold. Yeah. It's not a cold. It's my dust allergy acting up.
Right. And one thing, how do they expect
farm fires they have come down?
At the same time, you want to control pollution. You have to frame that very.
Oh, and at the same time, they don't want to do mining. Okay, let's continue.
This
थोड़ा लंबा.
हाँ, छोड़ दो. This winter.
बच्चा है, छोड़ दो.
Dada, just a small thing. This winter, almost all the mornings have been very foggy. Visibility has been very less almost every morning.
No, I don't blame this boy for this argument, by the way. I'm not
In fact,
It wasn't 2021.
No, let me answer that. A year ago, in fact, somebody authoritatively said that the Punjab farmers have learned to evade the NASA satellites.
Okay.
The farm fires may have come down, no doubt about it, but farm fires overall kind of remain the same.
Okay.
Having said that, even burning one farm is criminal and contributes to pollution. But now UP has increased, Madhya Pradesh farm fires have increased, Haryana has come down, Punjab has come down, but still they are in their tens of thousands.
I pulled a statistic about the same satellite system that I think you're talking about, but I'd like to maybe continue it in the second round. Thank you.
Hi, sir. My name is Vikshesh.
Hi.
You called Arnab Goswami a favorite uncle masturbating in the playground on national news in 2017 and called his shows a circus and heavily criticized everyone who participates in
Now, let me correct you right there.
So I have the audio. It is what you said.
Can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
He is like, and I took the example of, I think it was Martin Amis, who was reviewing a book. Am I correct?
Okay, sir. But I mean, that's not
you
the
want
point.
to, that is the point.
No, sir, my
I'm not
question
saying,
is different.
no,
Okay,
because if you start with the wrong quote, then you need to be corrected.
So you
going forward,
okay,
when you make an analogy, when you say he's like your favorite uncle, it's not meaning Arnab Goswami is my uncle.
So you're
I hope you
comparing him to
understand.
that. You're saying that his characteristics are similar.
Yes.
The way he speaks.
Right.
You are saying that.
Please quote me correctly.
Okay, sir. Fine.
If you're quoting me.
I am quoting you.
Good.
Today,
so quote me correctly.
Okay, sure, sir. I understand.
Thank you.
Today, there's barely a week where we don't see you on Republic. A simple control F on your Twitter showed us that you have used the word...
again, you can't be like Rahul Gandhi, battering out lies after lies within a right?
Okay, sir.
I have not been on Republic for the last 5 years.
Okay,
now you're saying every day we see you on Republic.
So, but okay,
now,
fine, I'll continue with my question then.
Will you apologize for the lie? Or like Rahul Gandhi say you won't?
So I'll check my facts.
Why didn't you come here prepared? Check your facts
so
already.
I did, but okay, fine. The question that I want to pose towards you is different. So could I finish that?
I don't know, but
why?
It's weird, isn't it? Your question included saying every day you're on Republic, and I've not been on Republic for 5 years.
You have been on the Republic though.
Yes.
And you did criticize Arnab Goswami for being on that show and called it a circus.
Not on that show.
You criticized...
When did I say that about Arnab Goswami?
In 2017.
2017. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
You were on the show after that.
Yes.
So, and you called the show a circus.
I didn't call that show a circus. If you've taken me like those guys do that, selectively pick out something that I said in a program that was...
What do you think he just said? Itna beep ka kya tha?
See, it doesn't matter.
But acha pila ja raha
hai. News laundry. He said news laundry.
No, but he wasted.
Acha.
He's wasting time. This boy is wasting time, and they both are wasting time. that 3 minutes, 4 minutes, they could have had a conversation.
I'm with Ranganathan here because he should not let him get away with the basic premise. No, अगर वो उसका question बाद में जाके पता चला कि ये भोसरी वाले arguments पे based थे, तब तो उसको पहले clear कर लेना ही चाहिए. सबका सब गलत facts के ऊपर question start कर रहा है.
With both rounds, he just wasted a lot of
You
time.
call the show a circus?
I didn't call that show a circus. You've taken me like those 2017, right? That show a circus. You've taken me like those guys do that, selectively pick out something that I said in a program that was meant to mock the state of journalism every week. And if I've criticized a journalist during that week for what he or she did, I have also might have praised that journalist maybe a week downstream.
Okay, so
that doesn't mean, and I come back to, no, 1 second,
Okay,
it's
sure.
important.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Have you investigated why I have not been on Republic for the last 4 or 5 years?
No, so my question was a little different. So I
I'll
didn't
tell you
really go
why.
into that.
I'll tell you why. Because you need to listen to this also.
Yes, so go ahead.
I'll tell you why. Don't worry about the ping. I'll give you enough time. Later on as well.
Okay.
There was this Arnab Gate. I don't know whether you remember. There was a controversy where Arnab's WhatsApp chats were taken out. And after the Pulwama bombing, he said something. And there was also an investigation into the workings of one of his channels, where the name of the then Information and Broadcasting Minister came out, and his conversations regarding that thing came out. And obviously, when this controversy came out regarding Arnab, the other channels, and I used to go to Republic very often, like I used to go to other channels as well. The other channels started obviously highlighting this as a competition, or, to let's go after Arnab.
Okay, sir.
They called a lot of people who were friends of Arnab. I still like to believe I'm a friend of Arnab. All of them declined. I went and I said, what is true, and I will say that.
Okay.
And I said that clip is there. I sent that clip to Arnab. Okay. I said, I do it on the face. If I'm your friend, this is what you did wrong. This is what you must correct.
Okay.
That was the last time I appeared on Republic.
Understood. We'll continue that.
Hello, sir, again.
Yeah, oh, you're back. Okay.
Yes, so the reason why I had brought out that
Israel,
part,
if I remember
correct,
it
sir,
right.
is because
Yes.
further than that, you said that the tourist money goes to the terrorists, quote unquote, and then
Now, again, this is why I'm so critical and so finicky about what I say and what I don't say. I quoted someone saying that.
the tourist money goes to terrorists.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just
No, it's not okay. See, as youngsters, you need to please remember this. Going forward, the future of this country, many of you are going to be journalists. Please quote somebody whom you're attributing that quote to.
So in the
if that
video I
person
seen-
hasn't said it, then don't say you said it.
In the video, I saw that you had said the entire paragraph or 2 years, and afterwards, then the other panelist said this is the worst solution, and that ended because you said it. But I'm saying before that, you were saying, I can see the
Anyway,
clip. Yes, and you
that's
want the
fine.
second question then. So over the past few days, the past few months, you've repeatedly argued that there's no separate category of radical Islam. There's
Yes.
only Islam itself.
Correct.
But so then if we take terrorism, extremism, and violence to come from the scripturally sanctioned ideology, and not say, let's say, a fringe misinterpretation of this, then how do you think we should deal with the 200 million people who identify in India as Muslims? Do you think they
Yes.
should be treated with suspicion, or do you think they should be treated differently, or do you think they're not follow Islam itself?
So, in fact, I've written about this. It's not a question of 200 million Indians, not a question of how we should treat them. That's like, aggrandizing our role. Who are we to treat fellow Indians, right?
Correct.
So that's like being patronizing towards them. That I object to. Nobody should say that. But over and above that, it's a question of 2 billion Muslims around the world, not just 200 million, 250 million Indian Muslims, right? I think the Muslim population of the world is around 2 billion. The article that I wrote on this, and I explained my theory, is of good Muslim and bad Muslim, right?
2070 on News Laundry, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, and
Yes.
then 2019 is the one that you should go to, that I expanded on what I really mean by that. And contrary to what many people believe, this world is peaceful, and I'm quoting from there, maybe paraphrasing. The world is peaceful because majority of the Muslims are bad Muslims. Because if they were to be good Muslims, the world would end. Because Allah has dictated what exactly should good Muslim be. There are verses, and I've quoted those verses. You are to believe each and every word and each and every commandment of what Allah says. And most Muslims don't do it. So I call them bad Muslims. And the world is peaceful because of that.
But sir, I have to ask you further. You said, I think also another news, I was seeing a video, and you said that we need to get out of the conception that terrorism has no religion, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And then you cited what, unfortunately, what the Pahalgam terrorists did to the people there. But sir, when you say, or at least you associate that terrorism has a religion, or how you portray it, then don't people who see you then start demonizing, saying that Muslims are born with terrorism, or they see them that
How
way?
is
Does
it my
not-
problem if I state facts, and if people who I believe are free to refute the facts, they might take umbrage at it? How should I be responsible? Do you think I should conform to?
ये रंगनाथन कहा था पहले 20 मिनट में. क्या अजीब बात है. This is exactly what we were talking about. Fuck. This is so funny. So interesting.
That's political correctness. That's like, if I start doing that, then I'll start pleasing everyone.
But so my question there is because
do you want
no, so
people
my
to do
question
that?
is when you say that terrorism has one religion, there are also many
No,
other.
no, 1 second.
These are verbatim the things he's saying to these commies now. What the things exactly what we were discussing exactly. So what? Okay, do you want me to shut up just because I'm influential? Yahi ab bol raha hai. Fuck, people will think I watched it beforehand. I did not. I watched up till the 20-minute mark and got disappointed and left. Ajeeb baat hai ye.
Or has a religion.
No, again.
Okay.
Have I said terrorism has one religion?
You say so terrorism has a religion?
Yeah. No, 1 second.
Okay.
Terrorism has one religion as opposed to terrorism has religion.
A religion.
Do you find a difference there?
So when you say a religion, you mean singular. You said a religion.
Quote me. Quote what I've said. Terror has religion.
Okay, so
right? Please go by exact words when you're quoting. It's the prerequisite.
Yes,
Otherwise, you get in.
He's like, first he's fighting about terrorism has one religion, a religion, terrorism has religion. Like, we all know what you mean. Like, stop fighting about these small things. He's fighting with the kids for like very small things sometimes. Like, it's like, whatever.
Yeah. The problems.
Okay, so you said Ambedkar wanted caste reservation for only 10 to 20 years. Is that
No, I didn't say that again.
So do you think Ambedkar? No,
please,
it's not
I
what
think
you
this
said.
should have gone as a memo.
Yes, sir.
If Anand is coming, please look at his quotes 10 times before you
Sir,
say
it's
it.
not what you said.
This
You
is like
said
the fourth
Ambedkar
time.
believed. Ambedkar's view that he wanted reservation to exist for only 10.
Yeah, go ahead, Anand. What were you saying?
It's like the fourth time he has said, make people go check my tweet. Like, okay, I think everyone gets it. You just go check it. You should not repeat yourself. You repeat yourself again, you lose the value of yours.
Yeah, it still shows that he's. Yeah, it still shows that he's not really comfortable with this spontaneous confrontation.
To 20 years. Correct?
Reservation.
Caste
And they were
reservation.
not caste reservation.
Reservation as a whole. Correct, sir. And sir, you've opposed perpetual reservation as a concept.
Yes.
But sir,
And I want targeted reservation.
yes, sir. So targeted reservation, why then, sir, if I may ask?
So targeted reservations, for example, to the SC/STs.
And sir, what about the
Not to the, by targeted like the creamy layer, which in fact, ex-Chief Justice who's just retired, he also wanted the creamy layer from the SC/STs to be identified. So if, for example, according to him, which I agree, that you have a family where you've given reservation to an SC/ST already, then the progeny should not receive reservation. That is what I mean by targeted.
And so do you think it should be like reservation as a concept? Should it be continue to be extended the way it is? Should it be made a permanent part or should it be expired? Should there be a set expiry date on it?
Yes.
And so the way India is right now, where do you think it can be?
Well, I mean,
Where would you want it to be?
Well, that has to be ascertained. That has to be, of course, but there has to be a time limit. Now, Dr. Ambedkar set a time limit, 10 to 30 years, I think it was. It was reiterated by the then Chief Justice as well. And why shouldn't there be a time limit? You know, because let's be very honest out here. The moment you're giving reservations, you are, of course, you have a moral obligation to do so. You want to lift up a society, but it goes against the people for whom there are no reservations. So it is anti a community as well. Now, do you want that to be perpetually the case? Now, I have advocated that you can increase the number of seats in such a way, starting from 0.0, so that even the community that goes at the wrong end of the stick for reservations does not suffer. But our politicians don't want to do that as well.
And so in the 2022 case, Janat Abhiyan versus the Union of India in the Supreme Court stated that reservation must continue on continuing discrimination and they should have no fixed time limit.
Yeah,
They
it's wrong.
specifically emphasize this on EWS reservation as well. So sir, do you think EWS reservation to people who are oppressed currently, not historically, should have a time limit on their reservation as well?
Of course. Now, how can you, I mean, if somebody has, gone above the national average of what EWS means or poverty lines means, why should that person be getting the subsidies that technically should be given to the people who are actually EWS? So if you don't identify the creamy layer, if you don't identify the people who are no longer poor, you are actually, denying the people who are poor the same welfare schemes that are being given to the people who are no longer poor. So that's just logic.
And so then women reservation too has become a popular concept.
Yes.
And where do you think women reservation stands in this debate then?
Yeah, I mean, fine, have them. I haven't really thought about, but yeah, women have been oppressed in our country. You can have women's reservations, but
so just 1 point, I have 10 seconds.
Hello?
Yeah.
Huh,
Yeah.
so, no, see, this is a problem. See, again, this kid asked a good question, but they're getting into the creamy layer thing. So the question is very fundamental, right? We have 3 types of reservation right now. We have the SC, ST, and we have the OBC. So actually, SC, OBC, and we have the EWS. Technically, all EWS comes under OBC as well because it's other backward classes. So EWS should technically come under that as well. and there should be no creamy layer in OBC or EWS. All poor people, all classes who are of a certain poverty level or oppressed need to get need to get OBC reservation. You don't even need EWS if you just focus on that as a criteria for OBC. SC/ST fundamentally is about historical injustice. In there, you have to prove historically that particular caste had injustice against them, and they are not able to progress in society because of injustice. See, that makes sense. See, the SC/ST made sort of sense in the way they framed it in the constitution. It didn't make sense how it's framed today, right? Even creamy layer makes sense for SC/ST
Children of
specifically.
people who are children of artists and actors or actresses or musicians in the 2020s definitely should get reservation by that logic, because Tollywood got fucked during this regime and they became lower castes and they got lesser respect and lesser employment. But again, just like same castes are not equally privileged everywhere, musicians in Maharashtra and children of musicians in Maharashtra would not need that reservation.
That's my point fundamentally, is that if you really are caring about historical backwardness, then you only give to historically backward people, not to currently backward people. See, because your argument is historical backwardness, not current backwardness. Because if you're doing current backwardness, then any group can become currently backward at any point of time. So you keep adding people to the historical backwardness. It's not that work like. Same reason I don't think Marathas should get reservation under OBC, because they're not other backward classes. Because they're not historically backward in any way, even in the class framework. Because at some point, if you're a Maratha, you had power. You had power. Maybe you lost it now, but you had power at one point of time. Right? So that's what the argument needs to be, not this.
जिन के खिलाफ तब ऑपरेशन नहीं हुआ, उन सब का मानना है कि हम देखिए इन लोगों को मिल रहा है क्योंकि पहले ऑपरेस्ट थे इनके एंसेस्टर्स, हमको आज मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि आज हम ऑपरेस्ट है. तो इन दी एंड कोई ना कोई ऑपरेस्ट है ही बस.
Exactly.
So the Supreme Court, sir, you said they're very vocal about this women reservation.
Yeah. Later.
Yes. And they themselves have calculated zero. So do you think reservations should extend to the judiciary as well?
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
So let's continue with another point now. So Dr. Ranganathan, you have published a book called Hindus Ne Hindu Rashtra.
Yes.
And I'd like to start off with a quote from that very book. And don't worry, I fact just right. Secularism is total separation of religion and state.
Yes.
Total.
Yes.
So in light of this, you've attempted to claim Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University is 100% funded by Hindu donations.
Yes. Again, now if I catch you.
Sir, please.
Will you?
Please,
no, 1 second. What did you say? Can you repeat what you said in the last 10 seconds?
You've attempted to claim Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University is 100%
now, 1
funded.
second. Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University is
medical university.
There is a hospital called Sri Vaishno Devi Medical School of Excellence that is separate from either a medical hospital belonging to the university that is funded by the government. But this hospital of excellence, around which the whole controversy is totally funded by the donations. Will you now apologize for misquoting? But carry on. Look, I'm not here to seek apologies from you. We are all in the same boat. I just want this to emphasize this, how crucial it is to not misattribute or to misquote somebody.
So in light of that, you've also called.
So now your question has collapsed, right?
Not collapsed.
Why?
I still have
Tell me. Ask for this question. What were you going to ask? Maybe, sorry, I preempted.
I was going to ask you, sir, about the facts in this number one, which you told me about. And then, because if we actually deny an individual the right to education due to their faith, you're violating about 3 constitutional articles here.
Who on earth is doing that?
Sir, you've called Omar Abdullah out for hypocrisy.
Yes.
You say, can you please talk about that for a second?
Okay, so let me explain. Let me explain 2 reasons. Number one, if institute is being funded by the state or part funded by the state, like hundreds of thousands of institutes are, obviously you cannot deny somebody education on the basis of faith unless that person is Hindu. Then it's fine. For example, Jamia, let me finish. Jamia Millia Islamia get 100% funding from the central university, from the central government, right? But it has 50% reservations for Muslims.
Sir, but Muslims,
because constitution says that they are minorities.
Which they are, sir. Hindu.
Right.
Hindus are 80% of the country, sir.
So who is suffering? If you are funding an educational institute 100% by the government that is supposed to be secular, right? No distinction on the basis of faith, and you already have seats reserved 50% for a faith. Who is suffering? I want you to answer. I want you to answer this question, then we'll come to the next one.
Sir, but
who is suffering?
A specific university made, sir, it's a
yes. Is that right? You believe that's
for
right?
minorities. So then what happens to the majority?
Are you denying, because you've reserved 50% of the seats for Muslims?
Up to 50%, sir.
Yeah, it's generally always 50%. Are you saying that the Hindu medical or the student who wanted to be a Hindu wanted to be a doctor is not being denied a position in that university? Are you saying that?
But we have to see the other side of this too.
What is the other side?
Sir,
the other side is a secular country is discriminating on the basis of religion. Now let me answer this. Omar Abdullah. Now, you also agree with me that you were wrong and I was right, that this Medical Excellence Institute is being entirely funded by the Hindu donations. There are dozens of institutes, educational centers, seminaries that are completely funded by people of the faith, of other faith. Darul Uloom, there are other Asmiya, this thing. They admit 100% Muslim students. Why shouldn't? Sorry?
So they're minority, but then you have, as I was saying...
What is this? Get out of this thing of that minorities are suffering.
We're running low on time, sir. So
believe in justice.
If we didn't have these minorities, sir, the majority would take it, wouldn't they?
What?
So if the minority doesn't have their own rights, then the majority would take it.
Why doesn't the minority have their own rights? The minority are being given more rights than the majority.
Minority has no rights. On what basis is he saying that?
So can I jump in here?
अभी ये कैसे दो कौड़ी का
कम है
argument
संख्या में तो राइट्स नहीं है.
Yes,
तब तो भाई ब्राह्मण
संख्या में कम है इसका मतलब है राइट्स नहीं है.
नहीं कलकत्ता में ब्राह्मण वैद्य और कायस्थ के पास भी कोई राइट्स नहीं है भाई.
No, so you understand. This is something. This is what is fed to all youngsters these days in the idea of social justice. There's no, you understand. The entire concept of social justice is postmodernist.
Yeah.
Nothing is objective. Everything is about subjectivity. Everything is about relational. Like objectively, no one can be oppressed other than if you're relationally weaker than someone else. So the idea of this line,
and that too based on numbers. Numbers is everything, not the laws. Numbers over laws.
Where do you think Rahul Gandhi is getting this nonsense from? Jitni sankhya bhari utni hissedari nonsense. At the same time, he's saying minorities with should be given support because it's an inconsistent logical framework. Because sankhya bhari, then so-called minorities you've decided are large numbers, they can get power. But the minute if they're in small numbers, they're also victim, so they should get power. It's a very wacky logic framework. You can't rationalize it.
Yeah.
बस यही बात है कि हिंदू लोग का काटना है.
Yeah. Moral of the story वही है.
Being stated, may I just clarify one point? Yes. Sir, you said that if you were PV Narasimha Rao on December 6th, you would rebuild the Babri Masjid brick by brick.
I'll finish that. I'll finish it. Brick by brick. Just so that you know that I'm not running away from that quote, and I've said this hundreds of times.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
But sir, at that time, even PV Narasimha Rao had no legal duty, no constitutional obligation, and no judicial mandate to rebuild it. So I'm asking you, would you go further than the law itself and rebuild the very structure you claim symbolize that injustice? And why would you reward that injustice with reconstruction? How does that make sense? Sir, because how does a man who says God doesn't exist? Sir, you said Jai Shri Ram in one of the videos. And sir, Shri is a title of divinity, first of all. So second of all,
I also say, oh my God. Does that believe I believe in God? These are colloquium things that I say, oh God, and hey Ram. That doesn't mean, it's just manner of speaking.
And sir, how does someone who claims to stand with Hindu civilization say he would personally rebuild the Babri Masjid despite having zero legal obligation to do so?
Now, okay, yes, because I believe injustice was done if you were to bring down a structure illegally. That is injustice.
Yes, sir, but if you're PV Narasimha...
Let me finish.
Sorry, sir.
So, if you're the Prime Minister of a country, and if you, for example, tomorrow, the Parliament House is demolished illegally without the sanction, and you're the Prime Minister, do you think, I'm asking you, do you think it is your obligation to reconstruct the Parliament House?
Yes, sir, of course.
There you go.
Sir, but at that time in 1989, status quo was implemented.
What
sir,
status quo?
Sir,
you had a building that was demolished. And
yes,
I've given the reason why I say this, because I'm proud, a proud member of the Hindu community in this country, where the Hindus did not just accept that. Hindus accepted the verdict of 5 people as against 1 billion. That is what civilization means. And I'm proud of the fact that I say this, that I don't want the Ram Mandir to be built there.
I want to say something on this.
Illegal breaking of somebody else.
हाँ बोलो.
Me as well.
आनंद रंगनाथन कितने एडमेंट है इस बात को कहने पे कि मैं हिंदू हूँ, बार-बार कि आई एम अ प्राउड हिंदू टू से
overturn shift है.
He's not really Tamil either. So, naam hai Tamil nahi hai. Anyway, no, can I make a point about this this argument that's coming up? He's saying, I mean, the kid actually doesn't get chance to make the point, but he's absolutely right about this. Ranganathan's argument is what? The Babri ruins was demolished illegally, right? But he forgets that at the time of the illegal demolition, the status quo was already infructuous. Remember, law and order was broken down already there because you're shooting at people. So the job of the PM, remember, you see through the entire argument, he said PM's job was to restore the status quo. No, the PM's job is to prevent the status quo from changing, not to restore the status quo. The minute that the status quo becomes infructuous, your duty breaks away. It is the local police's job to manage the law and order. The PM's job is to make sure that it doesn't get to that stage. Or if it gets to a stage, you try to solve the problem, not to return it to that status quo. So his entire argument of rebuilding the Babri brick by brick because it was broken down is ridiculous. It's ridiculous because the PM can never restore a status quo. It's like it's saying, I dig up a road. The road is illegally built. It is my job to restore the status quo. Nonsense. Your job is to fix, do what you can in the new reality. That's a PM's role. He doesn't
If the status quo has
already
if the status quo has changed, that means it's a new status quo.
Exactly.
It's a new status quo.
You can't go to the old one. It's not possible. It's ridiculous. How will you determine which part of the brick was where? Do you have a plan of the exact? It's ridiculous.
Or the status quo will be decided at the end of the trial. Let the trial complete and then the status quo will be decided.
Say this, that I don't want the Ram Mandir to be built there upon the illegal breaking of somebody else's whatever illegality that was done. I want my rights to be reinstated to me legally.
Sir, but you as an atheist, you're saying that if you were...
Darwinian atheist.
Darwinian atheist, I'm sorry, sir. Yes. So you said that
Please don't be sorry, we're just having a conversation.
Sir, but you said if you were PV Narasimha Rao, sir, you're technically breaking the law to rebuild the Babri Masjid brick by brick, as you said. Sir, status quo was already violated. I completely agree, sir. It was proven to be violated by the RSS. But sir, the status quo was still there. Sir, you had no legal obligation or no constitutional obligation to rebuild it. And sir, the acquisition of certain areas of Ayodhya Act was passed in 1993, in which case the power was given to the union government. Sir, at that time in 1992, the power was with Kalyan Singh's government.
So, okay, so I'm not a lawyer, but let me end this question. And many times you say things in a rhetoric sense, in an emotional sense, and yet this also have legal logic. Now, when you say status, sorry, just once, I'll answer that. A, you've agreed if parliament was brought down illegally, Narasimha Rao would have, at least if I was Narasimha Rao, I would have said rebuild the building. Sir. Now, if status quo is maintained of a place, that means that the status quo includes the Babri Masjid intact structure also. Right? Now, if you disrupt the status quo, is it not, I'm asking, I'm not a lawyer, but is it not your legal responsibility to restore that status quo?
Sir, but the status quo had...
I'm asking you, is it or is it not?
Sir, at that
yes or no, it's a yes or no question. If you believe the status quo has been removed, is it your responsibility?
The status quo wasn't removed, sir, it was violated.
Yes, if the status quo is violated,
yes, sir.
Should you not restore the status quo?
Sir, at that time, I feel like you wouldn't have had any
I'm not a lawyer, but I would restore it as a pride, because that hurt the feelings of a lot of people, Hindus as well, because they were subjected to humiliation of saying that we are wrenching something illegally. I don't want Hindus to do that. Today, I am proud that there is a Ram temple that stands there. But I am doubly proud because that was taken legally. That is what I'm saying. And a distinction of all the people doing all these things, they are the ones who harakiri, who commit vandalism, who commit destruction all around the world legally. They don't care whether it is legal or not. They just want their rights, what they believe are their rights. For example, King Leopold, the butcher of Congo, who perpetrated enormous crimes against humanities, against the Africans. Their statue was brought down illegally, and the left celebrated it. It's all Confederacy generals, Pizarro, all around the world, Cecil Rhodes, their statues, their emblems, their buildings are brought down illegally by the left, and the left cheers it. Only in this country, when something that was done illegally was brought down, the left started accusing. Anyway, I'm just saying that's a contrast.
Okay, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Abhay.
ईश्वर में एक बात कहूं
अभय पहले
ओके
Yeah, yeah.
यदि वो 1992 वाली घटना नहीं होती तो हमें राम मंदिर मिलता ही नहीं मिलता ही नहीं
I get that, but
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
go deeper
yeah.
to what you just said, right? See, there are two perspectives here. First of all, you cannot restore status quo of a demolished structure. I'm sorry, that's impossible. No matter what you do, it'll never be the same thing. So you'll never achieve that status quo. I'm sorry, that argument makes no bloody sense. Once a building is demolished, you can never go back to that building. It's impossible. Right? It's gone. It's over. You only become a new state.
No, but
You only become a new state.
an exact replica of Babri Masjid is what he probably means.
It will never work because again, it will never hold the emotional status that the original thing had. His entire argument is someone got hurt by it being brought down. The hurt is over. The status quo has changed. You cannot restore that status quo.
Hurt to ho gaya.
हाँ हो गया है.
हाँ, hurt to ho gaya.
Second thing about the comparison he made to the leftists. Leftists do it under, first of all, they don't even try going the legal method. There's no legal sanction to what they do. The Hindus did everything legally first. They fought for how many years? 500 years. How many years they fought for it? Then this action happened in the last stage when the situation became infructuous. You remember, it didn't just break down suddenly. It became infructuous. The government of that state was behaving impetuously towards the Hindu requests. Help us get this. They literally tried everything they could to get this. So it is not. The state
It was an outcome of more than 450 years of anger, anguish, despair. It was not just a random event when people just went and broke down the structure.
Not one.
It was an outcome of 450 years of history, an operation in history.
Yeah.
To compare this to the leftist behavior, where the leftists, what they do is they don't even go to the city council, they don't go to the parliament, they don't go to things say, can we please remove this out? Let me convince people this is what I want, and then you debate with the other side, and then you come. Then if they don't listen, then maybe you go and do dharna, and maybe finally it happens. It never happens. It goes straight up, vandalize, and they destroy. To compare the Hindu side to the left is ridiculous. It is a comparison without any valid merit. And I was very upset when he did that comparison. It pissed me off.
Yeah.
Done illegally was brought down, the left started accusing. Anyway, I'm just saying that's a contrast that needs to be made.
Okay, so I have a slightly long question for you.
Please.
So to start, it's a yes or no. Are you against rape in all circumstances? Yes. Yes. Okay. Now let me quote Hindutva.
I'm shocked that even this question needs to be asked.
So it's just like a contextualization for the rest of my
Why?
question.
I mean, it's like saying, are you against Hitler gassing Jews?
No, so I'm sure it's an obvious one, but just...
Anyway.
Now let me quote Hindutva's ideological father, Savarkar. In his book, Hindutva, which is akin to the Bible for Christianity, and Six Glorious Epochs, he writes that not using rape as a weapon in war, and I quote, would prove suicidal for Hindutva, citing Ravan as an ideal. Similarly, the ideological founder of the Hindu Rashtra, Mr. Golwalkar, called the emancipation of women from man's domination as an enemy of the concept of the Hindu Rashtra. Both Savarkar and Golwalkar wished to replace the constitution with the Manusmriti, a text laced with misogyny again. The Hinduism I believe in respects women and comes to protect them, the way Lord Krishna did with Draupadi in the Mahabharata. That is the Hindu Dharma. In a public gathering, the essence of your argument was that people who criticize the Hindutva are actually criticizing the Hindu Dharma in disguise. Well, I'm a proud practicing Hindu and someone who believes in equality for women. And I reject any ideology that normalizes rape or subjugates women, as Savarkar, the very father of the Hindutva, undeniably wrote and preached in what the Hindutvalis consider their gospel. So, I'll ask you again. If I oppose rape or any circumstance as a woman, am I anti-Hindu or am I simply a critique of certain facets of the Hindutva? And if you oppose rape, as you said, does that make you Hindu-phobic according to your own definition?
All right. Okay. So two ways I like to answer your question. Number one, that quote that has been attributed to Savarkar, you need to read Vikram Sampath, who's an established historian, has written authoritatively 2 volumes on Savarkar. That quote and the context of it, I don't want to bring context out because that goes into the realm of, or I'm always dueling with people who always bring context out whenever I quote verses. So anyhow, it's not what it seems. So I would encourage you to ask that question to Vikram Sampath, to read his books. That quote of Savarkar has been misattributed.
But sir, these are literal lines from
Now,
primary
as I said, it's a debate between you and Vikram Sampath. But allow me to answer that. Right? Number one, and my being finicky about quotes, all the more reason that such a quote, if it's attributed to Savarkar, you need to go to the authoritative person who's written on Savarkar, like nobody else in India has, 2 volumes. Right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
point number one.
Okay.
Point number two, whichever scripture, whichever religion has misogyny, has patriarchy, has legalized or calls for laws that are blatantly against what I believe is the moral scientific code, I'm against it. So while you might be only against Manusmriti, I'm against a lot of Islamic scriptures. While you might be, one second. If you selectively want to quote out of Manusmriti, that's your wish. You want to, I don't know, be kind towards other religions, that's your wish. I am against misogyny wherever it occurs, whichever. I have quoted Manusmriti, I have condemned
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yes.
but that's not the point of what I was asking you. You created a blanket statement in a public gathering.
What was my statement again?
You said that
Yes.
people criticizing the Hindutva are in disguise criticizing the Hindu religion.
No.
So I can play the clip for you.
Play the clip.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Can we silence or abuse Islam like the way we abuse Hindutva?
Yeah.
If we do, we'll be thrown in jail. We know that.
Yeah.
So why do Hindus accept when the left and the Islamists and the non-Hindus abuse this word or this philosophy, Hindutva, rampantly? They do it because they actually mean to abuse Hindus,
Yes.
Hinduism. But if they do so, they run the risk of offending religious sensibility. So they've found this nice kind of detour that they will, whatever abuse they want to shower on Hinduism,
Yes.
they use the word Hindutva.
Yes. They bring out abuse of Hindutva because they dare not say the things they want to say against Hindus, against Hinduism.
So are you saying that your statement is that you're against this part of Hinduism as a religion? Is that what you're saying then? Because your thing is not directly
No,
towards
one
the
second.
Hindutva.
I don't, first of all, I don't believe that this is part of Hinduism.
But sir, the gospel of Hinduism.
There is
was-
no gospel. It is not
Okay.
Islam. It's not Christianity.
Sir,
it's not
fine,
Abrahamic.
It's not a gospel, but the
It is not a gospel. You might not. I condemn it. There are people who burnt Manusmriti.
Okay, fine.
Is there
sir.
anybody? Would you dare to? You can burn Manusmriti tomorrow if you want. Would you dare to burn the Quran or the Bible? No, you won't.
Okay, so fine. It's not a. Okay.
I'm
if-
against. As I said, I mean, how much more clearer can I be? I'm against misogyny
can I
wherever
please
it
pause
occurs,
it?
whichever scripture. So again, for the nth time, I don't mean to be patronizing.
No.
May I say
Before her,
something on this?
I will debunk her.
No,
First
Mushin
of
first.
all,
Mushin first. Yeah, Mushin first.
this has made me actually angry now. What I can say. First of all, she is quoting Savarkar. Savarkar actually did not say that. It was said under a completely different context. It is blatant cherry picking, in my opinion. So this should be completely. I think this point should not be entertained at all in the first place, because this is blatant cherry picking in the highest order. It is disingenuous bad faith argument. That's what it is. The second point being that Manusmriti
Why?
condemns
Because after all,
Manusmriti.
Savarkar. No, Mushin. After all, Savarkar didn't say that do not rape under any circumstances, right? After all, he said that rape is fine in some contexts. So she isn't really misquoting to that extent. The context is not that important here.
Yeah. Second part of that, like every other commie, she is bringing out the Manusmriti here to condemn that. The first thing is Manusmriti is not a gospel. Most of the Hindus do not even know that a Smriti like Manusmriti exists. There are over 16 Smritis, and Manusmriti is not even followed.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
mentions that constitutional framework. I think most of the people should know that. I think commies do not know this, so they make this mistake that the constitution, especially Hindu Marriage Act, especially those things of Hindu Code Bill and Hindu Marriage Act, actually have many tenets of them taken directly from Manusmriti. So our constitution in one way is actually based on Manusmriti in the first place. So I don't know what they're going to do if they learn about this thing. So these two things. And secondly, that yes,
Yeah.
I think problem with that, she is equating Hinduism with that one statement. She believes that entirety of Hindutva is bad because Savarkar made that one statement, so that nullifies all the other arguments Savarkar has ever made. So that's the main point of this.
Yeah,
of
Mushin,
her
in this context,
argument.
no, but in this context, I'll have to take the side of the woman here, because either you say that Savarkar was wrong to say that, or you defend that okay, everything is fair in love and war, so that is fair. But Ranganathan is doing none of that. he's fighting, he's running away from the fight. That is why it's getting all muddled up here. The woman is actually right with her argument here. She's saying that if you do consider Savarkar to be your gospel writer, then say whether you stand by that or not. If you do consider it gospel, you cannot say then that no, that part is wrong. Or maybe you do say that yes, it is my gospel, but I disagree with just that one sentence. But you have to pick a side here. Because you can say that I am against killing anybody. I am against killing a human under all circumstances. Then how do you fight wars then?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Regarding Dada, few months ago we were having this discussion. I remember on your channel only, where I had asked. We were debating on objective morality, and I had asked, "Is there any defense for R word? Is there any circumstance where you can say that doing the R thing is right?" So there was no answer to that question.
Yeah.
Okay, so if anyone is saying that,
My opinion is that there is.
if anyone is saying that in any circumstance doing R is the right thing, the statement and the person needs to be completely opposed, completely sidelined for that statement.
Then technically you're the Garuda Puran. Because Garuda Puran, there are some punishments that require you to something be stuffed up your backside as punishment. Technically, that is in the definition of R. That is under R, because you're violating sexual violation without consent. Yeah, as punishment.
Yeah, but that is the punishment.
No, even you're.
But the context.
Yeah, you are killing without the consent anyway.
No,
Yeah, because Anand, you must notice that for those
No.
people, those punishments were deserved. Those who did that word in their mortal lives, they were only made to endure those things in their afterlife in Naraka.
I get it. So that's why I'm saying no. The lot of things. See, my point fundamentally I was coming to is very simple. Legal systems change over time. Sanatana Dharma is not completely only about the legal systems. It's beyond.
She mentioned about Manusmriti. She should look at Manusmriti, what the punishment for R in Manusmriti is. Even for Brahmins to Shudras, the punishment is very severe.
Very severe. That's the problem. The problem is when you read a law book, you read beyond just the one line of law that you are interested in. What is she doing? She's reading the one line of law that irritates her, and she's ignoring all the other laws. It's like saying the IPC, the Indian IPC, or even they have so many laws. The place where, let me finish my point, and we can jump in. The other part of the law is contradicting to this part of the law, right? So you cannot read a law book like the Manusmriti partially and say, I don't like this part of the Manusmriti.
I have a point to make.
Also, just one argument, and then the next person can continue. Also, there were many things which were inconvenient said by people like Plato, Aristotle, Socrates. Do we reject them completely?
Yeah.
No, right? We say those arguments should not be taken seriously, which are, let's say, anti-woman or misogynist. And we should take good things that say with
Abhay,
please.
you are jumping one step here. तुम जो बोल रहे हो वो ठीक है, मगर उसके लिए पहले बोलना पड़ेगा कि आई डू डिसएग्री विद सावरकर. वो तो रंगनाथन ने किया ही नहीं, उसने स्टैंड नहीं लिया और फिर जाके हम डायरेक्टली देयरफॉर नहीं बोल सकते हैं कि it's okay if you disagree with Savarkar.
I would like to make a point which is slightly contradictory, because throughout history we have seen that the R word has been used as a weapon of war, like almost like chemical weapons. They are like a forbidden weapon of war. We can see the Soviets in Germany. We can see the Americans in Japan, in Vietnam. So maybe Savarkar was advocating it as a weapon of war. If we forego morality for this part, it is simply used as a war weapon.
Yeah.
Forget about modern times. It is since the times of the Greeks and the Akkadians and the other groups, the other tribes that fought, the R word has been used regularly, even against men. She seems to think the R word is only against women. Against men, men used to get R regularly in the ancient world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are forgetting.
Men get R every day in prisons anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we're forgetting the context
See,
of the Operation
yeah,
Searchlight
yeah.
in East Pakistan. That was the main reason
Yes,
for that.
yes. But that still doesn't answer this girl's question. My answer to this girl would be that yes, I disagree with Savarkar on this. You have to pick a side here. That's not what Ranganathan did, and that's creating all our debates here right now. Either you say that yes, fair enough in that situation. I'm saying no, that that's not right even in that situation because it creates wrong incentive situations. Then everyone will be thoda overstatement hai. But you should not create a situation for that. The main point should not be your personal sexual gratification. The main point should be hurting your opponent.
Yeah, the
And
main
that would have
point of the
incentivized that.
R word is similar to the
Therefore,
the main point of the R word is similar to the gulag.
Yeah.
Right? Stalin used to send the dissenters to the gulag, or some bad people and
Yeah.
people used to send other people to some kind of chambers, like in Poland. So R word is very similar to that.
Yes.
Yeah, and similar.
Yes.
Apart
That's
from
what.
that, I'm
And
not
pehli
in
baat
favor
hai.
of any kind of. Yeah, one small point is there that
Yeah, go on,
or
Mushin.
any kind of
Yeah.
act like this is more of a not an annihilation, not a tactic for not as a weapon, but used as basically a torture to hurt or harm the other person on the other side. You can call it or any kind of other methods that were used, like slowly starving the person or slowly slicing the person's tongue out and this kind of things. So I don't think these kind of things are favorable in anywhere because they don't create incentives actually. My opinion.
There is something
The
called
thing
Unit
is-
731. Just a sec. There is something called Unit 731 of the Imperial Japanese Army in World War II in Manchuria. You can check it out.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
R word is
I
a
know.
blessing
Yeah.
compared to that. I can't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
the things they
Yeah.
did, like video would get demonetized. Okay.
Yes.
The thing
And
is,
yes, the
you
point
can
is,
commit.
yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Amit.
my
The thing
point is
is,
that
you can commit murders in
Wait.
self-defense,
Wait.
but you cannot commit ours in self-defense.
Yes.
That's the problem.
No, because
When you
again,
try justifying ours.
Yes.
remember very clearly, most of modern society has completely imbibed puritanical Christian morality. That
Yeah, of course.
the sexual act is the most pure act,
Yeah.
or the most puritanical act.
Yeah.
Away from
Yes.
all, because
Yeah.
but you have to understand, in the ancient world or in any other traditional societies, the sexual act was one of the acts of society. They were not the most pure, the most holy,
Yeah.
the most sacred. It is not, right? So we are all our arguments come from that puritanical Christian morality that we have all imbibed. Our legal systems have imbibed, and we have cannot. That's why, for example, even killing yourself. Why people say killing yourself is a sin? It's not. Even in Hinduism, there's no such thing as killing yourself as a sin. Why is sati, by women voluntarily killing themselves, seen as such a negative thing?
Anand, what are you talking about? Suicide, Atmahatya is one of the literal sins that cannot be pardoned in Hinduism only. You should read about Atmahatya, Atmahatya, because Atmahatya literally one sin that you cannot be forgiven for. Means once you commit suicide, or it is on the station of killing your guru. Means killing your guru, killing a cow, killing yourself. These three sins are unforgivable.
Why did, for example, what Mandodari, right? She go into the fire.
Okay. We are बहुत बड़ा debate हो जाएगा. नहीं, बहुत बड़ा debate हो जाएगा. इसको खत्म करते हैं. I'd just like to finish this point because it's my dictatorship here practically. Okay, I disagree with Savarkar on these three things. Not exactly disagreement, but I'll tell you what. Yeah, this one cannot be. This may be a transgression every now and then from a soldier every now and then, but this cannot be the policy because it creates wrong incentive structures between soldiers. And secondly, he was also wrong to say that he was wrong not back then, but today this would be wrong that make people get married to other castes, because today the woman has a voice. Back then he was talking about arranged marriages, so that could have worked then. It cannot work today as Harsh Madhusudan would like to have it. And thirdly, Savarkar did skirt the issue on one key thing. He never clarified on it. How do we gauge the loyalty of Muslims to India? Because he says if the Muslims are loyal to India, then they are Hindus, but there's no objective standards or metrics to gauge that. he just might be a terrorist who says that yes, this land is my karma bhumi, pitru bhumi, etc., and then blasts up a bus. So unless he had gone a step further and said that we basically need to keep Muslims as dhimmis in the country, which is probably what he meant, but he did not say it out loud. Therefore, he deserves criticism for that as well, and nobody should be above criticism. These are the three problems I have with Savarkar.
Yeah, same.
Okay, let's go on.
Please quote me exactly as what I've said, because I am
Because what Savarkar means is that we will be the judges of their loyalty, but he did not mention the metrics, so he left a loophole.
absolutely particular in what I say. Whenever I put something in public domain, especially written word, I've always been a devil's advocate of it. So before anybody can point out any flaw, I myself have done it.
Ananya, it does not have to be that. You can still kill them.
I don't want anybody else to find that flaw. That's all I'm saying.
So, sir, you say that fine, you are against anything misogynistic.
Yes.
But now that I've come here and pointed out these claims, and yeah, I agree with your answer that fine, you are against anything misogynistic, including these quotations from the Hindutva. But I've never seen any public statement of yours criticizing Savarkar or Golwalkar ji when these two people are considered the fathers and founders of the Hindutva and the Hindu Rashtra, respectively.
Are considered by who the fuck? I did a poll when the Savarkar movie came out, and I asked that what are one of the reasons you are not watching. Most people said because they consider Savarkar too liberal. Most Hindutva students don't even consider Savarkar to be the hero, and I don't give a shit about Golwalkar. I've never read anything by him. ये तो इतना attribute करते जा रही है तो limitless है.
However, when it comes to criticizing people like Nehruji and calling him a dictator, you feel very free to do so. So
now, one second. What are first of all, as I said, if anybody says anything that is misogynistic or that is wrong, that is dictatorial, I told about the running threat I have. I've always criticized that person. I might not criticize every last person who has done something wrong.
The last person
but you ask me, you give me a quote of somebody, what somebody has said, and if I find, I've already said, for example, you don't even need to tell me about Savarkar. I've qualified it because I am not qualified enough. In fact, Vikram Sampath will disprove you. That's another matter. That's why I said I don't want to upend that thing. But Manusmriti I have read, and there are some deeply offensive, blatant, wrong verses in Manusmriti that, by the way, is a collection which no one person has written. I hope you knew that, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm against that. I'm absolutely against that.
Okay, sir.
Hi, so I just want to come back to the previous point when we spoke about the First Amendment.
Yes.
So, excuse me. So Dr. Ambedkar was also involved in the First Amendment and defended its role in the Parliament, which played a vital role in its passage. And Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was equally involved in the amendment. So if Nehru is a dictator, if you're calling Nehru a dictator, are you extending the same courtesy to Dr. Ambedkar and Sardar Vallabhbhai?
Enablers, yes. Yeah. All right. Why wouldn't they be? If there is an unjust rule, I mean, let's not try and catch people on it. We must deploy our own intelligence. I'm not being patronizing again. If there is an unjust, illegal, blatant law, and if somebody looks away from it, does not protest it, I would call that person an enabler.
All right.
Right.
So my second question is that it's regarding
They've
when you
never had
spoke about
honesty in their life.
the Gita Press getting the Mahatma Gandhi Prize in 2021, and you said that it was an insult to the Gita Press to get a award from Mahatma Gandhi.
Yes, yes.
So it's fair that you highlight many of Gandhi's flaws, and while some of your claims are a little contestable and require
Right. Name one. Don't go by that Salak Chap guys who are only content to abuse and peddle yellow journalism. Give me one thing that I was factually incorrect about Gandhi.
Okay, not factually incorrect. I think you're overly critical, but that's my perspective.
No, okay, again, because you're youngsters and our future depends on you. There is nothing like overly critical. There is nothing like a tough decision. You're critical. Overly critical is subjective. Kya re yaar, bahut daant rahe ho, bahut kyun bhai? If you're being critical, you're being critical.
All right, sir, but then why should you not apply that same critique to the Gita Press? You said that you correct me if I misquote you, but you said that
why should Gita Press, that is a publishing house, be criticized?
You said
for what?
they keep alive the flickering flame of Hindu civilization.
And I should criticize them for it?
No, but I'm just saying that's what you said. And if we come to some of the literature that they've published, in Sri Dharma Prashnotri in 1926, it says that girls should be married by 13 to secure a good husband, and a raped woman should forget it like a bad dream.
Okay, so once you're saying Gita Press has published that, so I should condemn Gita Press for publishing something
So
which
you're so critical about Gandhi.
No, one second. No, 1 second. I will criticize the person who has written
my
that,
God, this is
or
this
who has
is,
that book is on that person.
গান্ডু নাকি বাড়া ও কি বাড়া বাংলায় ছাড়া কি করে গান্ধীর পাবলিশারকে খিস্তি করছে না গান্ধীকে খিস্তি করছে কি মাথা
গান্ধী
মোটা
কে কিস্তি করছে, বলছে যে গান্ধী আর গীতা
Yeah,
প্রেস এক
Bhushan,
হয়ে
go
গেল
ahead.
এখানে। Yeah, means I can
Yeah, the publisher and the
condemning Gandhi.
আমার সঙ্গে তুলনা করছে।
I don't have words actually to describe this kind of brain-deadness. Actually, this is a reality. Actually,
What
No,
a
you
fucking
understand.
retarded point. Holy shit.
Publishing a historical text which has something controversial written in it, and a person blurting his own thoughts out which are controversial, are two very different things.
No,
You
you look at
cannot compare that publisher to the person who is speaking his own thought.
no, but if you look at the blurb that was there before, it speaks specifically about the person who runs Gita Press and wrote this book, wrote this part. So he's, but the problem is again, it's you go a little back, you'll see the blurb they've placed.
Okay, let me see
You
it
can
then.
make the argument the blurb is there. See, so
Sri Dharma Prashnottari, published in 1926 by the Gita Press,
Yeah.
explores the responsibilities and virtues of women in the context of Indian spirituality. It was written by the owner and
So
founder.
I should.
Arey bhai, no, what is the difference between LLC and private limited companies? These terms exist for that particular reason. Your company is not you.
he should have said.
He's talking about criticizing the company.
Did you criticize Hanuman Prasad Poddar, the owner and founder of the Gita Press?
Right.
He said that his comparison was
Yeah, and that is what
but
Ranganathan said.
Even then it is problematic because one small sliver of something in a book written by the owner and founder of the Gita Press doesn't label the entire Gita Press as problematic.
Yeah, true.
See, this is the problem with the leftist argument. Leftists or the woke argument. They take one sliver of someone's thought in their life and basically make their entire work in their life filthy.
Yeah, they think it's the Eureka moment. They found one flaw.
Exactly.
That's the problem. If we start doing that, then it is going to become hellish
But
for
the main
leftists.
problem is he's talking about the publishing house, not the founder. And the founder, in the context of the founder, Ranganathan says that I'll criticize him, not the publication house in its entirety.
I should condemn Gita Press for
And
publishing.
Dada, if this is the case,
Critical about Gandhi.
No, one second. No, 1 second.
Yeah.
And Dada, if this is the case, that for one small blip, if the person should be completely cancelled, or the person or the organization that was established by the person should be completely cancelled, then everything should be cancelled in this world.
Cancel Disney.
Everyone and everything.
Cancel Disney.
Because everyone makes a blunder.
Yeah, Disney.
Sometime or the other in their life.
Yes.
I have one counter here. So my counter is that he said that the age of marriage for women should be 13 to 16. Okay, right. That's what he said as a counter. Then why are you not condemning it? My thing is that in America, what is the age of consent? Can please someone check? What is it? It's 16.
16.
In most of the countries. In most of the countries, European countries, whatsoever, that is 13 to 16. That's what it is. In very few countries, in India included, it is actually 18. So one must look this into consideration that when you make these arguments, you should look at the other side, because in the modern so-called liberal world that we live in, as these guys represent, it is not very much different from those parts, from the ancient literature that is being posted before.
Satyam, Sita may have been wed at 14, but she didn't have a child until she was much older. And Ramcharitmanas is not scripture. It is Tulsidasa's understanding of the Charitra of Ramji after reading the Valmiki Ramayana. So be very careful what you source as your scripture source.
And there were reasons for early marriage. And there were reasons for rise of early marriages in India during the invasion times and after that. There were proper reasons for
what you're talking about in the previous also, before the invasion, in the antiquity also, in all cultures all around the world, marriage was early.
And honestly, early marriage did not just happen to girls, it also happened to boys.
Everyone.
Every argument cannot be boiled down to misogyny and anti-women stuff.
Yes.
This is also a problem.
Yeah, because most of these people don't know. Most of these people don't know the bachabazi of the Roman Empire. That's why they speak like this about Hinduism. And the actually historical historical sources say that Bachabazi came to Afghanistan because of the Roman Empire, not because of the Pashtuns themselves. They learnt it from them and
Yes.
kept
And
up
most of the
the
people,
tradition,
most of the
and
people
then
also
the
do not
Roman
know
Empire let
that.
it go.
Most of the people do not know how gay Roman Empire was, how extremely gay it was actually.
They're not gay,
Bisexual,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Pederasty, not gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And apart from that, in the
Yeah.
olden
And by the way,
times, the
therefore,
antiquity,
Sanjeev Sanyal should
Yeah, I was
reject the
saying-
Rhodes Scholar because Cecil Rhodes was a racist. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. And apart from that, in the in the antiquity, the longevity was very less of the people, so they had to get married early.
Dada, so much for the Judeo-Christian values of the West. Because all that Greek
Bachabazi.
Roman values went to Afghanistan and gave Bachabazi there. Your own thing basically created
Yeah.
Bachabazi in Afghanistan, and you're giving lecture to Afghanistan sitting in the West,
Yeah.
talking about our great culture.
Okay, Neon. Not just slaves. The Roman army itself believed that the senior men having sex with the younger men creates a great camaraderie and brotherhood in the army. That's why Bachabazi was done very proudly. I fuck you so hard at night, then you defend me better during the war.
It was a little more complex than that. It happened even in China and Japan.
Not really.
It is a very common practice among warrior cultures because you went long distances and you didn't know when you'd have like the outlet, and they needed to keep their men happy. You need to keep people in fighting shape. You give them alcohol. You give them let them have sex. So basically, that's basically it. It's a tool of maintaining armies in those days. Now we have professional armies that don't need all this stuff, but those days they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anthropology
will criticize the person who has written that, or who has that book is on that person's name.
So
no.
Oh, by the way, Boishalidi, say that to the people who call America founded on Judeo-Christian values. They definitely look up to the Roman Empire, right? Every American right-winger has a DP of some Roman king, a statue of a Roman king.
Yeah.
Without ignoring the Bachabazi.
They're obsessed with the Roman culture.
Any publishing house that publishes the Quran or the Bible should be criticized.
No, sir.
Why not? Shall I rattle out the verses that are in the Quran or in the Bible? Now comes your hypocrisy. So you say Quran should be published, even though the Quran says polytheists, i.e. Hindus, are the worst of creatures. If you disbelieve in our verses, we will fry you in hell. If this verse is there in the Quran, do you think Quran should be published or not? Simple question, yes or no?
It's a religious scripture. I think it has the right.
Subjectivity. Religious scriptures को allow कर दो, even though 7 billion people are reading that.
So, but
where is your objectivity?
Sir, who are you to say what is to be published?
Acha, Boishalidi, because Bengal politics is not that interesting that we'll discuss it for 6 hours. We deviated to this at around the 3.5 hour mark. Now we are discussing
we'll have more to discuss on Bengal politics in the next.
Who am I to criticize publishing or not publishing of something? I can be critical of Salman Rushdie, or I can be critical of somebody else who's written something. But why should, it's like saying that, I should be critical of the quality of the paper on which this book is published.
Sir, but
otherwise, stop publishing everything.
So then why, I mean, okay, fine, you can be critical of the founder then. The founder is the one who wrote this in the founder of the Gita Press.
He has no words.
The founder of the Gita Press has penned these words that you say? Are you sure about? I'm going by you. Now, if what you say is right, then I'm critical of him. I didn't know this thing. If somebody says about misogyny like that.
So my point is that you should, if you're applying that
I can't know everything about what every person right or wrong has said.
Ideological lens to Gandhi when they're talking about the Gita Press, and you're saying that the Gita Press has done only wonderful things.
Now, one second. This quote that I'm banking on you to have said, whereas previously you've been wrong on quoting me, if that publisher of the Gita Press has written those lines, then I condemn those lines being written about a woman.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Again. I'd first like to finish our conversation about the entire Gandhi Ambedkar thing.
It was about Gandhi.
Yes.
Gandhi and Ambedkar.
So my point was that, yes, obviously Ambedkar has been critical of Gandhiji, but you can't also selectively ignore the fact that he's also praised Gandhi.
Fine, yeah.
So my other point, which was the main question I was asking
you,
is...
you're wrong about the Varna, by the way.
Okay.
When you said Gandhi was, what did you say about
I
the
said
Varna?
Gandhi was supporting Varna in the start, but then he went to attacking untouchability.
Those things are unrelated. Varna never talks about.
You had asked me what
Varna
has
never
Gandhi
talks
done.
about untouchability.
No, you had just asked
Who
me
gave you
what
that?
Gandhi has...
God. Arey bhai, she doesn't even know the argument.
She doesn't know what she's doing.
She thinks that criticizing or defending the rights of Harijans equals to calling for an end to the casteism or the caste system. She doesn't know the subtle difference.
No,
it's a very significant difference.
You have to establish where the concept of untouchability comes from. When you want to make an argument about untouchability, you have to establish where it comes from and its precedents are set where. If it touches Varna specifically in a scriptural sense, then you can say, draw a connection with the two. Right? Even these people.
Meanwhile, Irfan Habib is saying that there is no casteism in Rig Veda, in the Varna system.
Cannot be. Because what did Krishna say? Did he say, I created a four-fold system for untouchability? Did he say, I created a four-fold system for untouchability? He said, I created a four-fold system. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah. When right-wingers read Irfan Habib more than commies, you know shit is fucked up.
Varna never talks about untouchability.
No, you were just
Who
asking
gave you
what
that?
Gandhi has
Which
done.
leftist rag have you read?
Sir, you
that
just
says
asked me what
Varna
Gandhi did. I
attacks.
answered from an objective point of view. Anything there.
Please,
Okay, sir,
please accept when you.
I'm wrong. Let's go by that.
But why?
I'm trying to ask you that why are we judging Gandhi by his worst decision or his worst statement, and why don't you judge Bose by the same?
I would
That was
judge
my
Bose
question.
by the same.
That was
And
my
in fact,
question.
Yes. So why wouldn't I?
Yeah, so that's what I was asking you. Why wouldn't you?
I do.
So I haven't seen you.
Again. Now
So
look.
that's my point.
Let me give you my starting position.
All right.
My starting position is I'm not a man of grey. If somebody has done something good, I would praise it. But if somebody has done something bad, then I would criticize it.
Great.
Of course, there is a rider there. You can't say, why aren't you critical of Hitler who made excellent watercolor paintings? Do you think I should do that as well?
No, sir.
Why shouldn't I? That's a good quality of Hitler. Would you praise Hitler for it? Answer yes or no, going by your standards.
Hitler getting into art school or not is not the question of the
No,
debate here.
the question is his attribute. He has some good qualities of being a great watercolor painter.
He was also a great economic leader if you go by his economic reforms.
Would
in
you
the
praise
30s.
Hitler? Would you praise Hitler for those good qualities?
Sure.
You
Fine.
would?
I'd praise if he's an artist, sure, why not?
As opposed to, so that is
But those
where
are two completely different contexts. My thing was we should be
it's
judging
not
everyone from the
different
same
at
metric.
all. It's not different
I
at
just
all.
thought we should be judging everyone from the same metric. That's my
Why are you
my
so
point.
offended if I were to bring out the truth of Gandhi and Nehru? I don't
Sir,
understand
I'm not
that.
offended by that. I'm
You
offended. Sir, but I'm not offended.
Gandhi
I just
murdered
asked
his
why.
wife.
Sir, I'm not offended by your opinions on Gandhi. I'm just
Yes.
asking why don't you apply the same thing to other leaders?
I have applied the same things to every leader of whose views I have come across. I don't know the views of every leader who was born on this earth. But
Alright.
if my starting line is that I would be objective, and if something has been brought to my notice that a person did wrong, I would criticize it.
All right.
So you can hold me to a point
All right.
that I spoke about an issue that I was not critical of.
Right.
That you hold me to a point.
Okay. Now can
For
I go on to my
example,
second
for example, you hold me to a point where Ambedkar said something wrong, and I said, "Oh, that's great." Then I'm a hypocrite. But Ambedkar said 2 million things in his life
Right.
of 50 years. I
Right.
can't possibly know everything, and you
course.
can't hold me that, oh, you didn't know this paragraph of this book. That's unfair.
Of course, sir. Now
Yeah.
can I go to my second question? Now, just so that we're in agreement.
Now is like watching your favorite uncle masturbating in the playground.
Yes.
Some of my younger cousins also watch the news. And as an academic, you're also representing a university and you are a figure of someone who is very intellectual. Now, I
That's
would
an insult.
Now we are going to debate why doesn't Ranganathan fully believe in Victorian morality? Holy shit! Now moral policing. Now the
This is
kids
the
were
right-
watching
right
Times Now.
uncle
Who the
behavior.
fuck asked you to show your kids a Times Now debate?
This is right wing uncle behavior actually.
But kids নাকি Times Now debate দেখছিল. Yeah. Children are watching Netflix. Ban Netflix.
Bad arguments.
বাংলা চোদা।
Actually, this
বাচ্চারা
this is making
cousins
me
were
angry.
watching Times Now. বাঙালকে হাই রোড দেখাচ্ছে।
বালিগ হয়ে যা রে, বালিগ
Sir,
হয়ে
you are
যা।
an academic though. Yes. So you also represent a university being a professor.
Yeah.
And using this context, if I repeat this clip again.
Now is like watching your
Okay, now my younger cousin Max is listening to this. Holy shit. She's playing it 2 times. Now no kids are watching it. This fucking idiot.
uncle masturbating in the playground. Now is like
Now is like what?
Now it's like watching your uncle masturbating on a playground.
What am
Now,
I talking
everyone,
of? Whom am I talking of?
Sir, it is just a clip from the Arnab Goswami thing
Again,
that someone else brought up.
don't do this what the other guy does with truncated clips.
Sir?
This was the context, and before this I explained that this was one of the most magical reviews written on
That's fine, sir.
Kingsley Amos's book.
So the context is fine, but you still were implying the same thing by using the word masturbating is my
Arey,
point.
my God,
Now everyone watches the news, right?
Okay, what's your point? That masturbation is wrong?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, sir, that I know you advocate for free speech.
Yes.
Now, if everyone watches the news, I don't think we would want to go back home and explain.
Everyone watches the news. That's why Mamata Banerjee is in power for 15 years. Everyone watches the news. Why are we going to extend the further step of the argument when this is based on absolutely no data? Everyone watches, and 1.4 billion people watch the news. What fucking আর কত গালি দেবো বার আমার গালি শেষ হয়ে যাচ্ছে
She's like, wait, let me catch my pearls for a bit while I speak.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I were in Anand Smith, I would have written her life at this point.
No one watches.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's making me so angry.
Yeah, people don't watch movies. They don't watch cinema. They don't watch. I mean, they don't listen to music. They don't go to jobs.
She's secretly a 40-year-old auntie.
नहीं बीच सड़क में कोई MCBC बोल देगा, कोई F वर्ड बोल देगा, ये जाएगी महिला बोलने के लिए कि यहाँ पर सड़क पे बच्चे भी है, क्यों आपने F वर्ड बोला, क्यों MCBC बोला?
अरे I want her to go around getting rid of all the guys who pee on the walls in public. Like,
और यदि ये दिल्ली में है तब तो इनको और बोलना चाहिए सड़क पे जाके. दिल्ली में तो हर दूसरा आदमी बोलता है.
अरे मैं आनंद की जगह पर तो बोलता कि हाँ बोला तो क्या हुआ उससे, बोला तो बोला, क्या हो गया?
Everyone watches the news. Sheo, mane, everyone watches the news right when Anand ended up making that masturbation masturbation comment. That's when 1.4 billion Indians were watching the news. At that very
1.4 billion watched it. So what? क्या हो गया? I don't understand. ये क्या है ये?
No, then.
And then Anand is
then you see Anand, Jesus. No, Anand. Jesus is watching you, Anand. You cannot masturbate.
And I'm talking about Ranganathan, not this Anand. I'm talking about Ranganathan.
I'm talking about this Anand. Anand, the problem is that even if people are watching, the problem is that Jesus watches you, and therefore masturbation is a bad thing. And therefore, her cousins should not have learned. Oh, she is Christian. Holy shit! My joke is actually too true. Fuck. Probably that's why she's talking about this. Fuck.
She's Christian.
That may be it. Yeah.
Puritanical work.
Jesus is watching.
Like, I just
right.
They
right.
Oh
right. We're talking to a Christian conservative here.
That's your standard thing.
No nut news chai amader.
Role, but the word masturbating is. And as an intellectual, you are representing a university.
No, 1 second. First of all, don't bring university in it. These are my views.
But so you're a professor.
And so what? Professors can't
but
talk
you also
of,
represent an institution.
Professors can't quote somebody who's a world famous writer who's used the word masturbation.
No, so you
her name is Jessica Goel. I thought some Daniela something. Isn't her name Daniela something?
But I'm just saying, at a public forum, you are also representing a university.
No, I'm not representing the university at a public forum. When I go to a TV debate, I'm not representing the university.
What did she just say? Ranganathan goes as the representative of JNU in Times Now. কি বার কিছু বলার বাকি নেই. Oh, Jessica Goel. আচ্ছা.
She's really dumb.
Fuck.
I hope we never get her
lost
on
some IQ
news.
points.
এইসব শুনতে হচ্ছে দাদা, এইসব কি শুনতে হচ্ছে? বাংলা রাজনীতি আমরা ডিসকাশন করছিলাম, এটা আমরা কোথায় চলে আসলাম? এটা তো বাংলার রাজনীতি থেকেও বিভৎস কথা হয়েছে।
This why you should not judge BBKs too harshly, Niranjan, because there are more stupid people in the world than just BBKs. Just stop treating them so badly.
Actually, Niranjan, if
okay, so while we're still on the topic of
yeah.
Suppose Ranveer Alabadia made that joke in front of her. What would have been her reaction then? She would have died right on spot then.
I guarantee she would have watched that.
Everyone watches comedy.
This lady would have watched she watched that comedy show with her kids. I'm telling you, next 10-20 years, like freedom of speech, BJP targeted.
Exactly.
Yeah. 1.4 billion people are watching that comedy show, Anand. How can you talk about masturbation?
Free speech. Yes. You've described yourself explicitly as a free speech absolutist.
With 4 caveats. I hope you know those 4 caveats.
If you would like to elucidate for the viewers.
All right, but I was expecting that you are asking the question, so you would already know those 4 caveats. But let me tell you those 4 caveats. The 4 caveats were that in the name of free speech, you cannot divulge state secrets, right?
Yes.
So somebody from the military who's caught in Pakistan, for example, I'm a free speech absolutist, I can tell you about the military formations. You can't do that.
So,
Number 2.
Sorry, just while you're saying the 4 caveats, you just say it very briefly because I need to
Native Bhairav, I'm not that worried because I might have said such dumb things at their age as well, because they are hardly in their late teens or early 20s, right? You can be this stupid up until 23, 24. It's okay.
They are my age.
No,
They
some are quite
20,
old.
22, 24.
Like the earlier girl was
They are,
clearly like.
If they're 24, it's a problem. 22.
yeah, they are Gen Z. They are not Gen Alpha.
Yeah.
And besides, I think this is scripted or something because these kind of dumb arguments are very much unlikely because it is actually bewildering how much dumb these arguments are.
I'm sure Shripriya Srinath gave them all the documents to read.
So I have to tell you the 4 caveats. Otherwise, you will
Yes.
call me a free speech absolutist.
I mean, you've called yourself a free speech absolutist.
With those 4 caveats.
Of course. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Very briefly.
Right. Anyway, let's
And they are
go on with
cocky
the
also.
question.
Okay, so, and it's public knowledge that you were a part of a Delhi High Court contempt proceeding.
Yes.
Regarding your own tweets about Justice Muralidhar. Okay, so of course, after all our conversation, we can you still maintain that free speech, of course, with these caveats, must be free without legal consequence.
Yes.
Yes. So, if all speech is protected, then should public calls for assassination, communal incitement, or detailed bomb making also be free from legal consequences?
Hence the other 3 caveats that you did not allow me to say. The second caveat was you cannot, in the name of free speech, allow somebody to be physically harmed. So, for example, in this theater, you cannot shout fire. That would lead to a stampede and cause physical harm to someone. The third caveat was you cannot palpably incite a mob to commit violence and harm someone. You cannot incite, you cannot lead a mob. That was the third. And the fourth was you cannot infringe upon defamation. For example, you can call me corrupt, but you cannot say, because corruption can be moral, ethical, can be abstract, but you cannot say that I took 1,000 crores from Ambani, because then I would sue you. These are the 4 caveats.
Okay.
Now, the thing that you've asked for comes in one of those caveats.
But, sir,
You
I
cannot
understand
incite a
that.
mob. You cannot incite a mob, lead them to violence.
So I'm sorry, but you calling Modi, like right now when I asked you the question, calling Modi a dictator is inciting
No, I didn't
mobs.
call him a dictator.
You,
Please.
I'm sorry, it's on
Enabling,
record.
yeah, dictatorial, indulging in something which is dictatorial in nature, yeah, based upon the constitution.
Okay, but can't you just say that you're inciting violence by calling him a dictator?
Again, I didn't call him a dictator. He is following the law. The law is dictatorial.
So
the law allows people to be banned and imprisoned for their free speech. Now, if somebody is following,
Why are both giving retarded arguments now? Why isn't Ranganathan saying that is not dictatorial in the first place? Ajib baat hai.
Because he's not engaging with the fundamental premise of the question she asked. What is she saying?
Oh.
She's saying when you say something, you are responsible for all the actions people do when they hear you, which is what he should be rebutting. He's not rebutting that part.
Are calling someone dictatorial means a call for violence, Naki. How?
Yeah, how is this?
What?
Suppose I আমি কাউকে বোকাচোদা বলি, তাহলে কি সে বোকাচোদা হয়ে যাবে? এটার মধ্যেই দাঁড়াচ্ছে তাহলে।
দাদা আপনি নিজের চ্যানেল চালিয়ে অধিনায়কত্ব করছেন, তাই এখন আমাকে জেলে ঢেলে দিন।
Call for violence. Yes, it's a call for violence.
Suppose I call someone whatever. Okay, I will not use any kind of swear words.
It's again a very woke postmodernist argument that you're responsible for more than just your speech. You're responsible for how people react to your speech also.
Okay, then let me give an example. Suppose I call someone eat shit, you blithering idiot. Suppose I call someone eat shit, you motherfucker. So that means that I am forcing him to eat shit.
Yes.
No. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
It's, for example, if you say illegal immigrants are taking your jobs, and if someone hits an illegal immigrant, then you are responsible for the fact that person hit that illegal immigrant. See, this is the problem with you have to rebut that argument. You have to say fundamentally that if you don't give people the freedom to interpret statements and take action in their own way, you don't have fundamental rights. Because you're saying that I literally have the power.
And the biggest problem here is that Ranganathan himself is not saying it. We are making the argument. Ranganathan himself is roaming about here and there.
That's what I said.
Yes, I'm not responsible for the words, for the effects of
based
my words.
upon the constitution.
Okay, but can't you just say that you're inciting violence by calling him a dictator?
Again, I didn't call him a dictator. He is following the law. The law is dictatorial.
So
the law
my
allows
point
people
here is
to be banned and imprisoned for the free speech.
Wait, one moment.
He didn't call him dictatorial.
Wait. One moment. Yeah. No, she is saying that he is dictatorial. But the problem is, Neon, the key problem here is that it is not even dictatorial, or it is not calling him someone a dictator doesn't mean a call for violence inherently. And Ranganathan is not deflecting that. That is the problem.
Yeah, I'm wondering how could Anand Ranganathan not see this? Even if he called him a dictator, how is it inciting violence? He has every right to call him dictator.
Because he's not good with...
It may be true or false, it doesn't matter.
Ranganathan is basically basically a very nice person. He's a very sweet person. He's not good with confrontation. That we can pretty much conclude from this debate now.
Now, if somebody is following the law, would you call that person a dictator?
No, sir. I would never call someone who's following the law a dictator.
Yeah, but the law is wrong. The law is breaching on the sacrosanct rights of freedom of speech of someone. If the law is wrong and somebody is following that law and you are in a position to change that law and you don't change that law, you are dictatorial. Yes.
So if some of your speeches incite...
No, I don't agree.
If they incite negative responses, right? Like let's say you're calling Jawaharlal Nehru a dictator very explicitly.
Yes.
Isn't that the same thing that... I don't want to liken you to, Hitler, but I seriously don't.
Go on.
I seriously
I
don't.
was waiting for that.
But sir, the reason why a lot of dictators in history gain
what
traction...
is incitement? Is some guy reads a paragraph or a verse, doesn't like it, and is incited. Only violent people are provoked in violence. Otherwise, this whole cycle would never end. You would be incited or provoked by everything that you read. It's all subjective. Tomorrow you can say that what you've read, I don't like. I'm incited by it. I'm going to kill you.
But sir, someone as influential as yourself, I don't think that
First of all, no, it should not be based. Law is not based on who is
influential. Yeah, go ahead, Anand. Are you influential enough?
No, his argument. What is it again? I lost it. My brain immediately get to that point. He's saying that if the law is dictatorial, if I don't do anything about it, I'm dictator as well. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. What nonsense.
Yeah, Ranganathan is wrong on that.
Dada, मुझे करेला अच्छा नहीं लगता. I hate करेला. So therefore, when I say I hate Karela, I am provoking violence against people who grow Karela. This is the argument.
Yeah.
That's the argument, yes. Stupid.
Yeah. It also means that you are taking a truck and smashing down all the Karela stands in your bazaar.
Or I am inciting people to go and smash trucks into Karela shops.
I write a book, somebody disagrees with it. Then on the same context, why don't you ban the religious scriptures? The religious scriptures call for annihilation of non-believers. Okay. Are you okay with that?
Anand is going on a detour now.
Simple question.
How are you?
Karan,
I'm back again.
Literally mentioned the caveat,
sir,
the 4 caveats of
just
freedom
about
of speech.
30 seconds ago, you had mentioned that you're not influential at all. But arguably, you're one of the most influential scientists in India. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I mean, this is all...
just about 30 seconds ago, you had mentioned that you're not influential at all. But arguably, you're one of the most influential scientists in India. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I mean, this is all relative terms. What does influence mean?
Okay, even if he's an influential scientist, does not mean that he is an influential policy person.
Okay. I mean, I would argue that
I want to
having
get to the
more than 1 million followers
office.
on X.
Well, yeah, but
Okay, well, I think you're just being humble there.
No, but honestly, on a philosophical level, some of the dumbest people have 10 times the follower count that I do.
Okay. I don't think it was a matter
I don't mean to be patronizing again.
I just think it was a matter
it's all relative.
influence. So I want to touch back upon that point about crop burning. And I have to say that I believe that your entire system of discovery is wrong. These satellites don't mention area burnt in the statistics. In fact, satellites like NASA's FIRM system, they highlight hotspots. They highlight thermal anomalies. And that corresponds to a pixel of a fixed size. So that means that there's a burning somewhere inside that pixel, even a very small fire, the entire pixel is flagged as a fire. Conversely, a large burn could still show up as one hotspot. Because typically, farm plots, especially in Punjab and Haryana, are much smaller than 1 kilometer squared. Multiple small farm burnings must register as one hotspot, or some burns might be missed entirely. But in actuality, what ends up happening is if there's one fire happening in a specific area, it on a satellite would look like the entire area is burning. When in actuality, it's just one small fire that a farmer's like to burn a specific crop. So
right. So, but I don't understand this thing about giving the farmers a cushion who are engaging in a criminal act.
I think the numbers.
Why would you want to be sympathetic to somebody who's ruining your lungs by burning lakhs of acres of cropland.
But as I mentioned
Why?
before,
No, I mean, as a youngster,
Okay.
I want you to understand.
I
that.
agree that it's a contributing factor, but as I mentioned before, 85. There's been an 85% reduction in Punjab fires in terms of
who
crop
has said
burning.
this?
The government. It's
Which
a government
government?
source.
Which government?
I can pull up. We can cite it on the thing. The fact checkers can check it. We can. It's a government source.
Which fact checkers?
It's on the government of India site.
Which government of India? Which government? Punjab government, central government, which government? Is it peer reviewed? Is it not? I can ask you 10 questions like that.
Okay.
And the 17,000 whatever square
What I
kilometers, I
understand-
got it from the state government brochure
Okay,
or
but from
whatever
what
the
I
document.
what
So
I understand-
everyone. So if I take out a fact from a government website,
Okay.
you dispute it. If you take it out and I say something, you say it's taken from a government website. That's not right.
No, but the state government still approves the things that the government of India is putting on the website.
So you suddenly believe a state government that says 85% reduction has happened.
I mean, some could argue that the conspiracy theory that you say that it's been reduced in that sense. Like in the sense that I'm saying it's reduced, but you're saying that it's something that's a facade that's covered up by these farmers.
No, again, let me correct you. I said, has it been reduced to that extent is contentious because I gave the example of somebody saying that NASA satellites are being fooled.
Sure.
I didn't say to what extent they have been fooled. So there is a caveat that's thrown in. There's a spanner that's been thrown in that this data of such drastic reduction might not be true. That's what I said. Exact numbers, I don't have the exact numbers, 85%, it could be 60%, 50%. Reduction has happened. But I also qualified that by saying that UP farm fires have increased, MP has increased. So it's still the same thing. Not even a single farm should be burnt.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The time is over.
Hi again, sir. Just in interest of accuracy, you said you were on the Republic 6 years ago. Well, you were actually there on 26 September 2021. And just pure
2021. Now let's not beat about the
So
bush.
you
5
said you-
years, 4 years, whatever.
So you said you have an OCD when it comes to statistics. So I just want to mention that was 4 years ago.
Thank you for correcting
And your
me.
comment was in 2017. So yeah.
Thank you for correcting
Just
me.
clarifying, sir, once.
Yes, great.
And then again, in a tweet that you made, the RSS is the Vatican of India, run by paranoid geriatrics, steeped in ignorance, doing charity with an agenda, fooling the gullible. You in your recent interviews, you defend the RSS at length, citing extensively their voluntary service as a reason to dispel the Congress's quote, illogical hatred, unquote. Did you not think that this quote was charity? I mean, did you not think this was, quote, charity with agenda? Did you not think this was fooling the gullible, as you said earlier?
So first of all, can you
Who are the
show me
RSS fooling here?
Can you just first of all, because you've been wrong so many times.
I just pointed out an inconsistency in your stats. So I don't know how I've been wrong here.
You've been wrong because this.
Really, sir, here your tweet is.
Show me the live tweet. Show me the live tweet.
So this isn't a retweet either. I mean, right here it says on your account.
Now 1 second.
It can be put up on the screen as well if you like.
So annoying.
Put it on the screen and what did I say? Show me the live tweet.
The live tweet. So
do you understand what a live tweet is? That the tweet still exists.
So, but you did put this out in the
how?
public, right?
You did. Why?
So what do you mean?
Is it my? Why are you saying I put it out? Is it there live right
it's
now?
on your account, right?
Which account? Which account is there? Do you
Okay,
understand what I'm saying?
I'll continue with my question there then.
No, if you're wrong, accept it.
So how
Move
am I
away.
wrong? This has been publicly put out by
Now,
you.
will you be quiet and listen?
So I can
and
be
not be
quiet and
obstinate?
listen? Okay,
Please,
so, I mean, you
listen,
posted
listen up.
See, Ranganathan is so bad at debating out of the blue because A, both can be true at once, and B, you can have your thoughts evolved, and he doesn't make both of these points, and is fucking wasting everybody's time with saying whether he even made the tweet or not.
Exactly. You could have just
If
said,
you're
I
wrong,
could have
accept it. 1 second.
So at
Don't
some
be
point of time,
obstinate. Listen to me.
Now,
So do
both
you
the
support
guys
the
are
RSS
actually
law?
acting obstinate.
Do you believe
Both
in
of them are
constructive discussion?
yes, I do. But
Then
you're the
be
one
quiet and
interrupting my.
listen to
So
me.
I didn't finish my question.
Because your
Actually, it's
starting
two-
point was wrong.
Okay, so
Two
then
idiots
You
with
don't
one mic.
understand the
you-
basic
in
things about what a
2015
life. I don't know what you're out
Our
here.
Indian
doing.
second
So in
and
2015 you did
now.
put out this tweet, yes or no?
No, I don't know because the tweet is not there. You could have written this tweet, knowing your agenda. You could have written it.
My
I don't know.
agenda.
Yeah, your agenda is very clear. You are here for confrontation, not for finding out the
So
truth.
I didn't finish my question.
Because your question is based on something that is entirely wrong.
ये
I
पता
show
है
me
क्या
that
चल
tweet
रहा है
where
कहता
I
भी
say that
दीवाना
RSS is
सुनता भी
peddling an
दीवाना
agenda.
और
Show me if
देखता
that
भी
tweet is
दीवाना
there still existing or not.
So you
There
did
have
put,
been multiple
you put it
instances
out
where the tweets have been written down by people. You could have written it.
on your account.
How is it on my account?
So it
I
says
can shall I frame a tweet with your DP and say it's your account? What kind of juvenile things are we talking about here?
okay, sir.
If it's not on my account, you have to prove it that it was my account.
Okay.
Right? If not, you accept it.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Yeah.
Cut in. We would have needed a referee to stop this if not.
No, it's not. It's just that, I mean, he's a youngster. He will learn. But, you bring facts to the table.
Yeah, I'm Shastri. Go ahead.
That was such a trash fire. It's all like a bunch of idiots. Actually, I put it, if I were to phrase that in a couple of words, I would say 2 idiots, 1 mic. Like, I don't think that was a good quality debate. It was just like shouting against each other. ऐसे
Yeah.
नहीं करना चाहिए debate actually. कोई principle नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं. It's I would say it's like reactive fish market giri. तू मच्छी market पे जाके तू मच्छी वाले से
And it's the best of us. These students have somehow
no.
convinced this YouTube channel that they are one of the key debaters. Maybe they participate in debate clubs and stuff in their college. And Ranganathan is known as one of the foremost faces in online debates. And both of them are such bad debaters. देखो तो overall हमारा debate का scenario क्या है देश में?
No. I think we need to start adopting new qualifiers, right? Ranganathan is a debater. He's not a best debater. He's basically a retail debater, right? माने की क्या है कि वो हर
Most popular debater.
हाँ उसे रिटेल डिबेटर बोलते हैं, राइट? सो बेसिकली क्या है कि वो रास्ता वाला डिबेटर है वो, राइट? सो ही विल पुट इन सम पंच लाइंस, वो थोड़ा वायरल मोमेंट देगा, वो थोड़ा उसका फैक्ट्स इंटरप्रेट करेगा. I wouldn't call him a best debater, right? And we need to transition away from this. कोई भी debater best नहीं. I mean, nowhere anywhere else you have good or bad debaters or even best debaters. हर एक का एक debater का एक गुणा रहता है, right? We have to adapt that framework. Ranganathan is a retail debater. Sai Deepak is another legalistic retail debater, right? You might find some other people out there who in certain smaller circles will debate really, really well, make those really, really good academic viewpoints. So I think we need to move away from that, oh, he's good, he's best, he's nothing else or something else, and basically go like, no, he's a retail debater.
I think
but there are good debaters and bad debaters. Ben Shapiro is a good debater. Sai Deepak is a good debater. They don't need long scripts.
No, what I'm saying is that for a class of debaters, right, you can have good and bad, but we need to start recognizing the class and start qualifying them with the class, right? When I'm saying that Ranganathan is a retail debater, I'm basically putting him in a category. हमें वो category भी हमें normalize करना चाहिए कि हाँ ये retail debater है, ये ऐसे ही बात करेगा. तुझे retail debater बनना है, तू रंगनाथन बन. Right? So it should be like that.
Well, I wanted to ask that.
But वो retail debater की है कि नहीं, वो जान के हम क्या करें? Retail debater के अलावा कोई तो हमारे सामने तक पहुंचेगा नहीं. कौन कहाँ घर पे चाय के दुकान में सामने अच्छा डिबेट कर रहे हैं, उससे हमको क्या है? हमको तो हमारे सामने तो दिखेगा retail debater ही.
No. I think that's a mistaken way to do, right? Why do we watch debates? So that one, we pick up some points. Two, we can bring that debate forward to people around us. Right? This is not like वो retail debater का job यही है कि he'll bring you some parochial, some very low level, very simple logic वाला point that will pretty much shut like a whole cacophony of arguments. And अपना काम है कि पड़ोस के साथ बात करो, उनको ये इसके बारे में बोल, उसके बारे में बोल, right? उनसे debate करो, convince other people. See, we are an open and free society, right? And this is not the debating stuff is not just a debate between a specific set of or groups of elites. It's actually much more deeper. So the thing, what I would say is like pick some of the points. Okay, you don't like something, ठीक है, वो मत करो, right? Maybe the crowd around you is much more sophisticated than what Ranganathan's crowd at JNU might be. Who knows? You might have to adopt some more sophisticated arguments, right? But you have to find those kinds of debaters. You have to bring them out. You have to basically get these arguments out in the public. क्योंकि एक Ranganathan से तू पब्लिक को तो कन्विंस नहीं कर सकता है. It has to be a group effort.
एक रंगनाथन तो है नहीं. रंगनाथन को उन्होंने इसलिए लिया क्योंकि he is considered or is the most popular for a reason. तो पूनावाला को लाया, पूनावाला ने खाली पूरे टाइम में बोला कि कांग्रेस ने ऐसा किया, कांग्रेस ने ऐसा किया, कांग्रेस ने ऐसा किया. रंगनाथन को लाया, रंगनाथन ने ऐसा किया. तो ये लोग वो सीनियरिटी पे के पोजीशन पे पहुंच कैसे रहे हैं?
No, I have a different theory. The problem is these people are political debaters. Except Jason
Yes.
Deepak, he's not political. The problem is all the debaters we currently see have come up because they support a particular political ideology or political party most of the time. They're given access to the media because they are political analysts or so-called political framing analysts. They're
Or
not because they
commentators.
each other on things beyond just the political Congress, BJP, Congress. That's all they debate 24/7. How many debates have they had? For example, Aravalli Ranges. How many debates have they had? People had without any political ideology. This debate Aravalli Ranges. These people are not debaters. They don't come to discussion based on debating. They come to discussion based on which political party benefits if they debate. And then they're like, oh, I recommend this person. TV channel, please take this person. Not because they're actually very good debaters. Remember that. Very important.
No, I also want to state one thing is that I think we have a very narrow view of what debate looks like, right? Now, there's a debate at a certain level. ठीक है, Ranganathan, national player, he's obviously a political commentator and a political debater. That's actually a better term than retail debater. But then there are also debaters if you go down one level, like state पे debate मंडली रहता है. महाराष्ट्र में there's हमेशा एक debate रहता है. Right? Go to any corner in Maharashtra, एक छोटा सा मंडली रहता है. A bunch of like school kids are sent over there to debate. But it's in Marathi.
बट उसको लेकर हम क्या करें? वो क्या यहाँ पे आके कुछ उखाड़ पाएगा? वो है वहाँ पे, तो हम क्या करें?
नहीं, वो भी जरूरी है. See, it's not an or. You're not saying that.
जरूरी नहीं कि है, किसने बोला? वही से वो छोटे छोटे मंडली से ही तो उठ के अल्टीमेटली टाइम्स नाउ पे जाना है या फिर ऐसे सिचुएशंस में जाना है?
No, actually, those folks are even more important. That's what you don't realize, right? So there is a
No. If I didn't consider that important, then I wouldn't start this channel. I didn't start this channel with 1 million subscribers on the first day. Why do I have fun debating with just 15,000 subscribers?
Right. No, that's fair. But that's what I'm trying to say, right? It's like we look at debate as like through a narrow prism of what happens in Republic. I'm saying like expand your horizons. There's a whole ecosystem out there, right? So for example, like just before the Maharashtra state assembly elections, there was he's a Sanghi, but he's basically from Hindu Jan Jagrati Samiti, right? He's a Marathi guy. He went from village to village in every district in rural Maharashtra, not the more sexier Konkan belt and Mumbai side and Pune side and all that. No, rural places. Went there debating, went there destroying like, these like annoying things in Maharashtra. Like, somebody was like, was a Dalit or something like that. Or like Shivaji Raje Bhosle actually like, was against Hindutva or something like that. Like these kinds of things. And he would break those logic down, right? For people, especially in rural areas, who can be a little bit more naive. Those people are important. It's important for you to learn those debates and also go out there and say, debate people, right? Convince people.
Yeah, again, M. Shastri is back with the old RSS argument that digital media is not the point. I should quit my college at Kolkata and now go around campaigning with Trinamool guys and debate them.
No. I'm saying you have to add. It's a toolbox, right? You have your digital stuff
for others, not for me.
You have your digital.
Yeah, but the same person can't do both.
I mean, that's तेरा mileage अलग है, right? तू digital कर सकता है, digital पे तेरा success chase है, right? But don't dismiss the people who don't adopt digital, or maybe take inspiration from people who can.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yes. Yeah, I have an imaginary account of data of those people. I know such people exist. Yeah, I acknowledge that. What more can I do?
I mean, कभी-कभी support भी कर सकता है, right? I mean, it's all about. I mean, we all support each other.
अभी मेरा 1.5 लाख का लोन क्लियर करूं पहले लॉयर के. अभी मेरा सब पैसा लॉयर के पास समर्पित है उसके बाद. और वैसे भी वो भी कुछ हाई लेवल डिबेट तो नहीं हो रहा है. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि अभी मैं किसी तृणमूल के गांडू को जाके समझाऊं कि देख फ्री मार्केट क्या है. वो समझ जाएगा 2 मिनट में. क्योंकि वो उसका IQ उतना ही है. I would much rather debate Anand Ranganathan.
And you need to get into those circles.
No, but he can't do all the debating everywhere. No, he can't. That's not.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah.
See, like you said, there is a space for those people to debate certain groups, and there's space for him to build his own grand narrative, right? He can't be doing that, like going to the Nukkards and debating there. Their space is that space. They understand the people. They understand. I think his irritation is that we don't have like. Let me give an example. There is in the UK. There's a guy called. My brain is freezing now about it. I think he runs the Henry Jackson Society. Uska naam kya hai bhai? Shit, my brain is freezing.
Charlie Kirk himself used to do that. I'm very much in favor of that model.
That skinny Brit. I forgot his name. No, he didn't. Like, what's his name, man? Douglas Murray. We don't have the Douglas Murray of India.
Whatever name.
We don't have any Douglas Murray in India. We don't have.
J.S. Deepak is the Douglas Murray of India.
No. Douglas Murray is much more wider than J.S. Deepak's focus is that my legal career is my focus. Douglas Murray is like I'm going to fight for British culture.
Yeah.
And he'll do anything to do it. Like we don't have that person, and he doesn't care about political parties. You think all the political parties will screw themselves. I only care about my what I care about British culture, and he fights for that. And they have set up so many groups just for that. Like those people we do not have in India. Look at Konstantin Kisin. We don't have that person in India.
I mean, British culture and Indian culture are quite different, right? Like British culture doesn't have the problem of, now it is slowly having the problem of gatekeepers, but we've had a problem of gatekeepers.
Yeah, but we need that kind of power if you want to supercharge the system. And
we need to build that kind of power. It's not we need it. We haven't built it. And to build it, you have to get rid of gatekeepers. But that takes time, that takes effort, that takes power. But
quality as well. Not, you can't just have gatekeepers. Removing gatekeepers is not enough. You need to have quality as well.
वो quality promote तो करना ही चाहिए ना. I mean, I think it might be worthwhile, moving away from the Ranganathans of the day and maybe check out some regional language debates. You'll come out more educated.
Yeah, that could be possible. Yeah.
How? And do you think small players are better than no, that's like saying you should support Ranji Trophy instead of watching the World Cup. Do you think better cricket happens in Ranji Trophies?
I mean, all the good talent for the World Cup does come from Ranji Trophy.
No, I get what he's saying.
Yes, but why don't they remain in Ranji Trophies?
No, because eventually somebody has to go up to,
and that's when they go to World Cup.
But if you want to get good talent, right? See where the spark lies. Who might be a promising candidate? You have to go down one level below. And here's the other thing, right?
Yeah, there are three analogies here. See, you are talking. Are you talking to the cricketer, or are you talking to the audience, or are you talking to the BCCI selector? You are, I think, asking people to be all three.
No, and I don't think that analogy even makes sense, right? Because Ranji Trophy at the end of the day is still focused on one thing, that's cricket. Our cultures, our regional identities are not like cricket. Right? If I go to a regional language debate, right? Say
you're talking about the levels of. You're talking about levels of a concept of a sport called debate.
Yes, but in specific classes, right? So, for example, right, there might be some gems that you might not find.
Ranji Trophy is one class, World Cup is one class.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, like, let's say.
Yes, that is the job of the BCCI selector, not the audience, not the cricketer themselves.
No,
that's the job of the BCCI selector, not the cricketer, not the audience.
You're making a category error here, right? So I'm talking about languages. Okay. So you might have a Bengali debate. You might have a
fair enough. I'm talking about the BCCI selector.
You might have a Bengali debate.
Yes.
Mandali. Right?
And it will be retarded enough.
You have your English.
It will be still retarded than this debate.
Man, you're making me depressed if you think that Bengali debates have digressed this bad, man. Are you serious?
Yes.
Has Bengali society really gone down this? Oh my God. There's no hope now.
If right now I listen to two Bengalis debate, I would lose 5 IQ points.
I can hear Shastri's heart break. Oh God. It's like, you can hear it break from here.
Yes.
Kyunki where
No, that
you know,
that might not be the same case in every state because the educational level is different in every state. But I'm saying if they are big enough, they will be on the national platform. And if I don't watch them on the national platform just because they don't speak English, that's the problem of India not having one national official language. क्या करें हम? मराठी ठीक है, कोई अच्छा मराठी debater है इसलिए.
I disagree. I disagree a little bit, right? So when it comes to regional politics, people tend to find the regional politics much more, what do you call it, fulfilling than national politics. So it goes both ways. It's not being in the national scene does not necessarily mean that you're there because you're better than your regional players. And staying in the regional areas does not mean that you're more inferior to the national players. Both have their own set of really good quality.
It means exactly that. Not really. No Ranji Trophy player right now is better than any Indian cricketer in the international team.
No, I mean, take Lok Sabha itself. There have been plenty of MPs who resigned from the Lok Sabha and participated in assembly elections. But do you think their stature, political stature is reduced? I don't think so.
No, but
They just
you're
find-
missing something.
Yes.
No, Shastri, you're missing something very important. See, at the local level, you have access to local issues, local information. So maybe that your debates are more sharp and more to the point. But on a national or a larger scale level, you have access to large numbers of debaters. Means you're debating larger diversity of people. When you're at local level, you only debate the same 200 people at local level. But when
No,
you go
not
to national
necessarily.
level,
I don't think you've been to a Marathi debate mandali. It's completely different. It's at a
it's still
completely
only a
different
Marathi
level.
debater. No, see, you're missing the point. Even if it's a Marathi debate mandali and even if it's the 200 people, the minute you go
His
to national level,
competition pie is way smaller.
yes, always that circle where he's always going to be. If you're debating on national level, you'll debate people from Tamil Nadu, you'll debate people from Madhya Pradesh, you'll debate people from Bengal, people from Assam. Your experience becomes much more different, diverse. And then if you go to international level, it's even more diverse, right?
I disagree
every
because
step you go up, the more diversity of challenges you have to your debating style.
no,
And your
I
debating style
disagree.
changes.
I disagree. Just for one point, right? Because nobody in India has mastered English as much as they have mastered their regional language. So the quality of debate in your regional language tends to be way, way, way better just because they have mastered it. ये इंग्लिश में डिबेट करके इन लोग आधा पॉइंट उन लोग कंफ्यूज कर देते हैं हर इंसान it
I
doesn't
get
matter
that.
who.
You're comparing quality of the current the current crop. I'm agreeing with you that maybe the local debater is much better because they have practiced with much better quality debaters in their space. My point is
They have the better debating framework, the tautology,
That's fine.
the narrative stuff,
possible.
and those are the things that you will only learn from a regional debate, not from a
no.
national debate.
That is you only have a regional debater now, but over time that will translate to a national debate, and we need to get those to the national debate because they need to be able to debate people from other spaces. They cannot just debate in their own nukkad sabha. It's not possible. They have to. They have to go and challenge other people.
It has come up in national debates several times. I mean, if you go look at anything that Uma Bharti or the 90s politicians, right, or even the 80s politicians,
I think they. I don't agree. I think most of our MLAs are their debates are most pedantic political debates.
No,
There's
they're
no
not
deep,
that
there's no discussion about deep policy. Like, I'm sorry, I don't agree with you here. I don't agree.
Actually, there's a lot of deep policy debates. It's just that it might not be in the same priority set as you have, but it's still really, really good policy debates that goes on.
I don't know. That's why our laws are so badly written. Because
if you read some of our laws and the complexities around them, then you'll understand the kind of debate.
Complexity doesn't mean good. I'm sorry. Overly complex laws with no logic doesn't mean good. Sanjeev Sainal himself has laid out a lot of the laws they have made are horrible. Very dumb laws.
Okay, guys, let's go to sleep
Procedures
now.
are dumb.
We'll take this up some other day. We do agree that this is an important debate to have because our debating quality, at least on the national level, seems horseshit. So we definitely need to debate on amongst ourselves as well how to improve this debating culture. So we will take this up some other day. Thanks, M. Shastri, for bringing this up. Thanks everyone else. See you all some other time. Bye bye. Good night.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো